удивление устойчивой. Однако такие заявления противоречат
if you increase
действительности,
by
считает
1%.
группа
But
исследователей
if you
Ельского
if you decrease what you need by the same amount, the same absolute amount, it has a much larger impact. So it's not 1 to 3, but I think 1 to 1.1, something like that. Precisely because just because of simple mathematics, and that's what they were implying in the discussion around the paper, which was that really actual savings can have much more of an impact than extra supply. And also, there was a really cool video. I retweeted it this morning regarding the production of aluminium in Germany. And what they were explaining was that one of the main aluminium producing company in the country was going to change its schedule and opt for, instead of 2 shifts a day, they were going to go for 3 shifts a day, but only 3 weeks a month. So they will switch off all their everything, their whole factory 1 week a month, so as to save, and also not to have to warm up again every morning. So with the 3 shifts, they don't need to cool, and they don't need to warm up the machine. They can go straight. So they will probably manage to keep the supply stable, but at the same time diminish consumption of gas. So that I thought that was a neat trick.
Good. I think that's an excellent idea. Whenever you have anything, that runs at a very high temperature, it's always problematic when you heat it up, cool it down, heat it up, cool it down. Same goes for glass manufacturing. Same goes for any sort of metallurgy. It's always best to just operate around the clock because there's a whole lot of heat wasted as it dissipates in the cool down, and then you need to just warm it back up again. Spring, you had a second point there. Shall we turn back to Spain real quick?
Yes, it's 2 more points. One that is related with the common agriculture policy, that for the ones that are not in the European Union, it's a common agriculture policy that all the states are related and has to do with production and sorry. Sorry, it was my voice that failed completely. So for many years, the surplus has been solved with putting lands in set aside, also to say not being cultivated. But right now, with the prices in the grains, the European Commission has authorized farmers to plant
all clear. Moldova,
a
all
million.
clear. This message has been generated with municipal data
in the countries. And the Spanish government, the Spanish decided to cultivate the set aside land, especially in Andalusia, as a measure to improve the profitability of their own agriculture, but at the same time to lower the costs of the grain.
Here siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk, all clear.
After
Moldova,
the Russian
all clear.
invasion,
This message
the
has been
continent
generated
was
with
left
municipal data.
with a risk of shortage of products such as grain or cereals, and I guess that they are trying to get more land. I think it's around 30,000 hectares with cereals, sunflowers, and cereals. That is what they are predicting to do. Is a special authorization from the European Commission, and but they are also dealing once again with the problem of drought.
Of course, and there's a reason why it was land in Andalusia that was first slated to be the one set aside,
Air
right?
siren
Because
alert update.
Andalusia and the south of Spain is
Zaporizhzhia.
particularly hot, it's
All clear.
particularly dry
This
as well,
message has been generated with
and it's
municipal data.
it's particularly important to do that, even if you. No, I'm not going to talk about vineyards. I could talk about vineyards and the measures that they tend to take in Andalusia to ensure sufficient water for the vines, but I will not. But they do something very special, very interesting. Everybody's interested. DM me and I'll send you a pictorial link. However, I would particularly note that sunflowers I applaud specifically because while the grain situation is honestly pretty much solved, and as we've seen, the prices of wheat, especially wheat futures, already dropping pretty much to the pre-February 24th levels, and there being seemingly plentiful wheat to go around and other grains. Oilseed, honestly,
Air siren
seems to be a
alert
little bit more of a
update.
problem since
Zaporizhzhia.
Ukraine
All
used to
clear.
produce something
This
like
message has been
half
generated
of all
with
of the
municipal
world's
data.
sunflower seeds specifically as well. It's quite a lot of oilseed rape. Americans might be familiar with that under the term canola. The prices for those are still very high, I believe, on the commodities markets, and that actually indicates a genuine shortage of oilseed around. So that's very good that that's happening, and unfortunately, it's happening on the worst relative drought year since 2003 in Europe, in Western Europe, I believe, which is really bad timing.
Air siren alert update.
Yes.
Zaporizhzhia. All
Sometimes
clear.
I wonder
This message
if
has been
everything is
generated with
against us
municipal data.
in terms of climate this last month. But I think Portugal will also apply to this to being able to plant also soil sunflowers, something that the agriculture minister mentioned. Do you want to go to the last point?
Yeah, sure. Jump to the last point, and then we go on to Leash and Thanos. Spring?
Okay, it's the leopard again. It is where I read this. It was in El País, so they are very close to the Spanish government, and so I think they actually what they quote is well known.
Air
So
siren
the
alert
Spanish
update.
Minister
Rem.
of
All
Defense
clear.
continues to
Summy.
search in
All
its
clear.
arsenals
This message
to
has been
deliver
generated with
military
municipal
aid
data.
to Ukraine, and has decided to donate 20 TOA M113 armored personal carriers. This doesn't leave the Ukrainian army or the Ukrainian Minister of Defense very happy, because the Spanish hate in military terms has been quite low, and it's mentioned in the news, that is the mainly part, that the government planned to donate to Kyiv the remaining Leopard 2
Air siren alert update. Rem.
from the batch of 108 second-hand units
This
that
message has
Germany
been generated
transferred
with
in
municipal data.
1995. Defense was even willing to instruct Ukrainian tankers in Latvia and on Spanish territory. However, Minister Margarita Robles ruled, that is the Spanish Minister of Defense, that the transfer that the cars are in absolutely unfortunate situation, because of being stored for a long time. This we all
Air
know.
siren alert update.
They have been stored for
This
1
message
decade
has
in
been generated
Zaragoza.
with municipal data.
But what is weird is that in the they were not really transferred because of a political storm in Germany that until now has not included its donations to Kyiv with these pieces. So it was the Spanish were not lying from the beginning. It was really the Germans that were not allowing the transfer of Leopard.
So basically, you're saying that the Spanish government is saying, look, we would have sent these, but in informal talks, we never made the formal request because in informal talks with the German government said, we're not going to allow it
Siren alert
anyway,
update.
whatever you say,
Ternopile,
even if you
all
want to hand
clear.
them over.
This
Because of
message
the
has been
re-export
generated
rules,
with
because these are
municipal data.
originally German tanks.
Exactly. It was what happened, and it's like we say around in Iberia that water and olive oil don't mix. The olive oil always comes to the top. It's the same with truth. It always comes out.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much aligned with what we were saying here, months ago already, right? There's obviously concerns about being able to unconserve these tanks in the first place, because anything that's been parked for that long, it's very difficult often to get it back up and running, and could be very time consumptive and expensive. But fundamentally, the reason why they weren't
Siren
sent
alert
is
update.
because the German
Kumel
government
NYT
had approved that,
SKYY.
and they
All
were
clear.
completely
Lviv.
uninterested in approving
All clear.
it for their
Volin.
own, mostly
All
domestic
clear.
political
This
reasons.
message has been generated with
Thanos, since you're
municipal
here,
data.
could you give us a little bit of an outline of just how difficult it
Can
is
you
to...
can you just sorry to interrupt you? It's just to add you something. Is that the Spanish actually had plans to transform these leopards to use
engineering vehicles?
yes, since the barges are in good condition. So it was not exactly how it was told in the
Air
beginning.
siren alert update. Kumel NYT SKYY. All clear.
Right.
Lviv.
So, okay,
all
if
clear.
we can go to
Volin.
Thanos, and
all
Thanos, could
clear.
you outline again
This message
for us,
has
please,
been generated with
how
municipal
difficult
data.
it is to unconserve military equipment that's been standing around for a decade and more?
It's extremely difficult. So it all depends upon how the equipment was laid up. Were all the fluids drained out of it? Were all the pistons packed in proper lubricating grease? Is the facility where these units were stowed in humidity controlled, corrosion controlled? Were they routinely inspected? Were all the gaskets routinely replaced and greased in order to make sure that that they maintain a proper seal? Were vacuum seals utilized where absolutely necessary?
Air siren alert
Have
update.
all the coatings
Kumel NYT
been
SKYY.
to
All clear.
the steel
Lviv.
substrate
All
prior
clear.
to them
Volin.
going into
all
stowage?
clear.
Because
This message has been generated with municipal data.
The Navy that rusts never rests. You're constantly fighting corrosion problems anytime you're dealing with steel, especially if you have a substandard warehouse that is going to be high in humidity, and I think we all know Iberian summers can be plenty humid. The last thing, though, is I really don't want to let the Spanish too far off the hook on this. One of the reasons why the Germans were so widely needed beyond a prior transfer agreement was because the Leopard tanks were kept in such shit awful state of disrepair and
Air
improper
siren alert
storage
update. Chernivtsi.
it would
All
require
clear.
German
Ivano-Frankivsk.
manufacturers to
All
update
clear.
and to
Transcarpathia.
refurbish
All clear. This
those
message has been
Leopard
generated
tanks
with
to
municipal
an
data.
incredible degree. I mean, we're not talking dropping in a little here and there. We're talking about like Star Trek the motion picture Enterprise refit, like a massive undertaking rebuild on almost every single one of the tanks that were eyed for transfer to Ukraine. So if the Spanish had taken their defense obligations under NATO a little bit more seriously over the past 30 years, and that actually conformed to proper layup of equipment that is taken out of the active rotation, then this would have never happened. We've had great discussions before with some of our folks in the space who do military sea lift command, and they talk about all the preservation that we do for our
Air siren alert update.
forces.
Chernivtsi.
Some
All
of the
clear.
Ivano-Frankivsk.
All clear.
Special
Transcarpathia.
command
All
ships
clear.
that are traveling
This message
around the
has
world
been
in
generated
hotspots
with
never
municipal
staying
data.
still for too long. so that we can pull them into port, fly in a armored division's worth of personnel, and next thing you know, we're rolling those tanks off those ships and into combat, no problem. Because when we are laying up those tanks, we're constantly turning them over. It's very humidity controlled. We're always checking the coatings. I can't pound that drum hard enough. Coatings. If you don't have good coatings, if you don't have good gaskets, if you're not taking care of your fluids, nothing is going to work when you turn it over. It's just not going to happen. There's a reason why when we retire aircraft, we stick them in the boneyard. The boneyard is literally called the boneyard because it's bone dry in Arizona. We don't have to worry about humidity. And even then, we're still covering those airframes up. But if need be, we could come back to them and for a nominal fee, bring them back to life. So it's just something that has to be taken a lot more seriously if NATO really wants to consider itself anything other than a paper tiger. Because yes, it's easy to say, oh, well, we don't need to purchase X number of tanks. We have X number of tanks in layup. Okay. Layup is a very expensive process. In the Navy, most of the times, layup has been done very shoddily. They put a cathode ray protection in there to prevent electrolysis rusting of, our keel and anything below the water line. They do a substandard job of dehumidifying a space, of packing the pistons in grease and trying to drain fluids wherever they can. And then within about 5 years, we end up turning that into what we call a logistics supply asset. So basically, we just come on board that ship, cannibalize valves, circuit cards, consoles, whatever we need to keep the other ships running. So I think this problem transcends far more than a simple political or diplomatic row between Madrid and Berlin.
Oh, certainly, right. It's a compounding factor here. Let me just note something. I got a message from Pendolino, who's ex-Swiss artillery, and he says that Switzerland has 100 of these Leo 2A4s in storage, but they drive them around once a year at the very least, and they do a full refit of all of the things that you talked about once a year. My understanding is these tanks in Zaragoza haven't actually moved since then. Since they were sent into storage, a decade ago. So I think in that respect, there's a big difference between one set and the other set of and the other set. Let me just ask you one thing. Spring brought up the Spanish were considering or were planning to turn these tanks into engineering vehicles. So basically, they'd use the chassis, they'd use the bit that has the tracks and the main hull of the tank. But they'd remove the turret, they'd remove, everything that makes the tank a weapon, so to speak, as opposed to just the chassis, and then put bridging equipment on top, or whatever else. So you'd basically be left with the propulsion system of the tank, but pretty much nothing else. Thanos, do you want to maybe make a quick comment on how much easier it would be to get that up and running compared to get the whole gun assembly, etc., running as well?
Great questions. I'm going to say that the critical path to bringing any tracked vehicle back to life is still going to be its drivetrain, its struts, its shocks, its treads. If you have not been moving this stuff around,
Siren alert update. Kharkiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Tanks need to move. It's like, have you ever gone on a long vacation, left your car sitting for 6 months, and forgot to ask any of your friends to drive it around for you at least once a week? Come home and see how your car is working. It's off. The drivetrain is literally the critical path. The weapon systems, they're designed to pop on and pop off. A turret pops on and pops off. All the other
Siren alert update. Kharkiv,
ammunition
all
stowage,
clear.
all that other stuff.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
The drivetrain, the chassis, the treads, everything that goes into making a tank go forward or backwards. That is the critical path.
Understood.
just
Thank you very
interrupt
much.
shortly?
Of course.
Just one thing. First of all, Iberia is not at all humidity has humidity during summer. We have very, very dry and long summers. That is quite common in all the temperate climates from Mediterranean origin. So we have very dry and very hot summers. And another thing is that I don't have any commission to defend the Spanish government. I even dislike it a lot because of
Air
having
siren
Podemos
alert
and the
update.
cuts in
Kharkiv,
defense that
all
were made
clear.
in the
This
last
message has been
6,
generated with
7
municipal
years
data.
mainly. And the cuts in the Spanish defense budget is awfully high. And the third thing that I would like to highlight is that the Spanish actually did a demumification. They removed oils, batteries, and elements that could deteriorate the leopard. It's just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Spring. I think the critical point here is right. They weren't moving them around, which probably means that they're likely not very functional over a decade after storage. Either way, but maybe Daryl can tell us more about that because he actually used to work with things that were put into this type of storage. Daryl?
Yeah, to the point of what Thanos was saying, really the key point in that whole thing is really the engine itself and the they usually they are oil filled on it. They're oil filled. So those are used, but
Daryl, I'm very sorry to say, but you are highly distorted coming through there. Daryl, we'll turn to you maybe in a couple minutes when you're driving into a better reception area, if that's okay.
all right.
And now we can hear you again. Go. Can you start from the top again?
Yeah. Okay. Typically, what Thanos was saying is usually typically it's the engine and the drive axle. That's your U joints and things like that. Those are the key points that you really need to make sure are up. Typically, the transmission is filled with oil. There's really no big deal with it. And the actual drive wheel, the suspension wheels, they're oil filled or grease. So there's not a whole lot that's going to go. You'll have some seal damage if they're not moving, but typically those are either oil or grease filled, so they're not too bad off. But the main thing is the engine itself and those drive axles. If you have a problem with those, that's where you're going to have the main issues with the tank. And then, of course, inside the turret, you do have to make sure that the hydraulic systems on those tanks, those things, hydraulics and the pneumatic systems, if they have them, you have to make sure those systems are intact and sealed. And most of the time, with our pre-positioned fleets, it's usually an 18 to 24 month cycle that we do, where they come in and they're completely worked up, and then they're packed up, sealed up, and sent back out.
Okay, I think we lost Daryl for good, but I think we got the main point. Sorry, Daryl, your audio failed. But yes, the point is, it has to be done just right. If it's not done just right and very carefully and keep being done, this has to be under active maintenance, not just passive storage. It is almost impossible to then revive it, and certainly not without massive cost and time investment. Ben? And then we'll go on to Johnny and to Moses. Ben?
No, it's something completely different. You're welcome to go on to the speakers.
Cool. Johnny?
I was going to ask something different as well, actually.
Okay, Moses.
Yeah, well, same here. So I don't know if you want to change topic or no.
I think we might as well, because otherwise, all we'll have is people passing the mic. Go ahead, Moses.
Okay, so first of all, hi everyone. My new Avi or avatar is Moses Montefiore, and just for a little bit of introduction, Moses Montefiore was one of the founding fathers of the Jaffa port of the Tel Aviv capital of the country of Israel. And my other previous Twitter account that everyone here on the space knows me by was used to be called Once Earth, or as Yehuda likes to joke around, Borei Olam, because he really doesn't know how to correctly pronounce Borei Olam, but that's okay. As you guys know, like 2 weeks ago, like 3 weeks ago, approximately, something like that, there was this really ugly exchange going on between Israel and Russia in regard to the Jewish agency there. So as you know the drill, and as usually Russia's tactics, as we know from now, is that they started flowing all this disinformation online, which we already knew and we were prepared about it. And part of that, or the most cynical and the most disgusting one, was that supposedly Israel had breached some Russian laws and regulations because it was fetching data of its Jewish Russian citizens in Russia, and it was using that kind of let's say private data in Israel. And this was definitely not true, and this was something that we expected, anticipated, and we dealt with. And one of the reasons why my previous account got suspended and I had to open a new one is specifically because I let some of their trolls to get to me, and I couldn't help it, and I took it way too personal, and I went straight for their bait, and here we are. Here it goes. So that was the intro part. The other thing, back to Ukraine, that I wanted to discuss, if it's still okay for me to talk, Domen, or am I going?
Go for it. Go.
Okay. So you know the news that Russia, supposedly it's been 2 weeks that they're training in Iran with Iranian UAVs. All I have to say to that is, because we all know that big lips sink ships, something like that, is like
loose lips.
Loose lips, right? So we kindly wish them the best of luck, with the Iranian UAVs. We know all about that kind of technology and what kind of drones they are using and how they operate. I don't know how successful they're going to be later on in the field, if after they finish the training they're able to purchase them and potentially try to use them. But okay, good luck to them. That's all I had to say to that, and hopefully the message has gone through. Thanks.
Thank you, Moses. We had somebody else from Israel, Alon Mandel, on a little while ago, and was basically saying, look, we have quite a bit of experience with these from across the border in Syria. They're not that good. They look the part, but they don't really perform up to standards. There's a bunch of other countries, I think Ethiopia among them, that use them, and they complain about many of these Iranian UAVs not performing very well either. So here's to hoping that they flop in the Russia's war against Ukraine as well, just like Russia's inflatable anti-air defense flops all about in the wind.
And I totally agree. And if really they were to go ahead and use that kind of technology, all I could say is, as I told you earlier, good luck to them, because still Ukraine would be so very much ahead of the game.
Thank you, Moses. Darrow, Thank you very much, Moses. Glad to hear you again after a long while. Daryl, you got cut off as you were explaining putting stuff correctly in Greece, and your audio failed. So basically, I think we got the main point, which is you need to not only conserve it correctly, but then after you've conserved it correctly, you also then need to actively maintain the conserved stuff. You can't just put it away and then come back 10 to 15 years later and expect that anything's going to work.
That's correct. And the main point, the main point to all of this is that it needs to be a budgetary item. If governments are not putting it in the budget to fully fund at least the preservation process, we know that they're going to have issues with the active service. But if you don't even put the money, fully fund your reserve, which is not a big cost if you consider what it does for you, if the nations are not putting that into the main budget as a non-negotiable item, then you're going to have this. They're going to pinch pennies and reduce their readiness, even if they are, besides what they're doing for the active service, they're really deteriorating the force in a exponential way when they don't even fund the reserve status of their equipment.
Exactly there, and this is what we've been talking about previously, right? Last time that you and Thanos were talking about this a week or two ago, how a lot of stuff that could be sent to Ukraine, that could be sent to help out, honestly, is there in number, is there on paper, but in practice, it's not really usable because it's not really operable because it might not have been maintained correctly. And that a lot of militaries, a lot of NATO militaries are substantially inflating their numbers of what they have in storage on the basis of, we have it in theory, but you only really have it in theory. Thank you very much, Daryl. Okay, Johnny, let's go. Daryl, if you have a closing point, go ahead, and then we go to Johnny.
Yeah, it's just that, but the main thing is to make sure that reserve status has its own budgetary line. That, like I said,
because otherwise it's fake. It's figmentous. Otherwise,
right.
Right. It's important that it's actually there. There's not just imaginary in principle. Oh yeah, we're taking care of this maybe, but we have like one guy assigned to a whole warehouse full of stuff, and there's no way he can actually maintain it. Right. It's important that appropriate quantities of money and time and resources are actually put into it. Absolutely, couldn't agree more, Daryl. And you know how valuable it is to have people who've actually done this stuff before. To come and explain it, because otherwise it's just, they have so many tanks. Of course, this problem affects Russia even more. They're rumored to have many thousands of tanks in storage, many thousands of which are just rust buckets lying somewhere out in the field in genuinely very humid bits of Siberia. Johnny, go ahead.
All right, yeah, I was just wondering about the POW situation, if you can explain it more. So, just given what's possibly going on in Kherson, when they said there's about 10,000 Russian troops there. So what happens if a load of them are captured, like a significant number are captured, say 5,000 are captured or something like that? I don't know if that's realistic. When are they released, or when are they not? Like, because if this is going to, for example, if Ukraine captured 5,000 in 2014, then surely they'd still be in captivity now, because otherwise you're going to release them and he's just going to send them back into the grinder, isn't he? So how does it actually work?
Ukraine tends to exchange POWs with the other side to get their own people back as much as possible. That's why Ukraine currently only holds some hundreds of POWs, to the best of my understanding, because they don't really want to have lots of POWs, because they'd rather have Ukrainians back, especially since they know that conditions in Russian captivity are definitely not up to Geneva Convention standards, and are certainly not up to any standards. It's what shall we say? So Ukraine tends to exchange Russian POWs for their own troops as much as possible. Now, of course, Russia doesn't really care about their own nearly as much, although obviously with some thousands they would care more. Otherwise, in principle, they would stay there until the end of the war, until after hostilities ceased. I forget what exactly. I think during the Minsk agreement there were some arrangements for sort of accelerated exchange of POWs as well. I'm honestly not terribly familiar with the situation there. Ben, maybe if you have anything else to say to this, because I don't really. And then also go ahead with whatever else you've got.
No, I don't have any further information regarding this. I was just making some back of the envelope, the proverbial envelope, which now must be covered in ink, calculation regarding the people who are being deported to Russia at the moment. From Ukraine, from the Russian occupied regions of Ukraine, and we're talking 3 million. But the total population of those regions is only 10 million. If we assume that at least 1 million out of those 10 has moved, has relocated to the either Western Ukraine or even to Europe, that leaves 9 million people. And out of those 9, 3 have been deported. These are really, really high numbers. This is not we're not looking at deportation level. We're looking at actual ethnic cleansing. Like there might be no one left, and it's reminding me of what happened in Crimea, where a large portion of the Ukrainians living in Crimea had to leave their homes to be replaced by good Russians. But 3 million out of 9 I've already been forced into Russia. This is really, really high, and they might be trying to just empty out those regions.
Thank you, Ben. This wouldn't be the first time, of course, right? This is the sort of thing that Russia has done previously, and in many other areas. If you just look at what the Soviet Union did in Crimea after the deportation of Crimean Tatars, it was much the same. Replacing with those loyal to the regime, and the same also goes with what they've done in Crimea since 2014, right? Likewise, a very extensive replacement, so to speak, by the Russians, many of which are now fleeing. Decoding Trolls, I suspect you wanted to come up to answer Johnny's question: what happens with POW, since you used to work for OSCE and have some insight into this.
Yes, just a quick. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Just a quick thing on this. I did a lot of work with an organisation which dealt with families of missing soldiers, a Ukrainian organisation, and there's a few categories of people. I mean, the Russians now it's mainstream, thankfully, but. Basically, a lot of people went missing after the Battle of Ilovaisk in September 2014. There was multiple reports that some of them were just exported into the Russian Federation and used as slaves, where they may or may not still be alive. There was lots of reports, consistent reports of what we would call black sites of prisoners. And then there were, I think, maybe 3 or 4 prisoner exchanges over the past few years, including under President Zelensky. But the numbers involved were maybe 100 here and there, which is obviously extremely important to the people who were exchanged. You raise it. He raises a very interesting question, which is what happens to all the others? Because you don't imagine they release them. I think the quantities were a lot less, and in the conflict between 2014 and February 24th, and
a lot of the work we did, or I was doing, was on trying to, and which this organization was doing. Sorry, I was just witnessing it and helping them in a very minor way. It was to do with trying to find the remains of missing soldiers. That was the main, as far as I can see, that was the main issue, and trying to correctly identify the remains. And the Russians in occupied Ukraine politicized the entire process, which made it very difficult to deal with them, because our organization, for instance, couldn't deal and still can't deal with occupiers in Ukraine. And then the Russian state had their troll, we're just facilitators. And then it was all a bit of a mess in September 2014 and February 2015. Ukraine was a bit of a mess, as everyone knows. And so the families in Ukraine were never sure that the correct people had been buried, and that the chain of custody with DNA was correct. And so we spent a lot of time trying to sort that out. What I can say is that the political engagement at a high level was huge by the Ukrainian government and by the president's office. So you had a really, really good advocacy organization helping families of missing soldiers, and they were relentless in their pursuit of justice and trying to get shake the Ukrainian state to help them. And I remember, say, when President Zelensky got elected, within a few months they were meeting in the president's office, and they just were able, in a way that you wouldn't imagine. I watched quite closely the mothers of missing soldiers who were like legendary in the Afghanistan war, and who played some role in the end of the Soviet Union and the exposure of their inhumanity and not admitting that war. And Svetlana Alexievich wrote Zinky Boys, which popularized the whole idea that the families of missing soldiers in Afghanistan were really were a political force to be reckoned with. But as we all know, about 6 months before the escalation on the 24th of February, the Russian Federation passed a law that made it illegal for families to talk about their missing brethren. And I presume now we see this was kind of the tester for the bringing disrepute on the Russian military. And early on, Medusa did a good article, which I trolled. I posted quite a few times, in which she the head of the mothers of missing soldiers in the Russian Federation, who's a woman of amazing integrity as far as I could see, but she just describes how the mothers now they've lost all hope, and she describes how we give them suggestions. This is how you lobby your local governor, and these are all the things you have to do to create the noise to find out what happened. And then she describes, but they just say, what's the point? What's the point? And so this is kind of a material change between how it was in the Afghanistan war in the Russian Federation and now. But obviously there are reports, especially in Buryatia and various places of mothers rising up. In Ukraine, the scale of the problem was a lot smaller, but now, these 2 million, 3 million, the OSCE Moscow Mechanism report seemed to confirm 2 to 3 million. It's exactly what Stalin did, and it's this same model that's been going on for centuries of mixing people around, because they still see Ukrainians as an ethnicity in their madness, and mix them around, and they'll try and use the children to reinfect Ukraine, but they're so chaotic that they probably won't succeed. So, for instance, the Russians forcibly disappeared the son of the governor of Zaporozhye, and I posted on it quite a lot to try and keep on, reminding people, because I know the the governor of Zaporozhye, very good man, very good person, and his son, who just looks like a nerd, basically, like, you know, just 16-year-old computer nerd, just a really sweet kid, and he was forcibly disappeared. And then he recently, I don't know whether other people saw this, but he recently did an interview with Ukrainsky Pravda, with his father. And I had always assumed the Russians would have, you know, brought him to Moscow and tried to reprogram him. But instead, this 16-year-old kid was next to a cell where they were torturing this doctor the whole time, priest the whole time. And it's just horrific. So, you know, total missed opportunity. They could have created an agent. They could have loved him up, shown him, you know, Russian world. But instead they just stuck him, you know, in a cell next. And the priest would come into the 16-year-old kid every now and again and talk to him about what they've just done to him. But so I don't have much hopes that they'll properly exploit this opportunity they have to create 2 million pro-Russian Ukrainians. But it's a total mess, and I hope at a very high level they're thinking about this, how we're going to get them back, what's going to happen when they get back, and as he was saying, yeah, the places are gone, the villages are totally disappeared. That's just what I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of 15 things, as I'm sure all of you are. I just got provoked, I got trolled into talking about Mothers Missing Soldiers, which I'm always happy to talk about in the future as well.
Yeah, thanks, Decoding. It really is fascinating. What this response within Russia might be eventually. I'm scrolling back to the mother's response. I was among those who, in March kept thinking that the sort of 14,000, 15,000 KIA on the Russian side mark would be kind of the breaking point, right? Because that's how many Soviet soldiers died in Afghanistan in a decade. And then the number came and went, and then it was double, and now it's on the verge of being triple that. And yet still nothing. And especially when you adjust for demographics, you say, oh, actually, that's 3 times as many. Indeed, every number is 3 times as many as it would be, because there's only a third as many young men in Russia as there were young men in the Soviet Union in the 1980s. And it is really, really shocking and appalling. I know Spring has something else, and we'll get to Spring in about 10-15 minutes. Made sure of that on in DMs. Moses, if you have a point on this, go ahead, and then I need to ask Decoding about what the Ukrainian Defense Ministry has been up to. Moses?
Yeah, hi. No, I just wanted to say, like, in regard to what Decoding was talking. I mean, first of all, we gotta be really happy that they are a mess, right? Because this is definitely working towards Ukraine's advantage, and everyone who's like behind Ukraine, helping Ukraine as much as possible, so they could see a victory through this. The second, I really hope that they don't have that kind of like really scary programming of the kids and trying to make the next best generation of agents, because even if they did, I would really think positive and not want to go there in any way possible. Yes, many case scenarios they're going to play out, and this is a potential one, but I would definitely not want to cheerlead or strive for any of that kind of case scenario. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Moses. Yeah, it's a very shocking situation, isn't it? Ben, or shall we go to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry tweet?
Absolutely. DoD first.
So, if you check up in the nest, I put a link to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry tweet from earlier today. Maybe Decoding. Maybe you can outline what roughly it is for people who can't reach their phones and actually see the video, and then kind of deconstruct it a little bit. Explain what we're supposed to be looking for when we're watching that.
I'm not quite ready. I can't really do that quite yet, but I would love to do
okay.
it, and I appreciate the
We should go to that later then. No worries at all.
I'm just in the middle of something, and the prisoners thing is just something that's always on my mind. So I jumped in, but I will talk about that again if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. We can turn back to it later this afternoon or evening or indeed tomorrow. It's because it's not going anywhere. It's just very amusing. No worries, Decoding. I hear that you're probably on the road and maybe not the best place to be distracting from your attention. Ben?
Yep. Yeah, I wanted to know if we could speak a little bit about bridges.
Bridges? What kind of bridges?
Bridges that go boom. This sort of bridges, not bridges between people.
Bridges that go boom. That doesn't seem like a typical function of a bridge.
It's very recent, but it does happen. It does happen. It's fairly entertaining, gripping even into certain.
Kids today and their fads.
How old are you, Domin? 28.
Yeah, close enough. It's still fascinating what all people will think up, what kind of fashions, what kind of trends there will be. Back in the day, bridges used to be for crossing rivers. Now bridges are for fireworks. What is this?
Yeah, no, I meant the one in Crimea. Not in Crimea. The one linking Crimea with the mainland. And
you mean the bridge at Chongar on the far eastern edge of the connection between Crimea and Kherson Oblast?
The very same. I was wondering if you had any news about it, because I heard it was targeted, but then my Twitter went a bit dark on this, so I have no information.
No, I don't either. I'm really curious to see some satellite pictures from the area, but none have been released anywhere as yet. Unlike elsewhere, Russians didn't give a complete, damage report on the bridge at Chongar, as they've been doing elsewhere in Kherson Oblast, very, very diligently, showing to all of us exactly where the holes are, what the damage is, what tension cables have been broken, etc. But somehow here they don't, and that's it's very confusing. Hopefully they get around to it, because I'd really like to see exactly what's been destroyed there. So there aren't that many connections between Crimea and Ukraine proper, or Ukraine north of Crimea. That is to say, between occupied Crimea and occupied Kherson Oblast. There's really one set of connections in the northwest of Crimea, northwest of a connection really, at Armyansk, and the other is this bridge at Chongar. Those are really the only big connections between the peninsula and the mainland. I think it's very notable that those strikes did occur yesterday, but it's yet unclear what exactly and what degree exactly of damage there is. And I'd be very curious to see exactly what happened there, just as you are, Ben.
Yeah, I find it distressing when the Russians don't say anything, because we're used to them lying and discussing their lyings, but them being silent is new, and yeah, worrisome. Or maybe it's because the bridge was hit so thoroughly that there's not even an image to film. Hopefully.
Hope so. It's also very notable, of course, that that's well over 100 kilometers beyond the front lines, right? Maybe over 150 kilometers from the front lines. So it's yet more cases of Ukraine targeting areas that are beyond what would be normally considered Gimler range. That is that sort of 80 to 90 kilometers from the front lines at the very most. So that's very important indeed. That is crucially important here. I do wonder exactly how it's going to look like, but I've really seen very little about it indeed. there's also some an ammo depot in the area that was struck as well, I believe. A number of different places. The bridge at Nova Kakhovka, however, that bridge that connects the dam to the left bank of the Dnipro, that seems to be barely passable at this point, kind of as a one lane instead of two lanes at this point. That was struck additionally, and it's clearly passable by passenger cars and buses perhaps, but certainly not. But certainly not by any heavy tanks or any heavy trucks and the like, with the degree of destruction that's visible over that. And that's very significant again, right? Less stuff being able to make it over onto the right bank of the Dnipro, where Russians seem to have been accumulating troops, but more troops mean the need for more supplies. In other news, the Ukrainian army are confusing the Russians, apparently, by having two soldiers from Zakarpattia who speak Hungarian, speaking Hungarian on an open channel, a language that is not at all similar to Ukrainian or Russian, and would undoubtedly make the Russian troops think that they are facing what the Russians are being told are foreign mercenaries, as opposed to just more Ukrainians who speak various languages, because Ukraine is a country of many different linguistic and cultural identities, right? With people in Ukraine speaking, among other Ukrainian, but also Russian, Romanian, Yiddish, Hungarian, some number of Polish and Slovak speakers, as well as some others. And not all of those sound at all likely to say Russian soldiers for them to think that they would be like. They would be what they think Ukrainians should be like. Anyway, so it's quite amusing, really.
Maybe they're trolling Viktor Orban and making him think that the army, the Hungarian army, just moved in and is now helping the Ukrainians. That'd be nice.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Kind of force him to change his stance. That'd be great. Right, Spring. If you're ready, let's talk pipelines.
Let's go CJ first. Probably has any.
CJ.
No, I don't want to derail the conversation. I had a comment about something else regarding accidental fires in Russia and just looking for some more information.
Oh, go straight for it.
Well, apparently it's just been brought to my attention, because it's impossible to watch all the dumb Russian telegrams all day, but, they have varying levels of closeness with the Kremlin, of course, with some being, actual mouthpieces and some being secondhand knowledge. But the update that I just saw from one of these propagandists who typically spouts FSB direct party line type crap is that the aircraft that were destroyed in the strike actually were ones that were meant to be destroyed, as in they were coming to the end of their life in service, and therefore it was time that they had to go, and so that it was all maybe not intentional per se, but a good thing that it happened, because they were going to be scrapped anyways. Have you heard this as well, Doman?
Yeah, any excuse is good, isn't it?
Well, it is, and I think if you look at the Su-24s, for example, they first debuted in 1967, and they were, since there isn't many aircraft carriers in Russia, meaning there's one and it's always broken or on fire, these aren't aircraft that you could even take off from an aircraft carrier necessarily. So this was it. This was their entirety of their naval air wing, and it no longer exists. So it seems interesting that Russia would say that, they meant to destroy their entire naval air wing. That's sort of a crazy accusation to put against themselves, but I just wasn't sure if we heard any more results from the strike in terms of the Russian party line or whatnot.
If you look at how the Russian story here developed, right? It went from it was all a controlled detonation of some old ordnance, to it was just an accident, to we didn't care about those planes anyway.
Yep, but what's interesting is some of the even newer satellite imagery that people have brought up, not just from yesterday's attack or 2 days ago's attack, or the attacks from pictures from a while ago, say May, is that there were bombers seen at this place as well, right? These sort of medium to long range bombers that have been dropping these devastating cruise missiles against Ukrainian civilians. So what that tells me is, even though not many bombers were necessarily taken out in the strike, if there was any ammunition that was detonated, there's a high likelihood that it was ammunition for these bombers, which have been wreaking havoc on Ukrainian civilians. So again, that's important to note that this attack, whatever carried it out, helped save Ukrainian lives.
That's really interesting, because I've heard that, actually, to my recollection, the only standoff weapons that were launched from airplanes that I've heard of were all launched from airplanes taking off from either Saratov, which is up in the north of Caucasus in the middle Volga, I guess. And they were often launched from over the Caspian Sea or sometimes over Belarus. Maybe some strategic bombers based in Belarus as well, but I really don't recall any of the missiles being launched from bombers taking off from Crimea in the first place.
And I think you're mostly right, Doman. Again, this is, what you just said is what I've mostly heard and seen as well with flight radar and whatnot. But what basically the attack on this airbase has brought in a renewed interest, of course, to the historical satellite imagery of this place. And when people went back, they saw that there were at least bombers taking off from here at some point in time throughout the course of the war. And so, the question is, well, what are they doing there? Well, maybe they're not necessarily refueling, but maybe there's ammunition stored there. So I completely agree. It's just interesting that now, people were probably looking at this base for a while, but of course now you have all the eyes of the internet on it. And so probably more information will come out just from people sifting through the evidence.
Oh, certainly. CJ, have you heard anything about what happened to that area around Chongar, be it an ammo depot or possibly the bridge between Crimea and Kherson Oblast?
So, it's interesting because we saw footage from the ground of these, quote unquote, occupation authorities and Russians basically checking out the area and the damage. And the damage at first was listed as an ammunition depot, but when they took pictures there, it was a lot of vehicle damage. And then if you look at the satellite imagery of the area after the strike, it's pretty sparse, which is interesting, meaning it's not, a giant explosion from maybe an attack comes, but it could be a very likelihood that at 150 kilometer range that there maybe was some air defense or lighter vehicles there. And that's why you're not seeing these huge burning fields on satellite imagery, because we know for a fact there's videos of
I fear we must have lost CJ. And that didn't sound like a usual situation. No, it did sound like the usual situation, actually. Let's get CJ back up.
That was strange. Yeah, the last thing I was going to say was Melitopol Airfield and Donetsk, which have each taken at least 4 strikes as well. So just want to make sure that, even though we love talking about this air base, or maybe I just do, that there's still HIMARS time all across the country as long as Russians are in occupied Ukraine.
Oh, couldn't agree more. Especially with the strikes on Melitopol, right? That's the major city in occupied Zaporizhia other than Berdyansk. It's in the middle of occupied Zaporizhia Oblast, and it would very much be, we know that it is a substantial base for the Russians itself, and surrounded by similar capacity as well. Thanks, CJ. I don't think we know much about what happened in Belarus last night in that airbase close to Homel yet. So I don't think there's any updates from there. There's also been an air defense base, I think, near Moscow that's on fire. My supposition is that they have set that on fire just so that they can prove that the one in Crimea was also an accident.
That would be very possible. I think it would take a lot of evidence to prove that Ukraine had used one of these missiles against Belarus and Russia because of how politically fraught it might be. So I think we'll need more than a few booms to say definitively one way or another, and I don't think we're near that yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the one next to Moscow, that's either partisan action of some sorts, or most certainly an accident. Actually, in other news, 2 Caliber missiles at least were launched from the Black Sea in the last hour or so, and it seems like 2 of them have hit Lviv, or at least the area around Lviv, and this might be the first batch of what we were kind of forecasting as a retaliation of Russians for their smoking accidents in Crimea, especially.
Doman, did you see the video in broad daylight of them shooting? I thought that was very strange that they would be shooting these missiles so close to the Crimean coast where people could take cell phone video. That's definitely interesting. And that also shows you that if people can detect these missiles being launched via phone, hopefully they were either intercepted or at least, they knew they weren't going to hit anything substantial and let pass by. Are there any reports that they actually hit something, or?
Yeah, apparently the 2 have hit Lviv. They're not saying, I don't think, yet what exactly they've hit in Lviv, but something. Unclear as to what they... You know how Ukraine doesn't like to confirm it too quickly exactly on what it was because of obvious reasons and fear of a second strike coming in. Yeah, CJ, there were only 2 in the video, right? Only 2 launches.
Yeah, which is very odd.
Isn't that very atypical?
Yes, because they can shoot, normally they can shoot a lot more. I am not a naval expert, but I thought it was at least 4 for the smaller cruisers and maybe up to 6 for the missile frigates. So the fact they're only launching 2 at a time either says they don't really have much information on targets to hit, or maybe more likely is that they are really running low on these Caliber rounds. I know we keep saying that, and I don't want to give people false hope that they're suddenly one day going to stop bombing Ukraine because they have a lot of older missiles they can, of course, turn to, anti-naval missiles that they can retrofit with GPS or GLONASS more specifically. But at the same time, it is a big difference when they're, shooting 12 or 20 a day versus shooting 2. I mean, the difference is felt not only in the amount that they can intercept successfully by Ukraine, but in the amount of damage they can do.
Absolutely. But on the other hand, right, it might be an indication that they are indeed running possibly a little bit short on the Calibers, at the very least the sea launch variant of them.
It also, because of where these missiles were fired from, I mean, there's basically only a small corridor in southwest Crimea where they can safely shoot missiles from and still be in range. I mean, this is the other thing to consider is that while some people have said this strike in Saki could be Neptune or Harpoon, which I personally disagree with, it doesn't mean that Russia doesn't know that there is quite a lot of those missiles pointed at the sea right now, especially since Snake Island is no longer in their hands. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they don't want a large radar signature and they want to come in, shoot a few missiles and get out because they're scared of something, presumably the Ukrainian coastal defense.
Вони урагани на нас кинули. Орки нам дали добре. Орки нам дали хату, вони нас бомбили. Там це наша вулиця не пострадала, це ось наша вулиця, друга, а потім третя. Там і дома попалили, їх били з танками.
I'm quite surprised actually that if only 2 were launched, that actually both of them made it to their target. Recently, Ukraine has had very good interception rates, and the supposition was that Russia needs to launch many so that the few come through by overwhelming air defenses, but getting 2 out of 2 through, that seems a bit almost startling in that respect.
Well, perhaps, but they also may know where they've been headed to in terms of the trajectory and whatnot, so there's a chance that they let them pass, knowing they wouldn't hit anything substantial, so they don't waste the money on the interceptors, which could be quite expensive, in some cases more expensive than the missiles that were launched themselves.
Надіємося, що не прилетить. Що так, знаєте? Ага, нам чи от нас? Нас чи нам?
Вже навчились розуміти.
Де приход, де...
That's somewhat disheartening, nevertheless, I would say. And also, CJ, have you had the chance to see what's going on, what happened in Piske with a Russian assault of thermobaric weapons against what remains of that city or town, rather?
Yeah, and let me know if you lose me here. I thought it was very interesting, this Pisky assault, because basically they've had trouble on the Russian side coordinating artillery strikes, because mainly in that area is Wagner, VDV, and they don't have a lot of organic artillery systems. So they basically have to rotate a system through, like the TOS, from a regular Russian army unit, fire as much as possible, and then get out of there before they're hit by counterfire. So while the results may seem somewhat devastating, the reality is that system can only be fired from 10 kilometers, so that system is not going to be hanging around for very long. So there probably wasn't much of a threat by the Ukrainians. So I would say, generally speaking, it's not necessarily a sign of much progress because, yes, everything's on fire, but that doesn't mean it's suitable yet for Russian troops to come through. So again, Pisky and Advivka, it's crazy to me that after 8 years, Russia can only move 3 kilometers from the center of Donetsk city. It really just shows, how difficult that terrain is and how strong the Ukrainian defense is.
And indeed, that line of fortifications that are just north of the city of Donetsk, right? That has been seemingly completely impenetrable for the Russians. They might have made a few hundred meters of progress total over the course of 169 days of the invasion.
Yep, and that all goes down to the coordination with the fire support, right? So it's not a matter of Russia having a lot of artillery pieces or having a lot of infantry. It's putting both things into the field at once. And the problem is the infantry that's facing the Ukrainians is a mixture of these sort of forced conscripts, Wagner and VDV. And it's more than they just don't have their own organic artillery systems that can support. It's more a matter of just the risk that Russia wants to take with these people, which apparently is not very high, considering on some of these assaults they've only fired maybe 100 rounds in support and sent them over the hill just to go die en masse. So, you're 70 days and Russia can't get this coordination thing figured out despite having an overwhelming firepower advantage. And it's not getting better over time. It's really, in fact, getting much, much worse, especially with Britain announcing, the 3 M270s that are going to be transferred and more Gimler's ammunition just recently as well. I mean, we think the United States may have given up to 2,000 of these rounds, and Britain certainly has a lot to give as well. So the situation, despite this artillery strike, is still getting worse for the Russians every day.
CJ, I'm sorry to ask you a question, which may be a bit silly, and you may have answered it 100 times already. But last week, the Ukrainian Minister of Defense hinted that ideally he would like 100 HIMARS. What would he do with 100 HIMARS? I don't like how 100 HIMARS would change compared to, just a lot more gimlets, considering how fast it can fire.
Yeah, I know they sort of have this goal, right, of, as far as I understand it, of 100, MLRS systems, 300 long-range artillery pieces, 500 other artillery pieces, and 1,000 tanks. And, when you break it down, the United States has given 16 HIMARS. In total, between other countries, they've given 9 M270s, which are basically 2 HIMARS each. So they're really sitting around about 33% of their goal, with the United States saying, at least congressional representatives saying that the United States probably, eventually will give up to 30 systems, but no more. To me, the more important thing, of course, is the ammunition. Because, having more systems is great, but if you don't have really the ammunition to funnel through these systems, it doesn't really matter how many systems you have. But I think another way to get to this 100 number, of course, is these other organic Ukrainian systems, the Smerch, one that they've transformed, the Vilka, and of course, we've been talking about the Grim too. So there's a lot of ways to get to 100, and I think that's their ultimate goal. I don't think, the United States giving 100 is going to happen, but that's okay, because if they give enough ammunition, it won't necessarily matter. So, I mean, yeah, if I were Ukraine, I'd want to set the request very high, and even if I was only going to get 30 to 50%.
Да, пока у нас есть проблемы с этим тетрапаком, так? Но мы говорим об этом. Покупайте, пожалуйста, тот же продукт, только вот...
Okay. So, but... Yeah, so, but even with 50, what can 50 do that 25 can't?
No, you're sort of getting at the main point, which is not necessarily much more, because these things can cover so much ground, even just with the Gimlers, maybe up to 100 kilometers. And then, of course, with ATACMS, they can cover 300 kilometers. you're talking about very mobile systems that can move, a couple hundred kilometers a day. So the reality is the number of systems is really only important if you think the war is going to go on for several years, or you think Russia's able to take them out. And what we've seen so far is the inability for, after almost 2 months now, of Russia to take out any of these things. And the ammunition given so far has been, I would say, sufficient. But, you'd only really want 100 if you're in a situation where you think this thing is going to go on for, 2 or 3 years, because they eventually will break. These things are being fired more than they ever have. So they aren't, perfect, but that just goes with any military equipment. So I think, if they want 100 and they have maybe 30 to 50 running at a time, that would be good. We saw with the German howitzers, they're having a few issues with maintenance right now. I think there was a misconception or a mistranslation where they said 10 had been put out of action, which was not true. We followed up with, the actual German transcript of what was said. 10 are being maintained right now, so they're just being worked on, which is pretty standard. Normally, these howitzers and missile systems go in for what we call quarterly services. So pretty much every 3 months, they're taken off the line and training for about 2 to 3 weeks just for normal maintenance. And that's if they're not firing the insane amounts of ammunition that these guys are firing. So this is why, Ukraine needs a lot of systems, because if they want to keep them running for a long time,
CJ, we cannot hear you anymore. CJ 1, 2, 3. Okay.
They'll be doing this in a lot of care because they're somewhat delicate, and that's before you put 10,000.
Okay, this is exceedingly strange. Soja, before CJ comes back, do you have a question for us? Good day, first.
Good day, Ben. Good day, Domin. Good day, all. Mic check, firstly.
You're good. Carry on.
Thank you. I just came up to. There's a little update on that Denmark are donating a new package at 820 million.
Just over 100 million euros, let's say.
I'm sorry?
Just over 100 million euros, let's say.
Yes, which is bringing the oh my gosh, I'm thinking in Danish, sorry.
Let's say the total's just over 400 million euros now, close to €500 million or $500 million.
What did you just say? 400 million euros?
All in all, yeah.
Okay. Yes, about 3 billion crowns. So, yeah, well, there was no need for me to come up then. You knew it all.
Well, there's also the other announcement that came yesterday that Denmark is sending 130 instructors to the UK, together with the 120 Swedes, the 20 Finns, roughly 300 Dutch, 230 Canadians, and over 1,000 Brits who will be training the Ukrainian troops in the UK. On top of that, there is going to be instruction of Ukrainian NCOs on Danish soil as well. So this is the first announcement that I think we're kind of waiting for countries to step up and not only contribute to the British effort with staff and funding, but also on top of that, starting training programs of their own on their own soil outside of the UK. And thank you, Sergio, for highlighting this, because I was trying to weave this into the conversation somehow, and just didn't get the chance all day long. I did note it very briefly a while ago, but haven't had the chance to do it for quite a while now. There's one more thing that should be noted. Yes, of course, today in Copenhagen there is a large donors conference with representatives of 26 countries headed by the Danish defense minister, the Ukrainian defense minister, as well as the British defense minister, all together leading a complement of some 26 countries in total. And we're expecting many more such announcements to come out during the course of today and tomorrow, especially as regards the training of Ukrainian soldiers on grounds of other countries, adding to the UK effort, as well as hopefully, possibly, in other allied countries as well. There you go. Where should we go next? Spring, shall we turn to pipelines?
Yes, because shortly I will have to leave. It seems that, and I have to thank Luis for my fellow's Portuguese friend that sent me the news. It's that it's about Germany and about the pipelines in Iberia, or the lack of pipelines in Iberia. So the main news is that the MidCat project, as they call it, for a gas pipeline from Iberia to France was stopped a few years ago because it was considered uneconomical because of the cheap gas coming from Russia. So with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the pipeline, according what they think, is that the pipeline could help Europe in being less dependent in the Russian gas. There are still 226 kilometers to build between France and Spain. The existing capacity, that is something that I never got all on it. It's 8 billion. And so what is the big news? Scholz now decided to support the building of the pipeline due to the capability of Iberia in receiving liquefied natural gas, LNG, but also quoting that he wants that we don't have much time because we want to be CO2 neutral by 2045, said the Chancellor. So he wants to build the pipeline, but at the same time he wants to be neutral emissions. So I don't know where exactly he stands.
No, it is all very confusing. So I think it's the proposed capacity that's about 7.5 to 8 billion cubic meters a year, right? The existing capacity is a lot smaller. The existing capacity is about 1 billion cubic meters a year, I think, on the Trans-Pyrenean pipeline.
Can I add you something? The Nord Stream 2 would have a capability of 55 billion. So you can compare the difference.
Yes, both Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 have more or less the same capacity at 55 billion megawatts. No, tetrawatts? Megawatts.
Billion cubic meters.
Oh, sorry, cubic meters. Whatever LNG is doing is just allowing to balance the shortage. It's not it's not a full sweep solution that will change everything. It's more of a 5% here, 5% there, and then we may make it. But what is interesting also in the long term is that between the LNG ports, access to Moroccan solar energy and a few other extra bits like this, Iberia and to another extent Italy may become some of the great energy places of Europe and may have a lot cheaper energy, a lot more energy at a much cheaper price than Northern Europe, which would sort of inverse the tendency that has been in place for centuries, really, in Europe, and potentially change the face of European history. But that's for another story, kids.
Yes, at the same time, also to add, Scholz also said that he's against the cut of visas for Russian citizens.
What's the appropriate French phrase, Ben, for that?
Plus ça change.
That, but also the other one.
Je ne suis pas très surpris. I don't know.
I was going to go with quelle surprise, but yeah.
Yeah, no. At some point, you need to ask whether, like, normally when you're trying to support someone but not say it openly, you hide it. You just support him on a few important steps. But in the case of Scholz, it's very strange. He seems to be supporting Russia every single step of the way. Whenever there's an issue, he falls on the side of Russia. Like, there's barely any counterexample.
Let's see what will give Scholz, because there are some news in the newspapers about his past. So let's see what comes from that.
We say visas, and who comes up? Nick.
Hi, it's
Nick.
Yeah, I may drop. Something's going wrong here. I may drop down. Yeah, I'll try and get. No, the app looks really weird. I'll come back.
Okay, yeah. Quit the app fully, and then because otherwise it doesn't really work. Spring?
Just shortly before I leave, I'm studying the Russian and the Soviet agriculture, actually, to discuss it with the coding. But right now I don't have time. But I'm not forgotten, because I think it's a very interesting subject to understand how Ukraine passed from being deficient in terms of grains to the high exporter in grains and sunflower. But I will have to go now.
Okay. Decoding, you are officially an agricultural expert. Don't say no. That's who you are.
I hate agriculture, but I had to study rural geography. It was my worst subject, but I actually end up almost with the best grade in my degree in geography because I hate it so much.
That doesn't sound logical, but I'm sure it makes sense for you.
Yes,
no,
Ben, it was to never have to heard about it.
You don't want to
again.
retake it. You don't want to do retakes. You want to do it the first time and then never touch it again. I get it. I get the logic. I might have done that with something before. Anyway, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right, where were we? Let's try to get Nick back on. Just summarize a little bit what's been going on with the visas. There's a number of European politicians. Actually, no, I'll wait for Nick to come back before I start talking about this, because otherwise I'll just need to repeat it once Nick is back. And I think I know exactly what he meant when he said the app is looking weird. That I've had that happen to me before. And it all looked very mixed up and pixelated, and it looked like you know back when phones had black and white displays, but then you'd press on it and then it would go rainbow. That's probably how it looked like, right, Nick? Nick?
Carry on.
When you said the screen looked all weird, was it kind of like back in the days of the highly pixelated black and white displays?
There were 3 copies of my icon, and yeah, no, it was clearly not going to be a convivial experience. So I actually went into the Android apps menu and did a forced stop, which is and on the way clear the cache. But forcing stop is actually a better, typically, because that just gets rid of all of the various other processes that Twitter may have running, because each app has 3 or 4 processes running to do notifications and stuff. And so on Android, you have this option of force stop, and that's nearly as good as restarting the phone. And the last resort is restarting the phone, but force stopping the app will usually fix most problems with one specific app.
Understood. Were I using an Android, this would have possibly been useful, but alas, I do not.
You're rich.
Luckily, I do not. I've had the same iPhone since 2016, I think. And in the meantime, I know people who have rotated through 7 Androids in the same period because updates keep failing and other stuff keeps failing. Honestly, it seems to be a money-saving exercise.
I spend 150 euros every 2.5 to 3 years on the lowest end Samsung you can get. Never had a problem.
Maybe that's the solution. Go with the lowest end Samsung you can get. Right. So
you said visas. Yeah.
I said visas, and we don't mean the credit cards. We mean the things that you need to enter another country. Although usually also you're advised to have some sort of a bank card with you as well, for other reasons. Now, over the recent days, a whole lot of European politicians came out and called on a unified EU/Schengen approach to not issuing any more visas to Russians. That included politicians from Estonia, including the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister, as well as the former two-time president, the only two-time president of Estonia, Hendrik Toomas Ilves. The same was said by the Finnish Prime Minister, Marin Sanna, in conversation with Kaja Kallas, as well as an opposition MP that we had on this channel on Monday, Pekka Toveri. Sorry, not Pekka Toveri. Pekka Toveri is the Finnish Major General who's visiting with us on this coming Monday. I meant to say Jukka Kopra. I apologize. We have a lot of Finns coming by, and we're very grateful that we do. But sometimes my brain confuses them. Anyway, so Jukka Kopra, the high-ranking opposition MP, said likewise, as did the Finnish Prime Minister. There seems to be broad agreement in Finland that this should be done at an EU level. Earlier today, the Parliament of Latvia has declared Russia a state sponsor of terrorism and called on an end of visas to be issued to all Russians and Belarusians. The same, all the Baltic states, as well as the Czech Republic, have already stopped issuing tourist visas to Russians. The Czechs probably did it first, I think, in March already, and some. Czech minister, at least one Czech minister, has called on the EU to do likewise today as well. The one country that doesn't seem to agree with that is Germany. I think it was the first country whose prime minister, in this case Chancellor Scholz, earlier today said that he he opposes an EU-wide entry ban for Russians, saying this is Putin's war. This is why I have a hard time with this idea, in which case I would suggest that the Ukrainian military finally kills off this Putin guy who alone seems to be fighting against Ukraine, and puts into doubt the quality of Ukrainian military if the entire Ukrainian army is tied up with just one guy fighting on the other side, which is clearly nonsense, because it's not just one guy, because it's the whole bloody country of Russia that is fighting against Ukraine. So, Nick, Ben, do you have a quip to insert first, and then we'll go to the serious visa discussion?
It wasn't so much of a quip as a question for you. What's the rationale to banning the visas? Like, I get the pleasure of annoying the Russians, and honestly, that would about divide by 2 the number of people in the park next door. So I'd be happy. But beside that, and I'm sure that I'm ranking really, really high in the mind of the Latvian Prime Minister, but that may not be the main reason. So what's the rationale behind banning the Russian from accessing visas?
Well, it's pretty straightforward. Oh, Nick, do you want to explain? Go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, I think that's a great supplementary, and that goes to the heart of the problem. In every war that has been fought, certainly in the last 50 to 60 years, involving a Western power, the very first thing that the President of the United States or whoever stands up and says, we are not, we have no problem with the Iraqi people, or whichever, the people of whichever country the United States is invading at that time. We have absolutely no problem with the people. They're our friends. They're terrific. They're wonderful. It's just the half dozen evil leaders that we're fighting to get rid of. And so that's one. And, we aren't even at war with Russia. Second is that the West, the entire liberal and in both I think the European and the Anglo senses of that word order does not like collective punishments, does not like the idea of imposing too many sanctions on people purely for demographics. Now, of course, in practice, we do this all the time. So, for example, 62 countries, I think it is, roughly 62 countries, get a visa waiver for Schengen. They can just turn up at the Schengen border with their passport, and if they look like they're going on holiday, they will get straight in. If it's a single person of working age who doesn't look like they have much luggage with them, they may get a harder time. And overwhelmingly, these 62 countries are white, westernized, reasonably well-off countries, and overwhelmingly the countries where we say, I'm sorry, you need a visa, are poorer countries with brown people. So
and you can just, fundamentally, it's just based on economics, right? If you just look at the GDP per capita and you rank the countries, you probably get pretty much the same.
It is, of course, not based on racism, and of course, some lists of economic criteria are drawn up. So, for example, Barbados gets a Schengen visa waiver and Jamaica does not, and that must have been a very long meeting. So we already do, to a certain extent, discriminate, because we discriminate between the visa and the visa waiver. And in practice, I suspect that we make it a lot harder for citizens, for white tourists from South Africa probably have less trouble getting a Schengen visa than black people, well, probably even from South Africa, but you have to go to the consulate, you have to apply for it, and with the best will in the world, there is going to be some demographic-based element to that. However, we try to keep that to a minimum. We give ourselves some plausible deniability about it by saying, well, the consular official makes the decision. And so we don't currently have policies in place that go 62 countries get a visa waiver, 128 countries need a visa, 108 countries or whatever need a visa, and 2 don't even think about applying for the visa. We don't have anything like that. So it would be a big step. It would be a big step. And it will make a lot of people, and not just Chancellor Scholz, feel a little uncomfortable on the basis, first of all, of just principle. Then there is the more practical situation where we have, okay, what do we do about the dissidents? Now, I guess the genuine dissidents can just drive up to the Finnish border, and when the official says, passport please, he says, I claim political asylum. But there's all kinds of degrees of that. And so if we're going to do this, then we must be prepared for our media, Russian media certainly, but also our media, doing their job in the world of a free press and a liberal society, bringing to your attention the case of Sergei, who left Russia in the mid-90s because he was ethnically German, moved to Germany, and now he wants his mother to come over on a visit. His mother is 75, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And his mother can't get a visa for the visit. And it will be the victims of this policy. Now, again, we can decide, sitting where we are, that I'm terribly sorry, Sergei's mum. We feel for you, but there's a war on, and even if you claim not to support it, and even if you genuinely don't support it, well, them's the breaks. But we would have to face up to that. So there would be a political cost to doing it. And so there's the political cost, there's the media coverage, there is the principles that you would be, the lines that you would be crossing of your principles that people feel, I think rightly, feel generally uncertain about crossing the lines of their principles, because they, even the good guys go, well, what's to stop us doing this for, a slightly less? Why, for example, are we allowing Saudi Arabian tourists in, given what Saudi is doing in Yemen? And you can go down that line really quite easily. And then the third issue is what Ben said, what is the actual benefit? So there is the feeling good about it. There is the distinct negative benefit that the average Russian who goes to a hotel in Spain for a couple of weeks of vacation tends to go to a fairly high-end hotel and spend quite a lot of money, although perhaps since the tourist season is most of the way through and the Russians who are going to come are probably already here, maybe that doesn't have to cost us too much this year, but there is. So there's the economic cost. I don't expect Spain and Italy to be jumping up and down about this. That we can say is minor. But the benefits, it's not clear. Now, we've heard the specific cases of the Russians going into Finland and going and buying drones and smuggling them back, but that is manageable, at the frontier and arguably represents a source of revenue for Finland if you confiscate enough of them. Do the Russian tourists really represent an actual security threat, as opposed to, obviously, they offend us? In the video of the guy we saw in Milan yesterday stealing or kicking over the money collection tin, and Russian tourists being a dick in the street. But again, if those were people we approved of from an ethnic group, or we'd say, yeah, but there's always bad apples. So we can't really prove very much for that. So yeah, is there a benefit? On balance, I am actually in favor. I am now actually in favor of banning Russian tourists because of the message that it would send. But I understand why people are reluctant, and I think you can make a perfectly good case for not doing it. Now, again, as I always say when we're on, this is about tourist visas. This is about visas to visit the Schengen area for 90 days. There are two other issues. The one is the Russians who have residency in the EU and can go back and forth. And if you think that the problem with Sergei's mum is complicated, then there are children involved here, and there are children in education, etc., etc. So the next step, they would probably feel that they were under threat and likely to get deported, and many of those people are quite possibly, on average, even less pro-Putin than the tourists. And then the hybrid of those two situations, and this is a real headache, is the freedom of movement within the Schengen area that residents get. So if you hold a residency permit for the Schengen area from, let's say, Spain, you are legally entitled to travel around the Schengen area for 90 days out of 180 and then 90 days out of the next 180. So you could actually spend 5.5 months of the year in France or Germany. And there are no border controls. And I don't think we want to get to the situation where we're starting to introduce border controls at every intra-Schengen frontier just in case a Russian from Spain is popping up to France, even though they might be doing something nefarious. So we can't, in practice, do anything about that. That would just be, the facilities just aren't there at the ports and the airports. So there are multiple aspects to it. And while I am in favour, I sympathise with Ben's question, because I don't think anyone has actually done any sort of risk-cost-benefit analysis of this. I think we're doing it for visceral reasons, and that can be okay. I don't, as I say, I used to be more sceptical about the value of doing this. I'm starting to come to the conclusion, along with the rest of the crowd, I guess, that this sends a strong message and that the message is worth it. But we would have to be prepared for all of the points that I mentioned to be raised, and Russia would use them for propaganda purposes, and that wouldn't be, and meanwhile they can still go on holiday they can go on holiday to Turkey. Many Russians live in Cyprus. Cyprus is not in Schengen. It has a separate visa policy, so this would have to literally be EU-wide and not Schengen-wide. I'm not sure whether Cyprus is ready to tell Russian tourists to go away. They are very, very important to them.
Yeah, if you look at the cash machines on Cyprus, right, they have Greek and Russian on them, and then maybe English third. But Russian is almost always plastered all over them. I agree. I agree, Nick, that it's not easy, but I'll just put it this way: the reason why, and that's something that you didn't touch upon, because this is really Ben's question. Why would you do this? Among other sanctions that are levied at Russia, yes, they are levied so that it's harder for the government to pursue the war through material means. Yes, they are levied against Russia to make it harder for the government to continue pursuing the war, maybe financially, maybe, But it's also there to make it harder for the government to legitimize in front of the people of Russia that they keep pursuing this war. And by limiting holidaying opportunities for, let's say there's a lot of personal sanctions against the oligarchs and the high-ranking Kremlin apparatchiks, right? That's whom the personal sanctions have been levied against thus far. If now you also make it harder for the only other people in Russia that have some sort of political capital, those are the middle class, the upper middle class, right? The people who in Russia who actually would go on holiday, because most Russians would not, because they simply do not have the money to go to either Finland or especially not Paris or wherever else anyway. So what you're doing is you're basically making, you're taking away, let's say, a status symbol. You're taking away a status symbol of the Russian upper middle class. The holiday in Paris, going to Mallorca, whatever else. And maybe that just adds a little grain on the side of the scale that says, maybe we shouldn't be that happy about this war that our government is pursuing in Ukraine. Maybe, now that clearly the world is against us, maybe we are the baddies, right? Maybe you get to that David Mitchell moment, of looking up and down and thinking, no, maybe this isn't such a good idea. It on top of the cheese and on top of the drones and on top of the new iPhones and whatever else, now we can't go to Paris either. And there's also, of course, the series of incidents that has occurred across Europe of Russians either visiting or resident insulting Ukrainians or tearing Ukrainian flags off of places and the like. There's no place for that, right?
That's just that last bit. I'm not sure. I don't worry about too much because there's always going to be instances like that. And frankly, the guy who who stole the tin in Milan looked to me more Italian than Russian anyway. But he might well have been some kind of alt-right thug or just a yob. But I absolutely agree. And I was just as you started to say that, I thought, yeah, the Russian sort of higher middle classes are, I think, worth, because as we've noticed on this space, for example, they aren't losing many of their nieces and of their nephews on the front line either. So this is a way of bringing the war to Moscow and St. Petersburg. As I say, I've tilted in favor of doing it, but my reasons why or the things that I think would end up being seen as negative, which I enumerated and which I've enumerated more than once on this space, remain. But I now think that the West and Europe is prepared to put up with that, and public opinion is prepared to put up with that, and that the politicians who oppose it will now start to look a little bit wrong-footed. And I think that's no surprise to anyone that it's Olaf Scholz, wringing his hands about this. And yeah, again, it is an illiberal thing to do. It is an illiberal thing to do, and we don't like, and in the European Union, they don't like doing illiberal things. And I don't feel particularly good about that aspect of it either. But, you know, there's a war on. So
exactly. And I want to highlight the two prime ministers that kind of really stood up for this thus far were the Prime Minister of Finland, Marinsana, center-left, right? Very understated usually. And Kaja Kallas of Estonia, another, you know, another very centrist prime minister, very liberal. This isn't a policy that's being proposed by some by anyone who could be dismissed by anyone as an illiberal, you know, nationalist, anything of the sorts, right? No extremism has ever been detected in the voice of either Kaja Kallas or Marinsana, and I think that gives it a little bit more weight as well.
Another point, interestingly, is so when you apply for a Schengen visa, you are meant to enter Schengen either at the either the country where you're going to spend most of your trip, or, you know, somewhere where you're in transit, maybe Frankfurt, and you're meant to apply to the consulate of that country. Now, you can apply to the Spanish consulate and then turn up at the Finnish border. Having a visa does not guarantee entry. And so Finland could unilaterally, if not refuse, start asking a lot of questions about somebody who arrived at the border with a Spanish visa. But they shouldn't have to. And so it shouldn't be about Finland having to refuse these people because they have slightly unusual visas. It should be about having them not issued in the first place, because at the moment there aren't very many ways in which Russians can physically enter the European Union. I suppose they can fly to Turkey and turn up at the Greek border, but there really aren't, you know, they can't land on a plane. You can't have 150 of them standing in your immigration queue and, you know, looking at their watches. So there is that option that the individual states could say, well, you know, we're going to be extremely tough on people who turn up. But that is also a rather illiberal derogation from the standard visa process. And so I thought I'd mention this because I don't support doing that. But people might say, okay, well, why can't Finland just not let these people in if they got their visa from the, you know, the Hungarian or Spanish or whichever consulate is giving them out like candy? And they could, but you can't do that in bulk.
And let's just highlight the specific case. What's been going on a lot is tourist agencies in St. Petersburg selling holiday packages that include ground transport to Helsinki airport and a flight out of Helsinki. And in that condition, you know, you have a lot of people with, say, for example, a Spanish visa because they're going to a Spanish issued Schengen visa because they're flying to Spain, where they're going to spend their holiday, but they're entering Finland, for example. So there's a component of.
As I mentioned to you in the DMs yesterday, one of the ironies of the flight ban is that it means that actually there are far more Russians turning up legitimately at the Finnish border, you know, who are genuinely going on holiday with going, here is my Schengen visa from Spain. I would like to go to Helsinki, please. And they're actually legit because they got a legitimate excuse now. If there was no flight ban, then people could say, no, bugger off, get a plane from Moscow to Spain. Yeah.
And at this point, Nick, you and I have been hogging the conversation a bit, and we're going to circle back to the two of us and go to Ben, then John, and F, and Rika first. Ben.
Yeah, Domin, I thought the way you exposed it was very interesting. And I think that when we see how hard the Putin regime is trying to preserve the image of normalcy, anything that disturbs this image for the middle class, for the Russian middle class, is political gold. That being said, I think it's also it's not one of those cases where there's a good and a bad option. I think you could argue both ways. For instance, saying that, well, we want Russians to keep coming to Europe to spend the money so as to weaken their economy. We want to give them an exit door whenever they feel that the situation is a bit too warm for them. They can, can I say, Crimean bridge the way out of Russia. So there, I think it can go both ways, but I think it's fine to go with this one, but it should be included in a bigger, can I put it, strategy. If the point is to break normalcy, if the point is we need to say it openly, and we need to say that what we're trying to do is to weaken the Putin regime, weaken the administration, and by weakening the resolve of the population to support its government. I'm not super comfortable with this, but if that's the way we're going, then it's fine. But then we need to put other actions in this direction in order to make it happen. Otherwise, it's just a little thing that won't have much of an impact, I don't believe.
And I agree, but they just highlight that this is exactly what the Russian regime is saying, that they're intentionally doing with the Nord Stream 1 fluctuations in supply, right? They've even come out and said this is to, make the Germans waver. So it's a reasonable tit for tat, I guess. Den, from Ben to Den.
Thank you, Roman. Yeah, I strongly agree that this should be done. Of course, there's pros and cons, but I believe that we have to do everything we have available. The alternative is that this continues, and we will eventually have to put troops on the ground. So I think anything that we can do apart from putting troops, we should do, definitely. And it will have an impact on the average Russian traveler. Even if it's just slight, pointing them in the direction of not supporting this war, then it's worth it, I think. And then to say that this would hurt the tourist industry. They will really want to use that as an argument. That's like saying we should keep the gas flowing because otherwise it hurts us. I think we. Yeah, but
don't forget that on day 2 of the invasion, when the first sanctions were announced, Italy got an exception for Gucci handbags and Belgium got an exception for diamonds. So don't underestimate the. So yes, of course we should do it, but expect the tourist people to kick and scream a little bit. And in fact, I would like to see them do that because I would like to see them expose the degree to which certain high-end areas and it tends to be fairly specific, localized areas, but certain high-end resorts are very dependent on Russians, and I think actually local residents might like to know that. So but they will. My point is not that we should listen to them. My point is that they will object, and this will get. And somebody will say, "Oh, I lost. Here is, Alberto, the waiter, and I lost my job because they wouldn't let out." And the Russians are always very nice, and they give big tips, and isn't it terrible? And some of the useful idiots will spin that.
Yeah, no, I get it, Nick. I get it. And then the last thing is that this is basically an existential crisis, right? More or less for Ukraine it is definitely, and maybe for the European freedom and liberty as well. And we have done things in the past. Just a few years ago, 1 or 2 years ago, we had a pandemic here, and extraordinary things were done to deal with an extraordinary situation. I think this is nothing. We should do it. Simple as that. We should really do this.
I think the pandemic actually does make a good example in that we managed not to. Well, we didn't. We had a big economic hit, but I think the benefit of the pandemic is it showed us that actually the world doesn't come to an end. If with this, you can actually do this kind of thing on this scale. For what it's worth, I don't think that this will be a particularly major thing. I think it has the potential to affect morale in the Russian middle classes, upper middle classes. I think it's a useful brick in the wall. I don't think it's anything on the scale of HIMARS, but I think we should be doing it, and I think we should be proposing it, if only to flush out the people who are against and why they're against. And I say this as someone who was on the fence until quite recently, so I'm not necessarily going to condemn the people who come up with some of the counter arguments. But let's see. Let's see if we hear from other than the usual suspects on this. Doman, did you know that? Do you know if there's any kind of actual proposal? Did I see there was going to be an EU meeting about this tomorrow?
Oh, I didn't actually see that. What I did see.
Okay,
is
I may be
Estonia-
imagining that before we get excited, I may have imagined.
That's possible, but Estonia has ended the capacity of those Russians that have a Schengen visa granted by Estonia to enter Estonia, and the Estonian defense minister, I think, called on his counterparts in other countries to follow similar steps. So they've done exactly what you said. Unilaterally, a country can already decide to do it. They already decided and done it. Rikka, has Finland done the same yet? I don't think so, right?
Hello, and nice to hear again from you all. I wasn't actually listening for the last sentence, so could you repeat it, please?
I'm saying Estonia has said that it's no longer going to allow people to enter Estonia from Russia, even those with Estonian granted Schengen visas. Finland hasn't done anything to this extent yet, right? Even though Kaja Kallas and Marin Sanna did that joint press conference saying that all of Europe should stop accepting Russian visa applications.
Yes, unfortunately not. But I hope we are going to that direction very fast. So there seems to be quite good agreement already between the different parties that this is the way where we should be going.
And in Finland, there seems to be quite broad public consensus built around this, right? Even though Finland is one of the countries that would stand to lose the most were Russian tourists banned from the EU because of how many come.
Well, yes, and especially because you might know that Finland has been one of the biggest aviation hubs, where the Asian airplanes used to travel via Finland and Helsinki when they came
the shortest
to
way
Europe.
to Asia.
But after Corona, we have been losing that money, and again now, if we lose the money from the Russian tourism, so that will create quite a difficult situation, especially to the eastern Finland. But then again, I mean, who can watch like himself or herself to the mirror and listen to these stories from Moscow and St. Petersburg, where they are like marketing tourism via Helsinki, free tourism, open tourism via Helsinki to all over Europe. So this is something that I am ashamed of. And I see also no logic in a way how Finland is applying for NATO membership, and in the same time it lets Russians come openly and freely to our country. And we are applying that membership because of Russia.
And Rikka, let's just clarify, right? You are a member of a far-right political party?
No.
No, you're not. I'm sorry.
Well.
No, you're
I am
the
Greens,
right? Right. Okay. So this isn't some sort of a fringe far-right project to keep foreigners out. No, it really isn't, is it?
No, it isn't. And for example, member of parliament Heidi Hautala, who is one of the is it vice what's the name? Well, she's one of the top persons inside the European Parliament and has been for several years already. So she's also a member in the Greens and one of the most appreciated persons inside the Green movement. And she's very much against, or let me first say, so she has been researching Russia and Russia's networking for several decades already. And she and another Green member of Parliament, Ville Niinistö, they are both very much against these Russians coming freely to Finland still. And they are Greens, they are not far right, they are not right even, maybe.
No, this is a center-left to left political party, right? And this is and as is the party of the Prime Minister Marin Sana, likewise. And this is not a political extremist proposal. Indeed, there is a broad consensus, including the National Coalition Party, right, which is the main centre-right party in Finland.
Exactly,
So this is,
and also all the people who I'm talking about. So we are all academics. So this is not some opinion only, but it has like data and statistics behind why we want to do and move our tactics to be different. And another problem which no one has been like discussing, or at least I haven't been seeing that discussed, is that now when Ukrainian women think that they have come to peace and live in peace inside Europe. So if we let these Russian men who have been raping and murdering people in Ukraine come freely to EU, so these women, if they are lucky enough to have a job in a hotel, in a restaurant, wherever, so it might be that they are seeing their own rapist as a customer there, or they must be cleaning their hotel rooms, and they just have to smile. So what will the EU court system, for example, say if one of these ladies will murder or kill their rapist, or the guy who they already know killed their husband or father or brother? So I mean, this is more wider problem now to let the Russians come inside EU as freely as they now can. Thanks.
Thank you, Rika. Let's go to CJ, and then we'll go back to Nick. CJ.
Well, this is, of course, a very important issue, in terms of the EU being on the same page. So I wonder, Domen, if there's any updates on a Ramstein 5, meaning referring to the NATO meetings in support of Ukraine, if this is tied in with what the EU is doing, or if we have any updates in that regard.
So I can tell you that today there's a large summit in Copenhagen, which broadly follows the Ramstein format, not entirely. It's not quite as many people either. It's not quite as many countries represented as there are typically at in a Ramstein format meeting. There's about 26 countries taking part in this, I believe. And it's a meeting of defense ministers primarily. It's hosted by the defense ministers of Denmark, Ukraine, and Great Britain. Denmark has pledged just over 100 million euros, $100 million roughly in just over that in additional weapons and training for Ukraine, including 130 Danish soldiers to be training Ukrainians in Great Britain. Alongside 120 Swedes, 20 Finns, some 300 Dutch, 230 Canadian, and over 1,000 British trainers. There has been a note from a friend of the space, Peter Frölich, who is telling me that Norway is also going to be sending trainers to the UK. But unspecified number as yet, and there will be more coming from elsewhere undoubtedly as well. Few announcements have come out of the meeting thus far, but I'm sure that more announcements will be expected later today in the afternoon. with more weapons being announced to be sent to Ukraine. Of course, the ones that you mentioned previously, the 3 additional MLRS M270s going to Ukraine from the UK. That would make for a total of 6 M270s from the UK, additional 3 from the UK, but backfilled by Norway to the UK, as well as, I believe, 2 thus far delivered, 2 Mars delivered thus far from Germany, and 1 more coming soon, if I remember correctly, to add to a fleet of 16 US donated HIMARS. I think that covers it. I'm also being told by 2 Finns now, thank you Mika and Timo, that I should say Sanna Marin and not Marin Sanna. I keep getting confused between when and where there should be a first name first and last name first order of names. That's therefore, I apologize for the confusion. I should therefore now stick to Sanna Marin. And I hope not to get any more notes on it, unless somebody can please clarify what the correct usage is, because I'm even more confused than I was before. But there you go. There's also a question from an American listener about what is Schengen, and I think we should probably explain what Schengen is. Nick, I think you are well placed to explain what Schengen is. Do you want to give it a go? Because we keep saying Schengen this, Schengen that.
No, this came up before, and I actually got a DM from someone who did know what Schengen was, but said maybe you should explain it. I just wanted to react to Rika and say, while I think the chances of any individual Ukrainian meeting their individual rapist in a hotel setting are probably fairly small, especially since the average Russian soldier probably isn't going on holiday, the single fact that they have to deal with Russians is, I think, already quite disgusting. So yes, I'm fully in solidarity with you on that. Do you maybe want to comment on that, and then I'll get on to the Schengen?
Yes, please. So you know that it is really the average Russians who come to Finland. It is the average Russian soldiers who come here with their families to be tourists and relax. So in
I didn't realize that.
The system is very much different what you are now trying to say.
Okay, I thank you for teaching me that.
So can I jump in and clarify for everyone? Okay, so it is indeed very common for Russians who are from St. Petersburg and the immediate area to visit Finland. That will include, among other, many officers, NCOs, and soldiers who come from that area. However, Nick is at the same time correct in saying that relatively few Russian soldiers come from that area for the simple reason that in the Russian army, especially those deployed to Ukraine, Russian soldiers from other far-flung areas of Russia, be that Dagestan, Tuva, Yakutia, Buryatia, etc., are vastly overrepresented compared to their population, therefore making that proportion substantially lower. So, yes, on the one hand, it is very common for people from most socioeconomic classes from areas near to Finland to go to Finland, especially areas around St. Petersburg, but at the same time, those areas are statistically underrepresented in the population that is fighting in Ukraine, because the Russian government seems to be preferentially sending people from the lowest socioeconomic backgrounds from far-flung regions, especially Dagestan, Tuva, Buryatia, etc. Rika?
Yes, thank you. I might correct a bit that because the data and statistics you are talking about, so it was before the war. So before the war, it was the people from St. Petersburg and probably also possibly from Moscow who came to Finland most, and also from the former Finnish Karelia, which is now under Russia. And but nowadays, because Finland is the easiest way to come to EU, so the situation is a bit different. Now we have people from all over the Russia coming here. Thanks.
Okay, I should not have made my comment because basing things on statistics in this kind of situation is not a good thing to do. And as I said, to me the bigger issue is, the Russians shouldn't be there staying in rooms being, Ukrainian should not have to service Russians in their room. Schengen. So, for the benefit of those who listen, so
what is a Schengen,
and
what's appropriate preparation method for one?
Schengen is a very small town on the frontier. It's in Luxembourg, but it's right next to the tri-state or tri-country border with France and Germany. And so when the European Union came up with the zone, which is now known as the Schengen zone, they chose the town of Schengen to sign the treaty. So Schengen is a common travel area in the sense that you don't need, in theory, the principal benefit of the Schengen area, there are two. One is that you have a single visa to enter it. So in that sense, it's kind of like imagining if the United States had internal borders you couldn't just land in New York and drive your car over to New Jersey. You need to show your passport. And then they said, okay, that's fine. We won't have internal borders. And your visa for the United States gets you into any of the United States. So if you want to travel to Spain for a vacation from the US or from now the UK, or let's say South Africa. From South Africa, you need a visa. And then some countries get a visa waiver, just as British people don't need a visa to visit the United States, but people from, let's say, India do. You have to apply for a visa before you go. So first of all, your visa or your visa waiver is valid for all 26 Schengen member states. And secondly, with small exceptions, on a day-to-day basis, there are no border checks between the member countries. So, for example, if you get on a plane in Frankfurt and you land in Iceland, which is not in the European Union, but it is in Schengen, it will be as if you arrived at the domestic terminal. In fact, you do arrive at the domestic terminal, and so you walk off the plane, you walk straight to baggage claim, and you do not go past any immigration officials. In some strange combinations of circumstances, for example, going from, let's say, Spain to Switzerland, you can find yourself not going through immigration, but you do go through customs. But in general, you will arrive at something that is pretty much the domestic terminal and just walk off as if you were getting on a plane from New York to Los Angeles. Now, the common visa policy of Schengen is only for what I'll call, for shorthand, tourist visas, meaning tourist, academic going to a conference, business trips where you're selling something, maybe, depends on the country, maybe you're a technician and you're going to go and fix a piece of machinery or something. The exact amount of work you can do is perhaps limited, but basically what we would call a tourist or short business visit of up to 90 days. And your visa or your visa waiver, they're exactly the same, it's just one you don't have to apply for, lets you enter and exit the Schengen area as often as you want, providing you don't spend more than 90 days in the zone out of a 180-day period. And that's continually rolling, which is a hugely complicated thing to explain on the radio, and is causing quite a lot of confusion for British people now that they're subjected to it because of Brexit. Britain was never in the Schengen area, but one of the conditions of the Schengen area is that EU passport holders, even if they don't come from a Schengen country, get free entry with no limits, no 180 days, no nothing. So a lot of British people are confused about this, and they say, well, why is this happening now? We never were in Schengen. And the answer is no, you weren't, just like Ireland wasn't. But Irish people, when they land at Palma de Mallorca airport, they have to go through passport control, but they just get waved through because they don't have to have their passport checked. So, yeah, and Schengen is the shorthand. But yeah, it's two things. It's the common travel area, meaning that there's no internal, meaning that there's a single visa, and it's basically there are no systematic border checks, although countries can bring them in. So, for example, in the wake of the November 2015 Paris terrorist attacks, France put up border controls on land borders that lasted about 9 months. They then had border controls flying in and out for about 2 years, and then they had border controls flying in for another year or so. So France took that pretty seriously, and you still needed a passport or needed to show your passport when you landed at a French airport. Those have now gone. I landed in France a few months ago, but that took a while to go. And France got some stick from the other member countries for keeping these things in place for so long. But so they try to keep. The EU tries to keep things flowing. During COVID, there were all kinds of difficulties because countries. Public health is not a Schengen-wide, a EU-wide problem. Public health is a national problem, and so you had situations where people were being returned at the Spanish-French border, and they were being turned back because they needed a certificate. They had to be less than 48 hours old, and so people were going around the back roads where there isn't a physical border check. It all got very messy. So yeah, basically the idea is, and now the reason why this was put in place is, apart from anything else, it saves costs on the internal borders. It also benefits tourism because the average person coming to Europe for a vacation might well like to spend time in Spain and then Italy and then Germany. And Americans have always had a visa waiver for that. But people coming from countries that need a visa, we want them to be able to say, yeah, I'm going to go to Spain. And if I'm near the Portuguese border, I can drive over for lunch without having to worry that I can't either get into Portugal or even then drive back into Spain because maybe I've got a single entry visa. So I hope that's clear. I will ask me anything about the Schengen area.
No, I think that's eminently clear, Nick. I don't think we need to go necessarily much deeper into it, but I think it's a foreign concept for many of our friends from across the Atlantic who might not have encountered it or maybe encountered it very many times because for one reason or another. It really fundamentally just think of it as, imagine that you could just travel between the US and Canada all you wanted without ever showing your passport. That's kind of how the Schengen area is, except there's over 20 countries, 30 countries in it across most of Europe, but not quite all of Europe. 26. Okay, thank you. Not all EU member states are in the Schengen area, and not all Schengen members are in the EU.
So the ones that are not are Ireland, which, because Ireland has a common travel area with the UK.
No, Nick, we're not going into that. We'll confuse people.
All right. No, but one interesting one is Cyprus. And that's interesting because the Russians like to go there, and the Russians don't get a Schengen visa when they... I don't know if they need a visa to go to Cyprus, but getting them into Cyprus does not get them into the Schengen area. I think that's important.
Yes, that is important. That is certainly important. Other Schengen members that aren't in the EU include Iceland, Norway, and Switzerland. Members of the EU that are not in Schengen include Romania, Bulgaria, and Croatia on top of Cyprus.
And Liechtenstein.
Well, Liechtenstein's in the first group, not in EU, but in Schengen.
Yeah,
but
no, I was checking your...
People forget that Liechtenstein exists in the first place, so Also, microstates such as Andorra, Monaco, and the Vatican are, for all intents and purposes, in the Schengen area, even though they're technically not, I think.
Andorra is actually quite interesting. #Schengen nerd.
Yes, even though one of its two heads of state is actually the president of France. And the other one's a bishop of Urgell. Anyway, quick news before we go to Donjon. Something is burning on the area of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Has been for about half an hour now. There have been some explosions reported, or at least some what Ukrainians call arrivals. The official statement from about 15 to 20 minutes ago from Energoatom, which is the Ukrainian atomic energy company that also runs Zaporizhzhia, at least in peacetime, says that today the Rashists once again bombarded the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Ukraine and Europe. 5 arrivals were recorded in the area of the commandant's office of the station, right next to the welding area and the storage of radiation sources. Grass caught fire in a small area, but nobody was hurt. However, the Russians did not stop there, with 5 more arrivals occurring in the area of the fire department, located not far from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant itself. As a result of the shelling at the station, it was not possible to carry out a shift change at the time. After all, for the safety of nuclear workers, the buses with the personnel of the next shift returned back to Enerhodar, which is the city next to the power plant. Until the situation finally normalizes, the workers of the previous shift will continue to work. The situation at the station is currently under control. That's the important bit. The information, which was immediately spread in the hostile public, that is the Russians, spread it that the staff allegedly left the station in a panic, is fake and manipulative. This is also a weapon with which the Russians are trying to destroy the nuclear power plant, so trust only official sources, that is Energoatom. Thank you very much to Special Head Songkat, a great friend of the space, for the update in English. So even though you might see some images of smoke coming from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, all is under control, all is fine, there's some grass on fire, and the Russians are at fault. Which is all good to know. Then John.
Thank you, Roman. So I just remember something here, that we have some proof that this visa ban would actually have a great impact. This main propaganda pumpkinhead, what's his name, Solovyov, I think his name is, on Russia One. He apparently wrote in Telegram that banning the visa would justify a preemptive nuke strike, meaning this will hurt. So we should definitely do it.
And here you see two things at the same time. And one statement tells you two things, right? Then John, A, it says that the Russians would really hate it, which is an excellent reason to do it. And B, that this suggestion sufficiently destabilized him, because he undoubtedly got a call from, say, his wife, who will now think that there is really no chance that they'll ever make it back to their villa on Lake Como, that he went to his default position, which is just nuke everything.
Yeah, exactly. This will hurt where it matters. That's the thing.
Exactly. It will hurt the people whom the Russian regime needs to legitimize the Russian regime. That is the upper middle classes, let's say, and the upper class that we discussed previously. It is the people with some political power in the non-democracy that Russia is. It is those who live in St. Petersburg and Moscow. At the end of the day, we all realize that the bulk of the people who end up fighting and dying for Russia in Ukraine do not have any political power. Many of them are forced conscripts from occupied territories. Most others are from the socioeconomic edge of society, from Dagestan, from Tuva, from Buryatia, from the distant provinces, the distant colonies, one might call it, of the Russian Empire. People from St. Petersburg and Moscow, unless career officers, are rarely involved. And this brings the war to home. This brings the war to where it hurts the few people with some political say inside the Russian Federation who aren't themselves necessarily higher-ranking Kremlin apparatchiks. This is why this makes a difference. This is why it's important. CJ, and then Papi.
Yeah, because if we look back in the last almost 6 months here of the war, I think, we obviously talked a lot about the sanctions at the beginning, but it seems to be playing out exactly how a lot of people predicted, right? Which is their military production capacity would suffer. Their upper class would suffer slightly, but for the most part, for the middle class and the upper middle class, it would really be business as usual and no real effects. While, as you mentioned, Doman, the poorest and the racially diverse would be fighting and dying to a large degree. And I think that's just important to reflect back on that the point of the sanctions always was to first and foremost hurt the Russian ability to wage war. And I think that has been successfully done, although I'm no economic expert. And I think, as Dan and others have pointed out, this sort of next step seems to just make sense, not only because it would seem to hurt maybe not the middle class Russians, but this upper middle class that has way more control. And also it wouldn't be really to the detriment of Europe or anyone else. So always good to kind of look back that there really in 6 months has not been this anti-war movement. In terms of the Soviet-Afghan war, it took almost 10 years for that to grow at any large level. And really, it could be argued whether or not that was actually a key factor in that war ending. But, there's none of that. And it's been way more devastating to the Russian people, this war, really any other war they've faced since World War II. So I just think that's sort of incredible. And of course, not forgetting to highlight the limited partisan action that Russians are taking, to sabotage rail lines. There was another 2 outside of Moscow that were derailed, and the pictures released from the actual rail tracks are definitely from explosions. So there's some brave Russians that are doing it, but they're definitely not protesting in any sort of even small numbers at this point. So just important to point that out, I think.
Thank you, CJ. Yeah, exactly, right. This is why there's suggestions also coming in from the prime ministers of Estonia and Finland, among other, to come finally and do it all together. Puppy.
So, a question related to the current conversation. Does anybody know how the Russian tourists are paying when they are outside Russia? Because my understanding is that credit cards are, somehow still working if you are in Russia with if you're not exchanging goods, if you're not paying for something outside Russia. So if you are outside Russia with a credit card, how do you get your ATM?
I'm going to say you already have cash that you bring with you and cards linked to accounts on Cyprus. Rika?
Yes, it goes a bit like that. So there has been some questionnaires from the Russian tourists now in Finland, and quite many of them have gone to different CIS countries, which means the former Soviet Union countries, and they have now a bank card from there, or either they have been traveling as a tourist, living their lovely lives in Turkey. And Turkey has been giving them these cards. And of course, they have been changing money also there. And also, Dubai is very, very famous now for accepting all the Russian money, what there is. And the Russians are investing to the Dubai real estate with billions right now.
And sorry, I think Yannis has a more ability to explain this maybe additionally a bit as well.
Hello. So I'm a little bit involved in this business, let's say so. But basically, what we are seeing, I'm working in a fintech company. What we are seeing is that there is a huge demand on anonymous prepaid cards. So basically, the cards which do not do not have any identification to whom it belongs. And we see quite a bit increase in demand for such cards. Pretty big market for them. And also there is China Union Pay cards. So usually when we see card, we talk about Visa, American Express, MasterCard, etc. But these China Union Pay cards are pretty popular and was pretty popular in Russia. And they are now also accepted as a payment method in Europe for countries and basically around the world. So they are using those cards for payment. After year 2040, after first invasion in Crimea, Russia made huge changes to their payment infrastructure, etc., to move banks and payment organizations from Western technologies and also these Western card brands. They also have this internal card called Mir, peace, and it's also accepted somewhere in neighboring countries, in Belarus, I know, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, etc. But and those are also in huge demand. But the primary those prepaid anonymous cards and China Union Pay. So this is how they pay.
Real quickly on the Mir Turkey, 5 Turkish banks are apparently going to be accepting it now as well. That's something that Erdogan and Putin agreed in Sochi.
Yeah. The technology is very similar to how Visa cards works, and that's why it's pretty easy to adopt by banks, and the rest is like business case. So yeah. Interestingly enough, there was a project also to integrate this MIR with Ukrainian national payment card scheme called Prostir, which was, I guess, another step to try to infiltrate in different levels on Ukraine. I don't know, businesses and finance market, but I do not have any updates on that. I guess from after first invasion, this everything was cancelled for sure.
Thank you. That's actually a fairly recurrent theme. The Russians had a number of ways of trying to infiltrate the Ukrainian economy, the Ukrainian society in general, through, we talked about the grid, we talked about their impact on the on nuclear energy. There you mentioned the financial system. There's also a number of cultural aspects, the consumption of Russian TV shows and even directly Russian TV, but that wasn't enough, and that's a recurring theme in this story, that it's never enough for the Russians. Thanks a lot, Yanis. That was a very thorough and clear summary of the payment system. Mr. Puppy.
Thank you, Yanis. That was very comprehensive and clear. Did we lose Yanis? I had a follow-up question. Maybe I will just go ahead and see if he comes back. So just quickly, I went essentially through the same thinking process as Nick, right? I was on the fence for a while, and now I am leaning towards maybe this is a good idea, banning Russia tourism in. But one way to avoid compromising with our liberal values, so to speak, a bit of a mouthful in this case, but let's use it, would be to go through the financial approach. How hard is it to crack on those anonymous payment methods that appear to be the one main system that they are using? If they don't have money, then what do they do? Maybe Ben, you can have some input on that.
Yanis is coming back up. I have to say I'm not very up to date on the payment systems. I don't know to what extent. I even know that many American cards don't work in Europe, so I don't want to imagine how anonymous Russian cards can be used. I don't think they can be used in most cases. Yanis, you're back. You're still connecting. Can you hear us? Okay, Yanis is in a loop. We probably lost him. Poppy, we'll come back to your question as soon as Yanis can reconnect, if you're okay with this. Okay, fantastic. Enrique, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to say that also cryptocurrencies have been very popular on the area of Eastern Europe and Russia during the last couple of years already. And as we have been seeing in Ukraine and in all the neighboring Eastern European countries, so they are like widely used currency. And so they are quite hard to follow or prevent their use. Also, when the owner of the cryptocurrency is Russian. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Meanwhile, I'm trying to make some space because there's too many speakers at the moment to bring. Oh no, Yanis is back. Yanis, did you hear Poppy's question?
No, sorry. Can you please repeat?
Essentially, how hard would it be to crack on the payment systems that you mentioned that the Russians are using as a sort of loophole, anonymous cards mainly?
Yes. So, each of card has issuer bank or issuing institution behind it. Yeah, and there is like different countries and different policies. And different banks with different policies to whom they issue those cards, and even there is like startups. Maybe you hear this Revolut card and etc., which have like business model, yeah, to provide anonymous card. So basically, this card is issued in Europe or United States or UK. But physically, it is used by like Russian citizen. So those cards are not embossed, so personalized in Russia. Those cards are from other regions. For like payments with where cardholder is present, like. Like you are using a plastic card with ATM or post terminal, there is a challenge how to send this card to Russia. Yeah, but nowadays basically everything you can book online, and to start doing that you just need this bank number, card number. Yeah, you register at this card issuer site. Go through very simple like check and you're ready to use this card. Of course, you need to top up it. But yeah, somebody already mentioned that cryptocurrencies can be converted to classic currencies and top it out, etc. So they are using different money sending services, etc. So those cards are not in Russia. Those are Visa, MasterCard, American Express cards, etc. So you cannot identify basically who is using the specific card. If we're talking about payment cards issued in Russia, for last 10 years, Russia was closing all technical dependencies from those big card issuing networks, like Visa, MasterCard, Amex, etc. And they built their own system called NSPK, National Payment something. And they, it called processing. They do all technical stuff within this national processing center, yeah, and even some of them still using Russia issued Visa cards. Those cards cannot be, in most cases, used abroad anymore. So any normal bank and any normal bank acquirer sees that, okay, those cards are issued by Sberbank or whatever. But again, it's policy of merchant. It's policy of bank who holds merchant account. Yeah. From what we see, I'm from Baltic countries. Yeah. From what we see, it looks that everyone just wait until those Visa, MasterCard issued cards pre-occupation just expires and that's it. They cannot produce personalized such cards in Russia anymore, legally at least. So it will take some time, but those prepaid cards are loopholes, and China Union Pay cards especially. So it's not loophole; it's just payment system accepted in Russia and also in many other countries. So they totally legally use it, and etc. etc.
So I am right now in the front of the website, Revolut website says that currently does not support transfer to or from Russia or Belarus. But you are saying that there is essentially a giant loophole that can be exploited, and even if the official policy of Revolut and the likes is not working, in fact, I am sitting in Moscow and laughing and saying, ha ha ha, I have a system, I can I can get a Revolut card and use it anywhere. Because if it is so, it is something that is frankly flying a little bit too much under the radar. Seems to be a giant loophole.
You can't anymore. You cannot anymore.
Yeah, so sorry, Revolut, maybe it was not quite good an example because Revolut recently became a bank with a banking license in Europe.
And applications from any client with a Russian background or only Russian money at hand already in the first week of April.
Yeah, and additionally, even okay, for example, if we close such type of business, there is also these gift present cards, which is basically a regular payment card with some money amount topped up, and you just well, I don't know for other countries, but in Latvia, they are pretty popular. Like you can send a present to someone in form of a credit card with €100 on it, and there is no linkage between this card and who actually use it. So basically, only challenge is to get number for such card. You can start using it online or send over borders this card to start using it in POS terminals, ATMs, etc., etc. And some of those cards even support top up. So basically, you get your account and you start using this card, and nobody knows who is using it.
Which is one of the biggest scams which has been ongoing since January, because during January there was already a significant uptick in the purchase of loyalty cards with payment functions, as well as regular loyalty cards and gift certificates all across Finland, Sweden, Norway, and the Baltic countries, as well as Poland.
Exactly.
And these were purchases not by private individuals, but by groups, associations, football clubs, Russian football clubs, and the likes. All of this has been well prepared. It's a well orchestrated money laundering scheme.
Thank you, Axel. I mean, we're all wondering what Poppy is doing sitting in Moscow at the moment, but that's for another day. Nick, I assume you want to opine on the present question?
Yeah, I put my hand up actually when we were talking about cash, and I checked into a hotel in Amsterdam a couple of weeks ago, and the hotel did not take cash. It's actually getting really hard to use physical paper cash in the Netherlands. But in the average vacation resort, you'll also find large numbers of British tourists just walking around with either Euro cash, with hundreds and hundreds, or pound sterling to change into euros. And of course, Germans are famous for trying to buy an ice cream with a €500 note almost everywhere. Revolut got mentioned. I thought it was interesting because Revolut is founded by a Ukrainian and a Russian. And The Russian has since acquired British nationality and appears to be fairly solid on Ukraine. But Wikipedia reports that his father is Deputy Director General Director of Science for Natural Gas Research Institute, whose name is Gazprom Promgaz. So, yeah, I imagine there must be some very interesting family discussions around the dinner table when one of them manages to get into or out of Russia to talk to the other. It must be a really complex situation.
Nick, what you're trying to say is, where did the seed capital come from?
Yes, I think we can guess. So I prefer my multi-currency. My preferred multi-currency debit card is TransferWise, which was founded by, I believe, an Estonian and a Swede, seems to be
two Estonians, 3 Swedes.
Right, and seems to be relatively Russian-free.
Yeah, but one more thing. By the way, by now, the Americans have found out that essentially the most important vector for money laundering is definitely not cash anymore, since a long time ago. Cash actually is significantly less transferable. It takes a great effort to transfer a load of cash secretly and try to deny both tax authorities and the likes to get a grip on it. The instant conveyance by means of payment transfer systems or by switching loyalty cards and large amounts, and of course, digital payment systems and cryptocurrency is substantially bigger in terms of money laundering capacity than anything cash could ever do. Cash in that regard has the same, but of course in a significantly lesser amount, difficulty in terms of its transferability and fungibility as gold has. I mean, gold is significantly heavier. You can't really fragment it and all these kind of things, and everybody knows it's backed off. But cash is less of an AML, anti-money laundering issue than it has been made out to be.
For a while, about a year, in the main shopping centre here in Parma, 400 meters from the yacht harbour, there was this large, looked like a vending machine, and you could feed cash into it and put in the name of the number of your crypto account. It sold 3 or 4 different kinds of cryptocurrency. It only took cash. It didn't take cards. And I mean, it might as well have sold little packets of of detergent. It's now gone. But when I saw it, I mean, my first thought was, I wonder if the tax people have a camera watching this. My second thought was, I would have a camera watching it, because they really are inviting you to put 10,000 euros in cash into it, and they'll say, and we'll send you a receipt. And it's like, oh, right, sure. The machine has now gone. I don't know if that's because it wasn't a business success or whether because it got busted. But you could literally, I mean, it was literally a washing machine for money in the harbour, 400 meters from where the luxury yachts tie up. It was so blatant.
Thank you, Nick. That's a good story. Okay, let's.
But no, Ben. Can we add one thing before you go completely beyond? The key element is that cash is a thorn in the thigh. Cash is a thorn in the thigh of the authoritarian Western state in terms of taxation, the overbearing entitlement state. That's the problem. They started with eradicating cash as a main means, or a means of conveyance of illicit funds. And that's fine. And in the drug trade and the likes, it's important to root out cash. I get that. But the problem is, it's a tax-driven thing. It has to do with the fact that the bureaucrats of the West dislike the fact that people dislike their high taxation. despite the fact that they are voting for the politicians who enact the high taxation, which is completely illiberal and antithetical to Western government's ideas. This is the whole issue. We are now actually in the 21st century, and people mentally, especially bureaucrats, haven't arrived in that yet. They are still fighting the last wars, meaning cash, narcotics, and the likes. That's completely, utterly moronic. They have to fight today's war, which is digitized funds transfers. And by the way, yes, I'm looking at you, your French people, with your terrible taxation system.
Hey, I haven't done anything yet. But I wanted to submit you an idea that Domin and I had recently, which was to start a new venture capital fund that we'd call Dandelion. Anyway, Forest of Hands. So let's try to wrap up that question of how the Russians are doing in Europe. So be it cards or visas, money or visa. Daniel, your hand was up. Do you want to speak about that subject?
No.
Okay, so you're the first one I'll call on as soon as that subject is finished. Give me a minute. Daryl, your hand was up. Do you want to talk about that subject?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to mention is the fact that you got a lot of the Middle Eastern banks, and that could be what they may be seeing, and those banks haven't been under the same scrutiny as the European and American banks, and of course the Russian banks. So that could be the avenue that they're using, being that we don't know specifically, but that may be one of them.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe finance, you know more about this, or Tim?
China, India, Dubai are the three centers that I would be looking to for how they're moving money out of Russia. Already Dubai, the UAE in general, is where a lot of private banking is quietly moving to from out of Switzerland even, as far as custody of wealthy, questionable Russian assets. So that's one center. India, which both India and China have obviously not sanctioned Russia, and they are working on mechanisms to more easily trade their currencies directly. But what does that mean? That means their banks can more easily transfer funds in and out for trade, industry, and or just good old corrupt reasons. So those would be the places I would look first. But we're also seeing things like Turkey being involved in some questionable export deals, and I wouldn't trust Erdogan as far as I can throw him, and he's about 6'5".
Okay, yeah, that's very clear. Tim, you have something else to add to this question?
Nothing beyond what Finance just said. I think he put it perfectly.
Yeah, Finance does that. And finally, Raver, do you have something to add to the visa or money problem? Oh, and Enrique has dropped. But Raver, do you have something to add to the money or visa issue in Europe?
A little bit. I got a question for Finance. So, there's the big brouhaha over tourist visas and immigrant visas and whatnot. But for the Russian nationals who already made it out of Russia, how are they sustaining themselves in Europe if Russia's cut off from the financial systems? Is this all money that was already parked in the West, and can the West go after it?
Depends on the Russian. Depends on, literally, you have everybody outside of Russia right now, from 18-year-olds who are surviving at near starvation levels because they escaped the Russian military because they didn't want to be involved in getting their asses shot off by the Ukrainians, and of all the horrors we've heard of how the Russian military treats its own guys. That's the low end. The highest end is obviously the oligarchs, but those guys have their assets frozen. There's a lot of people in the middle who are definitely not considered oligarchs, but like 3/4 of the Jews of Moscow have left by all accounts because, well, people are significantly worried about scapegoat o'clock in Russia, and we all know that when it's scapegoat time, we wind up on the chopping block and we don't want to deal with pogroms. But the people who can leave, those who did leave, tend to be the wealthier, better educated ones who could leave, and either they could get some assets out or they could find some networks and they just gave up stuff in Russia. And especially for that sort of educated, while the middle class in Russia is smaller than it is outside of it, they do still have an educated right class, but as we've discussed in the space, they also are starving economically for that kind of talent. So we don't really want to go after those people so much. The better plan would be to get all of them into non-Russian spaces so that they can go find jobs, do companies, do business, basically be not Russian, even though that does entail some risk, right, for us. But if they're not in Russia working their economy, then Russia loses a bunch of people they really need right now. So, you know, it's not such a bad thing if a country with demographic issues, who's having internal collapse issues, loses a lot of people. So I'm not really thinking that emigration is the worst thing for the rest of the world vis-a-vis Russia right now.
Thank you, Finance. This is very clear. On the other hand, if the Jews didn't want to be targeted by as scapegoats, they shouldn't be sporting horns and hooves. Just personal advice.
So two things. One, it's not just Jews leaving, right? There's plenty of non-Jews leaving as well. Two, yes, plenty of Russian Jews do actually support their state. I have a good friend who is a Russian Jewish American, like born in Russia, but he's been in America most of his life. And I basically had to stop talking to him during the war because I asked him once what his views were, and I'm like, good Lord, we just can't talk right now. So yes, I'm not going to absolve the whole crowd. But if you're Russian, because you have zero way of having, you know, the other side of having no democratic agency and no agency, you know, to change your political state is the only way you can vote is with your feet. So having a bunch of people who can walk out of Russia, who are productive individuals, walk out of Russia is in fact their way of not supporting the regime, right? Like, hey, if you were in the Russian army, I'm not really a fan, but I'd much rather Russian armies, and I'm not generally a fan of deserters either, of any army, but I'd much rather the Russian army be allowed to desert and have a whole lot of them and have them not be back in Russia, shoved back into the forces, but instead be, you know, somewhere in the West not doing that, right?
So what do you say? You're against the visa ban? That's what you're saying? You'd rather...
No, I'm against all tourism visas. That's the big one that they're shutting down. I'm actually in favor of something like immigration visas, but I think an immigration visa needs to come with the kind of statement that would make you toxic in Russia right now. Like, yeah, sure, you can get an immigration visa, but it says, but you're going to have to sign this piece of paper that clearly states that you are against the government of Russia, and you declare that this war is a genocide or something.
We have the instrument. Yeah. Finance, we have the instrument. It's called Seeking Asylum. Delete all visas and tell everybody from Russia who wants to leave the country that we will be welcoming them who seek asylum. And that's it. You don't have to call it Ellis Island. That's it.
All for it. Sounds good. Assuming that, unlike here in America, you guys actually let people do this, right? That's become a hot button issue, so I didn't think that direction. But you're right, that would be a great mechanism.
We just allowed about 2.5 million people seek asylum coming out of war zones because the Russians and the Turks together created a version of ISIL, Assad, and the likes. So thank you.
Okay, that was a useful compliment. Daniel, can you wait another 5 minutes?
No problem.
Fantastic. On top of being smart, you're kind as well. Poppy, I think you had your hand up.
Just complementing the answer to Robert's question, how do Russians sustain themselves when they are outside Russia? So purely anecdotically, right? So I would presume that if you are a big shot, you have different issues. Maybe you have your Cayman Islands bank account and pay the financial consultant that solves your problem. I don't know many of those, so I cannot speak. But people that are like, let's say, regular Russians are. Or they were, I cannot say if this is still now the case, frankly, but until relatively recently, they were able to open bank accounts within the European Union. So once you have a bank account and you have a job, then that's the way you sustain yourself. And this was until recently allowed. I know that some of them had some issues with some banks, but other banks were, willing to go with that.
Grazie. Nick?
There's a simple solution for this, Bernard's puppy. We should give every single Russian citizen 24 hours, exactly 24 hours, to prove the origin of their funds, whilst we freeze any and all bank accounts. The ECB can do this. Every single one who has a Russian passport and has an account in Europe, in any European bank, cannot move their money, and they have to prove within 24 hours from the statement and from the request where the origin of their funds comes from. It's wartime, guys. There's 500,000 children deported into Russia. What the fuck are we waiting for? We're discussing the intricacies of money being moved? Somebody needs to go to the ECB with a friendly fucking sensible ATF person at their side and tell them where the fucking hammer hangs. It's enough now. This is all deliberately bullshit.
Did the number cross 500,000?
Yes, it did last week.
Holy shit.
At what point in time do we stop arguing about process and start actually putting a stop to it?
Well, Axel, to quote an American saying, the wheels of justice move slowly, but they grind ever so fine.
I am with you, Rava. Always with you in that regard. But still, in the meantime, I prefer Patton going there after these fucks.
Nick, you want to follow after this?
Yeah, I think actually it's right. The mechanism for this should be asylum, but we should allow people to work. It depends on the country. I think Germany allows people with political asylum to work. The UK typically doesn't. In terms of how you finance your holiday, it's not that difficult to open a non-resident bank account in Spain, for example. On the other hand, when you transfer money into Spain, they already do a lot of diligence about where it came from. So maybe the rest of Europe can learn from the Spanish banks on that. When I move some money here to buy an apartment, they explain to me how many records the Spanish tax people have of your income over the years, and they basically expect you to produce an equivalent amount. So it will vary enormously by country, I think, as to how much diligence is currently being done and what constitutes normal diligence. But I must say I'm a little bit skeptical. I used to have a bank account with a British bank called Standard Chartered, and nobody ever heard of them except about every 2 years when they got fined $800 million by the federal authorities for some sanctions busting or other. So it would not surprise me at all if there isn't one or two European banks already helping Russians to get past these sanctions, because the banks have a pretty terrible record on that. I appreciate I have no evidence for that. But if that turns up in a few months' time, someone's been helping them to do that, I'm not going to fall off my chair.
Yeah, we've done that rodeo before. Raver, you have another question regarding money or visas?
No, I had a question about a much more explosive topic.
Okay. So,
in which case, I think Daniel has a similarly explosive topic.
Fantastic.
Daniel?
I will not sound popular if I say this. So
I don't think you will ever want to care about popularity.
Okay. Who is bombing the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant?
The Russians. We heard as much from Olga Kosharna, the nuclear safety inspector and expert who visited with us on, when was she here? On Saturday, I think? Maybe Sunday? I forget. All the days seem the same nowadays. But she said, yeah, definitely. And CJ said likewise. There's only about 3 seconds before the initial boom and the shell arriving, which means it has to be closer than any Ukrainian positions, either across the river or anywhere else. So it's the Russians.
Okay. Far from me to come in to help Russians hold their position, but explain to me, why do you shell Zaporizhzhia plant when you have troops and ammunition there? Why?
Well, it's a big place. They know roughly where the troops are. They know roughly not to shell their own troops too often. I'm sure that it's primarily aimed at starting fear in the hearts of Germans, to get the Germans to press the Ukrainians to end the press the Ukrainians to give up. Yeah, no, there's no chance. But Russians ever been reasonable?
It's a huge risk. No. Wait, Daniel, I can tell you one thing. German media in the last week is in absolute upheaval, in a completely un-Germanic fashion, because the talk show infested German society of the past 25 years is meek and weak and useless. They react to fear porn so massively, and the Russians know it. And they play it at fiddle in a way you couldn't imagine how stupid they are.
Of course. I don't say anything against the German fear and the Russian knowing the sensitive point of nuclear disaster in Germany. My question is about logic, okay? Not because Russian army is something like excellent at this topic, but I start wondering what happens there, because I watch on the map again and again, and I watch Zaporizhzhia plant, I watch Energohodar, and what I can saw on the Associated Press map, and when they published the latest shelling of Zaporizhzhia, Zaporizhzhia and Energohodar are put on the map with partisan activity there. And I imagine where the partisan of General Marchevsky are acting, probably Special Operation Forces of Ukraine also are there. And the other side is the front line. When I imagine there are Caesars, Dana, Susanna, anything with precision strikes. And I think the shellings there are on your one side. Ukrainian get any point because they have communication from the partisans where they put their troops, where they put their equipment, and the Ukrainians shell and destroy. And the Russians try to use counter battery, but they have bad radars and bad artillery. And I think that shelling is made it with the same approval of Ukrainian engineering, which talk with artillerymen who hit the Antonovsky Bridge, for example. They know what is dangerous and what is not. Because if you look at Special Kherson Cat, he posted in the morning destruction of the power lines which are connecting the plant with Crimea, which are destroyed. So I think there is a very, very hot point, and I don't think it's just Russians shelling randomly. They try to instigate
okay, I know, Daniel,
please.
I understand where you're getting at. So there are different approaches. There's Russians shelling, or who have shelled more recently, at least on 3 occasions, Enerhodar for fear porn. Absolutely. There's Russian troops who have laid mines and who have positioned, stupidly, some trucks full of ammunition, shells, mines, and the likes. Then they seemingly at least exploded one of those trucks, purportedly because Ukrainians shelled it, which they didn't. The Ukrainians said so. Then there's Ukrainian spotters who have given the Ukrainian armed forces and their artillery decent on-the-ground add-on information to take out additional military targets in and around Enerhodar. And you're absolutely correct. They've done this with precision strike capacity and done this valiantly. That is not a risk to the power plant at all, because they know what they're doing.
I didn't say it's a risk. For example, I don't have the German mind. I'm not scared about this. I
have a German mind, but it's from a different generation, mate.
Okay, my grandfather was German. Okay, not this important. What I want to understand what happened there is because we imagine the Dnieper River like a border of the two positions, Ukrainian and Russians. But it's very possible behind the Russian line, in fact, is active fighting there. Because if you go 40 kilometers southeast, you see the places where to be Russians alone at night is very dangerous. And I imagine Zaporizhzhia in Russian plan was something like, you know, we keep this under control because give power to my country, for example. That energy come here. And they want to cut it. Then wanted to use it like bargain chip because it's never nice to see storming light infantry killing Russians inside of atomic plant direct on TV, like we saw a few months ago when the Russian tanks just hit with the gun the building in Zaporizhzhia. And I want to understand this phenomena because we talk a lot about what does it mean an assault to Kherson city. And I never think this will happen, an attack of Kherson city. And this Zaporizhzhia is more important for Ukrainians because if they get this plant 100%. Without pontoon bridges, without anything else, they will get the Russians to rethink all this campaign in that area. Because Zaporizhzhia, in my opinion, the South Oblast of Zaporizhzhia is the point where the Ukraine will hit the belly of the beast. Because
absolutely, no, we're absolutely completely in agreement. And by the way, if you've listened to Giroux, I think to an extent, Colonel Spencer indicated that it was definitely inferred and implied by what
Siren
General
alert
Hodder said
update.
yesterday.
Mykolaiv.
The corridor
Full
down
alert.
to Melitopol
Dnipropetrovsk.
and taking
Full alert.
Berdyansk is absolutely bloody
Zaporizhzhia.
key.
Full
You
alert.
have to cut.
This message has been
Berdyansk,
generated
of
with
course,
municipal
of
data.
course,
Absolutely.
Berdyansk. Because you can open you can go, if you come from the north, to the left towards Mariupol, and this needs to be done fast. They have 13 days until they will put the Azov battalion in the show trial, and they need to go also to the right, to the west, going to Crimea. You can go to Crimea crossing
where
the
do you
bridges in
think?
Kherson.
Where do you think the tanks are? The tanks are not waiting to set across the river Dnipro close to Kherson. Of course
No,
not.
Siren alert update. Mykolaiv. Full
Novakakovka.
alert.
The Russians know, of
Dnipropetrovsk. Full alert.
Novakakovka and
Zaporizhzhia.
of course
Full
down
alert.
down
This
to
message has
Melitopol.
been
The
generated
Russians
with
have
municipal
satellites
data.
too. They
Of
know,
course they have.
we know, we all know.
Idea which I was arguing with a Romanian journalist 2 days ago, and I tried to use logic with him. He also maybe worked for a national television. He said, Ukrainians are shelling Zaporizhzhia plant. And I said to him, I don't think so. I don't think they target using D-30 guns like Russians doing in any city. And I explained to him, in my opinion, there are just special operating forces of Ukraine and partisans which are harass them for maybe weeks. They are infiltrated. The people who work on Zaporizhzhia plant, they don't like them at all. Probably they are beaten without fingernails and things like that. And the plant is looted like was the Chernobyl plant and things like that. And I tried to explain to him, but he had a point, because logical, outside, if you don't stay to listen what we talk here for past months, you look at this and say, what happens there?
Data.
Probably more like Ukrainian shelling Russian troops from Zaporizhzhia than Russians hitting wrong or just being assholes like always. But I'm pretty sure, because I saw drone footage destroying troops which are near the Zaporizhzhia 2 weeks ago. I know they bombed them to death anytime they were not close to reactors. And probably even now, if a spotter saw someone even close to the plant and they saw the target and they calculate, if we hit that track, the sarcophagus of the reactors have no problems, there is no danger for the pipes there, they will shoot. And I have no problem with that. But idea like pressing German public to put Zelensky to say, stop the Zaporizhzhia harassing, I think is laughable. Germany has no strong point at Kiev. None. I don't think any call from Berlin will make Zelensky to say, let's listen Scholz. I don't think so.
I'm not saying that. This is all about domestic German politics for the purpose of supporting the war and not allowing German politicians to veer to the left in order to accommodate the Nord Stream 2 thing. The Russians still believe that the German politics, German political environment might gear up to fall prey to the gas Jungten. That's not happening, but they still believe that they can swing it.
By the way, there is no change in government attitude versus the war. I saw them, they push slowly some weapons, they push slowly the money, they are not like Hungarians, because at this moment I watch a helicopter, Hungarian helicopter at some demonstration, and is a Soviet helicopter, and I believe this can be sent anytime to Ukrainians, but they don't do it. But in Germany, the public is so social democratic. I don't think SPD in Germany has more than 30%. So people give a shit about the Scholz
currently
opinion.
dropping to 19.
But that is good. I hope the Greens get much more points than CDU.
You will see a much less educated politics set up when the current version of the Greens gets it. Trust me, Miss Baerbock is useless.
I am not a fan of Baerbock, even she is more attractive than Scholz. I just talk about
Daniel, please. Please, that was easy.
Of course it was easy. That's why I take the bait. Again, you are very close to CDU. I understand you. I'm
actually not at all.
Okay. Let's say you are conservative.
I am a very conservative man, and whoever takes a patriotic pose for national deterrence has my vote. And I couldn't care less as long as they're in the center.
Perfect. Because for me, CDU, SDP, they were together too much time, and their policy, their East policy is the same. That's why I said about Greens, not because I like Baerbock, because the Greens before the war, and that is very, very important, before the war, their attitude were the most anti-Russian and anti-Putin from the politics of Germany.
This is such a complex topic.
Of course it is, because we have something similar here, and the difference is we don't have the wealth of Germany, the economy of Germany, the population of Germany, or the status in European Union which Germany claims. But also I saw two bigger parties in my country full of corrupt politicians, of crappy people, with people which are disgusting in any idea you can imagine, but everybody on these parties rallied and support not just Ukraine and Kiev. They just listen what Americans said, and not because the party of extreme right from Romania said we are the colony of the Brussels and Washington, just because our national interest and the interest of Ukrainians and the Western world in general is the same. And it's very easy to put people to act normal. When NATO missions start to bomb Belgrade, in Romania was a huge debate. We are not a NATO member at that moment. And they asked to us the possibility to enter in our airspace with their planes, and if is an emergency, to land of the most western airport we have at Timișoara. And believe me, at that moment, the general public perception was Serbians are our brothers. They are the guys who we must not betray them, because before 1989, when you try to leave Romania, when we are communists, you try to leave Romania, you have only two choices. One, to run to a small area of the border, which was land border, and to be shot by border guards, or just get a small boat and try to cross Danube to Serbia. And most of the people get in the Western world, when we are communists, via Serbia, not via Hungary, because there was another socialist country. And when we choose to let NATO bomb Belgrade, and we support them and allow them to use our place, was probably majority of the public opinion against the political move of the president, parliament, all the parties, including the left one, which now is still in power and which is heritage of the Communist Party. But that decision, people wonder in Bucharest, that's why we entered in NATO, which is fake. But we look our interest, our national interest, and I don't think anyone in the country didn't understand who kills in Bosnia-Herzegovina the Bosniaks and the Croats. We all know was the Serbians, but we think it was a wrong move morally. After that, we align very, very well with our national interest and our allied interest. And same thing happens even now in Ukraine. I don't think anyone loves Zelensky. In fact, Zelensky made them to look weak, look without charisma, without, I don't know, power to sacrifice. And you just can envy a politician like him. And what happens in Germany, I think is just too much money from the Russians, too much money from the Rosneft and Gazprom, too many companies which are companies German-Russian. There are too many mayors in Eastern Germany, which probably are former Communist Party members, former Stasi collaborators. And in fact, Germany is developed and is very powerful in Europe because they have cheap gas, cheap oil, cheap coal. And they can all the time tell about Fukushima and Chernobyl. The fact is they have a critical advantage in European market and international market because the energy of the Russians. And it's very hard now to make a calculus and say, okay, the German economy will rebound and take the advantage and become again a great exporter without cheap Russian energy. I think this is more important than any other discussion. And maybe someone like Jessica Berlin will say again, we took advantage to be allied with Putin. We made a lot of money because Putin, but the time and the morals is no more for that. And it's time to maybe act more competitive with the other European economy, which are in competition with us. And maybe we'll not be the number one economy in Europe next 10 years. And it's not such a bad thing to be number two, for example.
Axel, how do you think the Germans would take it if they were number two?
Number two, I was not listening before, and I tried to get back up and restart. I just joined. Number two to what? The German economy in Europe is the absolute number one. There's no question.
Oh, exactly. But if they, if Germans were taken down a peg, in the way that Germany is perceived in Europe, because right now Germany is perceived to be very much the leader of Europe, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No. That's not true. That's trash. Germany is not perceived to be the leader of Europe. Germany is the de facto unwilling emperor of Europe, sitting somewhere in the garden, completely, utterly drunk, without any responsibility, without any accountability, and slightly bothered by someone bringing them cake instead of champagne and caviar. That's what Germany is at this
how
point
is
in
it
time.
perceived within Germany? Within Germany, is Germany
Germany's
thought of as the leader of Europe?
Germany is completely happy surviving a very, very hot summer and trying to find ways to prepare for the football season, making sure that everything goes right in winter, buying up electrical radiators like hell, despite the fact that nobody is, of course, concerned with the gas. But then they are concerned with the gas, and is there a genocide going on? And do we really care? No, come on. They're still traveling to Majorca, to Italy and worldwide and having their holidays. Unless somebody in German politics actually shows some leadership and becomes a trustworthy ally, the Americans should be hitting them every single day with, say, retraction of all the toys, making sure that they're going to make absolutely clear that they'll take away absolutely every single piece of intelligence cooperation they have at hand. But it's the Americans who fail at this point in time. It's a joint failure of a weak democratic administration with a very, very strange concoction of a White House chief of staff who doesn't want to make decisions or has different minds and different kind of plans. It's really hard. It requires a sincere effort. It requires a massive effort by the Americans to right the German ship. The German ship is a fantastic, highly qualified battleship. Actually, it's a battle group. The German economy can do this all by itself. The German weapon systems manufacturers can, together with their European partners, get this all done. Remember the image of Ben Wallace sitting with the crème de la crème of the European weapon system manufacturers, 4 of them Germans, fully integrated companies with subsidiaries in 11 countries in Europe, who are eviscerated by the German press for showing their willingness to supply heavy weapons to Ukraine. At the same time, whilst the German Bundestag has voted 486 to 100 votes in favor of this. This is schizophrenia on a level that Nietzsche, in his worst days, prior to talking to a horse, could not have been liable for. It's absolutely, it is so despicable, and nobody can pressure them because they are still the top dog economically, and you can't take them down because they have the economic strength. But they are super complacent. They're as fat and ugly as in the terrible, terrible cartoons of the 1830s, when the British pamphlets and press were complaining about them, that they couldn't make up their mind, and Mr. List finally got the customs union going in 1834. It's absolutely despicable. And it's only the Americans who can move the needle, and they don't want to, or they can't get it going, or I don't know what. So please, talk to your congressman, talk to your senator, get it going.
Axel, please allow me to explain why Americans don't push Berlin faster. When they tried this 15 years ago, the perception in Germany was Americans do it wrong, and I think in the political perception is they were right in 2003, and they are right now to not push faster. And Americans know this.
Oh, that's a long time ago. Of
course it is. Of course it is. And I'm not saying... I agree with you, but I will explain why the Biden don't push this. Because Biden administration tried a lot past 3 months to push them. And they pushed them, and they pushed them. And they saw they just lied, because they said, we will do it, we'll give them military aid of high grade and heavy weapons. And they deliver some Panzer Haubitze and some Gepards and a lot of things. We cannot minimize they don't give it, but not what Americans want them to send, the Leopards.
But it's Daniel. I think that's
and the Marders.
Daniel. That's I think where you're making in your analysis, and I appreciate this, where you're making a significant omission. You take the DoD, Lloyd Austin, and the good people surrounding him as one thing, and Biden's words as another, but the actions of this White House chief of staff, the action of this White House chief of staff and his National Security Council and his National Security Advisor speak louder of passivity
and feckless, completely illiterate political gambling. There is no need to gamble the freedom of the Western world on
I'm agree with you, but they have a problem home.
Negotiable.
Imagine that.
Wait, Daniel, just a second. Just a second. Axel? Okay, Axel lost audio. Sorry, that's what I wanted to verify. We will get Axel up. Worry not. Daniel, now's your chance, I guess.
Okay, I don't want to cover Axel, but I want to explain Americans, they don't push Germans because they don't trust them at this moment. And when people take a position, a very strong position in their place, like Scholz does, and Scholz has his arguments, his problems, his party, we know all the shit is in SPD. And Biden probably choose to not push them much more because they push, and they don't get anything. So why do you need to waste energy on a dead horse when you have very active small horses which can compete with German horse?
Daniel,
for example, French are more trustworthy than Germans. I say this, Germans are losing the face in the front of the French.
Okay, Daniel, let's wait for Axel to get back up. I think I got your point. I will repeat it much more briefly when Axel connects. He is having some troubles. Decoding Trolls, I suspect you want to talk about Russians shelling Zaporizhia and why they're doing that, because that's where your hand went up. So maybe you can explain that to give to mollify Daniel maybe a little bit.
Yeah, so the question is, I was environmental security advisor for Zaporozhye and Dnipropetrovsk and Kirovograd for the international community. I raised the alarm a number of times. No one ever listened. They're still not listening, so I'm glad you guys are listening. Daniel, I appreciate basically the question is, how do you quickly convince a Romanian journalist that it's not the Ukrainians shelling the plant? From a strategic point of view, and thankfully a lot more people now understand how nuts Russian, the way they think, I think it's mainstream now, their idea that our only hope is to starve the third world, the developing world, which puts pressure on the West. And then the West will put pressure on Ukraine, and then Ukraine will somehow capitulate, and Russians will be free to genocide away. I mean, it's absolutely insane, and it's a great joy to me since February 24th, 2022, that the insanity of this goes mainstream. So that's our starting point for this Romanian journalist is there's only one side in this equation who have a track record of unbelievable insanity, which of course is a Romanian. They will totally understand and intuit. And from a strategic point of view, I see it as this is the only card they have to play in the same category as let's starve 3 billion people and then hope that contingent thing happens, a contingent thing that then the starving people put pressure on the West, contingent thing, the weak West gets all empathetic for the people in Africa, contingent thing puts pressure on Ukraine, which actually we all know here that it doesn't have the power to stop Ukraine fighting anyway. Contingent thing enables so that's the insanity thing. I also appreciate Daniel's reference to the drone attack on Zaporozhye power station. I did a tweet on it. I'm going to put it in the whatever you call it, nest, or I'm going to thing there. Because I thought carefully before pointing out, and I did the in my own amateur way, I did the grid references of the orcs tents a few weeks ago, and as you'll see in this troll, my Decoding Trolls or tweet, I do point out this is, as far as we know, the first drone attack on a nuclear power station in world history. And I got a few reshares. But this is one of those things where you're like, God, this is a pretty significant moment. And, you know, I proved with the grid references, this is right beside the cooling towers. And I only did it because the Ukrainian armed forces obviously shared the drone footage. So they wanted this to get out. So that's the other thing you say to the Romanian journalists. When the Ukrainians attack a nuclear power station, they tell you about it. They're open, they're transparent. They actually give you the footage of the orcs scattering from there. And it's very easy using Google Maps, the satellite image, to work out the grids. And it's right beside the cooling towers.
And let's be clear, right, Decoding. Ukraine struck that target with a loitering munition, precisely without any damage to any of the surroundings. The target went up. Nothing else was damaged in the slightest.
Absolutely. And it does fascinate me. I mean, as we know, kind of the way, you know, it's kind of mysterious the way certain news gets hold of people. But, you know, this is one of the things I'm just like, this is fucking amazing. You know, they attacked a nuclear power station. And so that's how, so there's only one side in this beef who occupy a nuclear power station. They shelled it originally, and there's no doubt about that. And then thirdly, I'd point out to them that satellite, I mean, I maybe even probably open source people can't tell it, but the Americans and the British and the European Union know where every single shell, and I know this from Stanica Luhanska, they know who's shooting what and where. So it's not like the Ukrainians are going to be able to hide this. And they have a record of transparency, the Ukrainians. So yeah, that's how I would try to convince this the Romanian journalist. And as you point out, it's massive. You know, it's a huge site with 40,000 workers. And I met Mayor Orlov and Deputy Mayor. You know, they've got before, and so I've been watching that place like a hawk since I first posted on the 2nd of March. And I said, God, you know, I said, Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria, get your arses into gear. This is an armed attack, because it's not the air I'm worried about. It's the Dnieper River. And there's another site up the river with 50 to 60 million tons of radiation, 100 meters from the river. And again, something that missed the other week, perhaps by many. So you mentioned it yesterday, the missile launch from the Caspian Sea to Dnipro, my old hometown. The purpose of that, now I made fun of it at first. I'm like, you know, this has cost, I can't remember how much it cost, tens of millions, and they killed 3 people. But their target was Yuzhmash, where the rockets for the Soviet space industry were made and developed. And their target on that attack was the rocket fuel, which the Russians thought was stored there. And that would have been catastrophic, like for 150 kilometers. I mean, it's just, I visited a rocket fuel plant. I'm not going to say where it is, but I hope if they move the rocket fuel from Yuzhmash inside Dnipro, they've also moved it from this other place. And I've been worried about that from the beginning. But this is kind of like, you know, I mean, there's people, probably experts on here as well, but I spoke to the director of this place with loads of rocket fuel from the Soviet storage, and it's, you know, it's like 150 kilometers. You're really feeling it. You're all going to die. You're all going to get cancer. The crater is going to be like 1.5 kilometers wide. You know, and that's in the middle of Dnipro, and there's only one side that did that. So, as it killed 3 people. It was a big shock for many of us because Dnipro, thankfully, has been so far untouched. But they were trying to create like a Holocaust, like in the original meaning of the term, and make the whole city uninhabitable. And so the idea that the Ukrainians, who I think most of us are convinced now, you know, they do value human life, and that's a great dividing line between them and the Russians. The idea that the Ukrainians would hit a nuclear power plant, even as a so-called provocation in Soviet military doctrine, is insane, especially when, as was pointed out by Daniel and others here, the workers there are true heroes. And their boss, he was killed, he was tortured to death because he refused to drain the cooling pond. And my source, I really trust Dmitry Orlov, and I've watched him develop. He's the mayor of Enerdar, and I remember when they were first attacking it, I saw the pictures, and I did my best with my tiny little audience, because I've met him, and I met him in the good times, when he was trying to, you see him, and there's a picture I sometimes posted him and me in a Zoom conversation, and he's like the future of Ukraine. He's young, thin, suited, just wants to build a European city, and then you see him while the Russians are shelling it on the 2nd of March. And he looks like he's, many of us will have been under a lot of pressure at different times. You can really see it. You can see it's like his eyebrows are, his brow is bulging. And so I generally trust everything he says. The idea that the Ukrainians, anyone would participate in the shelling as a provocation. So this is the fourth thing I'd say to that Romanian journalist. Why do the Ukrainians need to even do that? I mean, the Russians are occupying a nuclear fucking power plant. Like, it doesn't get any bigger than that. Are they doing it just to try and wake up the world to it? I mean, I think even I'm shocked that people aren't woken up to it, that Bulgarian, Romanian and Turkish special forces haven't been in there and weren't in there and didn't stop this, because the Black Sea is the main thing. And of course, Crimea, because the Russians blew up the canal, the dam early on. From a hyper-strategic level, I think it's nuts, but it's as nuts as starving half the world to get someone to do something, which is implausible. At each step of that way is implausible. And then here's these guys, these same people are James Bond style, holding, and probably they've been watching the film, holding the nuclear power station thing, and they're hoping the White House will suddenly call Russia in and say, God, you're right, you've done it now. Here's half of Ukraine. And that makes more sense to me than the Ukrainians are shelling the plant because they hope finally the world will wake up to the threat of this nuclear power station, which is clearly not waking up to. And QED. I actually agree with you on the American thing there, Daniel. I think basically my view of the Americans on the Russian or the Germans is, because we won World War II, we're doing all of this stuff in Germany. We're forcing, as the loser in the war, we're forcing you to participate in this war. And actually, without all this foot dragging, it's better. We're showing we're the leader of the free world, and we're watching Germany and France wither in the perspective of Central European, the old Europe, or New Europe rather. And the Germans can't hold up what the Americans are doing, and the Americans are showing Germany that it is participating by organizing all these conferences in Germany and all that. But it's driving me nuts. I mean, I'm really disappointed in Germany. I can't believe it. I literally can't believe it. It was only a month into the war I finally realized, oh my God, they really, they paid 100 million euros to Ukrainians to help them decentralize and improve all their governance. And I gave presentations to German ambassadors and all of this kind of stuff. But basically, they didn't give a shit. It was all blood money. It was all just like, Ukrainians are just colonial subjects. I even pitched the German ambassador.
Air siren alert update.
The fact that Proto-Germanic,
all clear. This message has been generated
in the area
with municipal
around
data.
Zaporozhye, with the Yamnaya, and then became Saxon up around the top of the Dniester. And again, this is linguistically, genetically, and archaeologically proven. So I'm like saying, you Germans, you think of the Russians as the mother culture. Well, you're speaking a language that was forged in Ukraine. This is the mother of your tongue. and the mother of all the Scandinavian tongues and the English tongues, and yet you still view it through the prism of all this Catherine the Great waffle and all that. But believe it or not, the German ambassador didn't. We just continued to talk about decentralization and stuff. But yeah, so anyway, that's my 4 penneth.
Thank you very much, Decoding. This is a public service announcement. Stop trying to necessarily make sense of what the Russians are doing on the face of it, because it doesn't. Because waging genocidal war fundamentally does not make sense to moral people. Just because it doesn't make sense to you, an upstanding moral citizen of a free country, doesn't mean it doesn't make sense to an authoritarian, genocidal, murderous, torturous regime. Especially one which thrives on the most ridiculous, obscene, multi-threaded propaganda that we have ever witnessed. That's why it doesn't make sense. That's why it makes sense that it doesn't make sense. And that is why, fundamentally, the Russians are shelling a nuclear power plant that they're currently occupying. I know. Insane. I agree. Let's go to Michael, then Nina, then Rebecca, then Smooth, then JJ, then Patrick. Goodness, so many people. Michael.
Hey, thanks, gentlemen. So, Dakota, I think you had some really, really great points. I wanted to just kind of add a little bit to that and a little bit to what Axel talked about. And I think that maybe a little bit of perspective. If we look back like 4 years ago, where the United States was and where Europe was, we had Macron out there talking about having a European army, and one of the goals of that European army was to protect Europe from the United States. And that had a lot of outrage, and that was very divisive at the time. And then at the same time, we had Donald Trump in the White House, who was talking about pulling out of NATO, and said some things that weren't particularly productive, and he sent some really mixed signals to a lot of allies. And we've gone from that area when we had Angela Merkel on the stage, who's left in place of Scholz. We've had a lot of transition in the West over the course of the last few years. And I think with the events over the course of the last 6 months, I don't know if we've got a lot of leaders out there that are really fit for purpose when it comes to what they're dealing with right now between Scholz and between Biden. Just to let you know, background, from the Biden administration, he has a chief of staff, and he runs the White House very much like Biden, like he was a senator. He has a chief of staff who basically narrows down any decision that's going to be taken into 2 or 3 things, and the chief of staff has a lot of latitude over what those options are. And I don't think Ron Klain is very fit for purpose to make a lot of those decisions. So a lot of the really quality people we have in the Defense Department and national security and policymakers, all those things are getting funneled through a not fit for purpose leadership right now. And I think you see that in Germany with Scholz, and I think there might be an added factor there, and that's just the Federal Republic of Germany, the way that it's acted post World War II. And Axel may disagree with me, but I think destroying Prussia, destroying German militarism was a big goal. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope things change, but I fear that the Federal Republic of Germany, as we have it right now, is maybe a bit of a feature and not a bug, if that makes sense. But I do hope that we have public opinion, and our leaders will shape public opinion will make our leaders follow. And I hope we get good leaders who will have stand up for what's right and what's wrong. That there's evil in the world, and we get the leaders that are fit for purpose, and we have our countries and our policymakers that are fit for purpose for the times that we live in today.
The Federal Republic of Germany had 385,000
They're a bit robot-y, Axel.
I apologize. Did you manage to hear me? I said that the Federal Republic of Germany.
Yeah, you were readable.
Okay, sorry. So what I'm trying to highlight is I'm not in disagreement that since Gerhard Schröder and his ilk corrupted the Republic, things have become substantially worse. Absolutely, no question. And Ms. Merkel, in her appeasement, conciliatory, very strange tone, catering to power preservation through talk shows and polling has not helped. And there is a massive, massive lingering and rejuvenated illiberalism, authoritarianism, and anti-Americanism. But the illiberalism is the key thing, because there's such a lack of understanding of the ground forces of what is both the arsenal of capitalism and the arsenal, therefore, of democracy. And that is building companies from the ground up, giving people a possibility to assert their own rights, entrepreneurship, property rights, freedom of speech. This all comes from the ground up. It is the ultimate American target to enable freedom. And if you enable freedom, you have better outcomes. The Germans have looked at how can I preserve outcomes. That never works. It's utopianism. And since Schröder enacted it and Merkel didn't countermand it, we have this utter bereavement in society. And you can feel it. And the Germans are unhappy with it. The Germans are voting and polling for Ukraine. They're craving for proper, solid, calm, concise leadership of people who are willing to actually lead, but they can't find the leaders to do it, or the leaders who could do it are not showing up. It's absolutely despicable.
I hope you're right, brother, because we do need to stand up against a lot of illiberalism, and there's a lot of opportunism out there across the continent, and there's opportunism on this side of the Atlantic as well. That the so-called America First movement, which is to me just crass opportunism.
Yeah, it's opportunism and populism. I agree with you, but you can fix this. I think the center in America is so strong that it will never cede ground to those people.
Yeah, I agree with you in the long run. Things happen over here from time to time that shake that, but hopefully the center will continue to hold.
Thank you, Michael. Nina.
Thank you, Domin. And thank you, Axel, for actually, I don't remember when I've heard you talking in such a really angry and strong way. I really appreciated it because there was a lot of strong emotions behind it, and I absolutely agree with what you say. And I am wondering if the German people are addressing this, that they would want Germany to send more help to Ukraine. What can we do? I mean, can we make some kind of mass message or letter or email or anything to either or both German leaders and American leaders? I want to find some kind of solution to make even more pressure. And if there are really many people sending to the same person a lot of the same message to the leaders, exactly like the same message. What do you think about this? And do you think it would be? I know it could be possible, but what do you think? Thank you. Axel.
Yeah, I think We need a lot more foreign experts, real experts. We need a lot more people who can talk about energy plainly, a lot more people who can talk about strategy and military and economics plainly, calmly, from the center, not the Pikettys of France, not the left-wing nuts, not the von Mises Institute, but the people who understand Schumpeter and von Mises and Hayek. We need those people who actually take responsibility for things and have them talk in German media. The problem is that the nice, friendly, cozy collectivism of German media does not lend itself to that. The talk shows, which the Germans as an idea seemingly have imported from France, which incessantly, and Ben can talk about this and tell you how it works in France. Since the late 80s, France has had its talk shows where things are discussed from a cultural, political, intellectual angle, and they have never really, despite the fact that they have a little bit, but they have never really completely, utterly fallen down into the trough of populism. Yes, they are, and French people complain about them today that they're not as good anymore as they were then, but at least it's a forum for an elitist, intellectualist, slightly way up in the sky discussion. That's fine. Everybody sees it as that. But in Germany, the talk shows are full of mediocre people. And they're full of people who constantly like to shout out extreme positions. They're full of people who do not actually take responsibility. They're full of politicians of medium stance. They're full of people who spout out opinions which are bereft of any economic or overall international sense. They are not full of people from all over the globe. They do not benefit from the same kind of diversity of opinion, background, comprehensiveness, level of experience, and overall internationalist view as, for example, we managed to harness here. That is a real lack. That is a strategic cultural media deficiency. And the two German state media companies, ARD and ZDF, have managed to galvanize this, and the private media has not improved upon it, but it has just mounted the populist fringes. So, as a cultural critique, the Germans have imported the French model, but they have made it more populist and more simplistic, and therefore they're dumbing down the discussion. It's essentially, it's a precedence to what, if you watch the movie Idiocracy from a cultural perspective and look into how it has been produced, it's of course completely, utterly beyond anything. But it has a couple of great nuggets. And the apathy and complacency the German public has when it watches in its daily rhythm and its, say, utter routine, decrepit and dedication to these talk shows and taking them for real, taking them for gospel, rather than applying critical thinking themselves. It is astonishing. It is so bereft of any sense, it makes you sick to your stomach. It makes you want to emigrate.
Axel, yes.
But
okay,
Smooth can say a few words about this, which are probably more ecumenical than mine.
Yes, but can I have a follow-up? Just thank you, Axel, for that. So my question was, could we put more pressure on the leaders? But now my question will be changed. And should we put pressure on the journalists in Germany, somebody who are somehow level-headed, or I'm just trying to find who we should put pressure on. I can go there and knock on the door if it's needed. Yeah, I mean, for fuck's sake, I mean, just do something. Sorry, for my French.
I think that's a pretty acceptable level of French. You know, honestly, in Finland you will find very few appropriate doors. I don't think the doors you seek are further to the southwest.
But what about if we, Domen, if we start writing in the Finnish media about German journalists?
I don't know. Do you know what? Smooth is next anyway. Smooth. Do you wanna take that? What do you reckon the response of the German politicians would be if Helsingin Sanomat kept bashing them?
Well, I hope you can hear me because I'm sitting in the car and I'm not sure if the microphone is working. So mic check.
All is well.
Got you. You're fine.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, going back to Nina's question, I like your question, Nina, but from a German perspective, I think it's a little bit naive, because as Axel said before, we don't have the public majority here that would be willing to have the public outcry, and that's not only the Ukraine. That is Germans are so much, how do you say, in peace with themselves, and there's nothing that we get upset about and do some public outcry and whatever. It's just not in the German German minds. I don't know. Maybe we've been taught that for a long time. I don't know, and I don't think it doesn't make much of a difference with foreign pressure. Might it be from either from US or other states putting pressure on the German government? I don't think that works. I have no idea. I simply don't see it. It's I don't know. I think it's a lost cause. I think guys like Axel or myself, we're in the minority here, and we can just spread the word and talk to the people we know. And I know, in my personal space, I got people like in my company who, or the company I work for, is not my company, that really try to do their best, but it's on a small level. It's not enough, but there's not going to be an outcry. The Germans don't go public and have an outcry like that. The other thing that's why I put my hand up is, and I said this before, and this might not be popular, but this Germany bashing, as far as it is qualified, I still think it's a little bit one-sided, and you have to be a little bit careful not to drive the Germans nuts. And to say that the French are more trustworthy than the Germans, that's, excuse my French, that's a fucking joke. Okay, so that was, I don't know, that was like 10 minutes ago. Somebody says the French were more trustworthy than the Germans. So I think that's ridiculous. And I still stick to the one point that I've made in this space before, when we talk about the leopards. I get the point, and I get the point that the German government should put the industry in a situation to allow them to send leopards. But the German army is not capable of that. And I raised the same question. Yeah, and I raised the same question I did before, when people here in the space or any place else ask for Germany to send Leopard 2s. That's stupid. And please answer me this question.
Air siren alert
just
update.
Tunnel vision,
Hero
this question. Which
all clear.
Western
This message has been
European
generated
country
with municipal
has sent
data.
Western-made main battle tanks to the Ukraine? None.
None.
Which Western country has the most main battle tanks in stock in Europe that could be sent to the Ukraine? That's the US. There's enough Abrams all over Europe to be sent.
none of them have been sent. So don't put the Germans in a place just when it comes to send directly from the German Bundeswehr Leopard 2s to the Ukraine. It's ridiculous. We can't do it, and no other European or Western country would do it. And just the last
we are not
part.
asking for this. Smooth.
No,
Wait,
yeah,
we're
well,
not
it's,
asking for this.
I'm not. I know that you are
Here
not.
siren alert update.
We just
Kiro
have to
all
to
clear.
separate the arguments
This message
there a
has
little
been
bit, because it
generated
always
with
comes
municipal
like,
data.
what about the German Leopards? The argument is, what can the industry do, and do the politics allow it? We can't send them. We can just allow via our politics for the industry to send them. Everything else does not work, cannot be done. And just one thing when it comes to the big influence that the Russians have on German politics, and all the chaos and all the bullshit it creates. It's all good. It's all correct, and everything, especially Axel, you said in your well-informed rants that and you know I love your rants. But just for the general public, think back to 2016 and tell me another big country in the world that was so much manipulated by Russian propaganda that the majority of their people fell to vote for a certain president. And if you think just 4 years back, if we were in this situation 4 years back, this war would be over, because Trump, who Putin has by his balls, wouldn't have sent the military help. And I'm not a Biden fan. It's not about that. It's just for people that look to Germany and say, okay, the Americans do so much. They do, and we're all thankful for that, because without that, the Ukraine wouldn't be. But it's the lucky, let's say, it's lucky from a point of time. 4 years ago, with the manipulation of the Russians in the US, which led to vote for this idiot Trump by a majority of the American people. This war by then would be over, because the Americans, due to Trump, wouldn't have sent nothing in comparison to what the US is doing right now. And whenever you point the finger to the Germans, for a good reason, and everything is well and to be understood, and I'm going to sign off on anything of it, please check your own nose, check your own countries, and check what happened in your countries in the last couple of years. And if just a couple of years back, your country would have been in a similar situation. So sorry for my rant today, but yeah, I just felt to speak out on that. Thanks.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Yeah, the key thing is to release weapon systems which are available. And in order to make this work, the Americans know what to do. They have to release Bradleys and M1 Abrams in order to force the hand of Mr. Olaf Scholz to release the German weapon systems industry capacity. That's the whole thing. That's why I'm constantly saying this is if they want to win, this is the way to win.
Rebecca.
Hello. Yes, I was actually going to. I really love this discussion. Totally agree with basically everything Axel has said. I've lived in the U.S. for many years and remember Reagan. So that covers a pretty broad span. So I'm going to make some sort of general statements. First of all, of course, the Russians are Asia. If you look at it's slow to have an explosion there, and I don't think he knows about what happened. Much of his political life, he's actually holding up 1,000% better than I would
Air siren
ever
alert update.
So,
Mykolaiv,
but
all
because
clear.
for the first
This
time
message
in his
has
life,
been generated with municipal data.
Life, he's on the right side of a foreign policy.
Yes. Okay, and those are my comments. I'm going to let you guys discuss it.
JJ.
Good morning, Doman. I actually wanted to change the subject, if that's okay with you.
Certainly.
The Parliament of the Republic of
Siren
Latvia
alert
officially
update.
recognized
Zaporizhzhia.
Russia's
All clear.
really horrific
This message
actions
has
against
been
the
generated
civilian
with
population
municipal
in
data.
Ukraine, as well as other countries, as terrorism, and the Russian Federation as a state sponsor of terrorism. I'd like to know what the ramifications are of that and why we haven't heard of more countries doing that.
So the specific ramifications aren't very extensive, actually. They are, however, banning, like the Estonians, the access of Russians to Latvia, which is a good thing. There's a brewing amount of sentiment. Nick and I had a long conversation about this earlier. To stop.
Are there any other kinds with Nick? Just putting that out there.
Yeah, tea. That's the other brewing thing.
Air siren alert update.
That was a British joke.
Zaporizhzhia. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal
So there's
data.
a lot of brewing sentiment when it comes to getting Russians not be able to enter various Schengen countries anymore. But other than that, not an awful lot, actually. Estonia also barred today, incidentally, Latvia's northern neighbor, barred Russians from using Estonian-issued Schengen visas to enter Estonia at this point. So lots of decisions like that are brewing. What would be great, however, and maybe Axel wishes to speak to this, is if a specific other country would have done the same and declared Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. Like a big one. It'd be really good. I would really love if that country did that. Any guesses?
Yeah, I'm not going to malign Ron Klain any further. I think I've said enough about this White House chief of staff, and there are other people who know what they're doing. I'm quite sure at some point in time the adults will come to the room and tell him that there is a nice place in the garden where he can play, and things will now work differently. As in every war, at some point in time, the serious people come and say, "You're in our world now."
Okay, let's run through a bunch of people. Jerry, then George, and then we're going to go to Nick and Gurney, etc. Jerry.
Thanks, Doman. I want to return to Axel kept with the theme of criticism of the current administration, particularly White House Chief of Staff, and let me offer some bipartisan perspective. Axel, you know my politics, so you know where I'm coming from. There is a politics of the future that is always played in Washington, D.C. The politics of the future is two-front, can I win the seat of power? And then there's also a bipartisan politics, which is very much at work within this administration. And I'll repeat that, bipartisan politics that is very much at work within this administration. And the moves that are being made respective to Germany reflect that bipartisanship. Now you'd say, oh my God, no, it isn't. It must be Ron Klain. He's holding things up. It must be this, it must be that game, it must be a National Security Council that is, that's, not acting with the swiftness of the moment. They're concerned not so much with the politics of the moment, Axel, as they're concerned with the politics of the future. Now, regarding the politics of the moment, you said it in your own words, whom would replace Olaf? Whom? Pick the person who would act with
Friedrich Merz.
Mm-hmm.
Friedrich Merz.
But would he have the Germans behind him? No.
Absolutely.
Not.
Absolutely.
I'm afraid
Disagree
not.
completely.
Well, that's good. You're German. I'm not, and perhaps you know better. But I'll just offer this: that the complacency within the German population itself is driving the politics. You said it yourself. Mesmerized by talk shows of mediocrity. And so let's remember that. Remember that there is much more at play within politics than a personality. A personality can be easily steered by a message that is thoroughly compromised by a very sophisticated medium. So let's just be a little bit real. It would require a full buy-in of German industry, full buy-in of German population, full buy-in of German media, which, let's face it, they're in the entertainment business just like every other media these days. Nothing's bad. They're not everybody, but there's certainly a lack of seriousness. Right. So that is the politics of the moment. So having the plurality to execute on a full-fledged involvement of German population, German industry, and German government might be a bit of a push. Now, there is provincialism that, of course, it is a factor. A long-worn theme within German politics is that we resent the position of American bases in Germany. That's long-worn. We resent the continued perspective of colonialism of the United States over German, and Germans don't want to be a vassal state of America. They want to be a good partner. We want them, Germans, as a good partner, a very good partner. But the Germans should not want to be subjects of the United States. That's a bad look for us. It's a bad look for Germany, and it wouldn't be sustainable in the construct of nationalism, a fervor of nationalism that pervades throughout the continent. So if we want to give rise to that, give ammunition to the nationalists, to the right-wingers, to who are thoroughly funded by Putin's organization, put a lot of pressure on Germany to make them bend to our will. That's the politics of the moment. It doesn't necessarily play, and there isn't a great deal of bipartisan support for that theme. There's persons who would really like to do that because they're ultranationalists with the United States. We don't necessarily want to give them power within the Republican Party. They have already ruined it. So there's a politics of the moment that says, let's wait, let's see, let's let those persons who wish to delay, let's let that theme play itself out, within the construct of Germany, within the political structure of Germany. Let those persons who would rise to to the moment within Germany rise. Let them convince their fellows that of the righteousness of the cause, of the sensibleness of the cause, of the pragmatism of the cause of unleashing the full force of Germany's capabilities into the fight. That's kind of what's being said now. Let's let Germans be Germans. Let's let Germans run Germany. If we are seen to put pressure, if we're seen to be fully overt in that, which we certainly could do. I mean, there's a number of editorials that could be written, and we've got plenty of people who are already saying that within the military-industrial complex. That it would be fairly easy to put that into play, but it isn't being put into play for the reasons I just stated. The politics of the future that does not play well. Here's another factor. There's a thought path in the United States that says we don't necessarily want Germany to be the center of Europe anymore. We don't necessarily want that. Why? Well, because a balance provides cohesion. A large German foot is not necessarily a happy thing in Europe. So, where should the politics of the future reside? The politics of the future should reside someplace further east. The politics of the future that drives trade, that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. It balances things out. It opens markets. It gives a conduit of trade from the Baltics to the Black Sea. Why is there legislation driven by Shaheen and Romney for concentration on a U.S. Black Sea policy, one which you've never had, really, other than to say, well, that's kind of a Russian lake. Why has there never been that? All right? Why is that now coming to the fore? Why are we looking at a Black Sea policy? Why is that important? We see that it's an important conduit to a balance, to a shift of gravity from the center, from Berlin to points east. And so there is a politics of the future, pragmatic, but just awful. But I guess awful things are what is done in politics, in the movement of nations. Awful, incremental movement of that gravity to points east. And so there's much to be, there's a great deal of bipartisanship amongst reasonable people, within the center of U.S. policy. So for the moment, it's a convenient campaign scheme to to shift the blame to a central figure in the White House, shift the obfuscation blame to the central figure in the White House. It is not necessary, does not necessarily reflect the politics of the future that is fundamentally bipartisan, fundamentally supported by industry, supported by capitalism, supported by bank within the United States. So the painful incrementalism that we see, and it's painful, and it's tragic, and it's just shit.
This is painful.
Is a reflection of bipartisanship. I'm sorry to say that. It is. I wish it weren't so. I'd love nothing more for us to just pick it up and just kick their ever-loving asses, and we could within moments. It doesn't reflect the politics of the future. It just doesn't. Sorry.
500,000 deported children.
Fucking real. I mean, it's just unreal.
More than 20,000 cases already reported for children and women to be put into sex slavery in the UAE and beyond. Do you need anything else?
We need nothing more.
Seriously.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Look, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. And what dominates the front page is, we have a problem.
You have these wonderful woke senators, everywhere, who are always complaining about women's rights and whatnot here and there. And are they shouting? Are they shouting from the rooftops?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's just these
are different women. Oh no, sorry, these are different women. They are not the same class of women, right?
Well, there's that too, isn't there? A classism that that balances one heavier than the other. Where are your religious leaders too? Where are the theocrats? Huh? Where are the U.S. theocrats? Where are their mouths? So
the descendants of Mr. Falwell are very, very silent.
I have a picture of Jimmy. Of Jerry Falwell, whatever his name, Jim something, Billy Graham and Richard Nixon sitting together in 1960, and yet they'll deny that Jerry Falwell had anything to do with politics at that age. Amazing, huh? Sitting at Met Stadium.
What a surprise.
Yeah, so yes, there is a theocracy that's missing. Where's that voice? That voice is absent. That voice is just not there. What is their complaint? The complaint is that the survival of people who are being brutalized and being tortured, being tormented, and being genocided in Ukraine. Their position is some abstract. How many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Subject before the U.S. Supreme Court and its state legislatures. Amazing. Amazing. Campaign gimmicks rule. Yes. There is, though, within the core a bipartisanship that is looking out, that considers the interests of the United States of America, does consider them first. Something like you would consider yourself first putting on your oxygen mask in a decompressurized aircraft cabin before you place it on your young child. That type of considering America first. There is a politics within the center. You say the center must hold. There's a center politics that is unfortunately making some pragmatic decisions, whilst, yes, allowing some individuals to be hung out to dry within American politics. And unfortunately, incrementing our aid when persons such as myself, strong national security folks, would prefer that we pull out the stops and do it quickly and get this over violently. Unfortunately, our voices are not heard by those who make great decisions. Thanks.
Not yet, my friend. Not yet. Let's go to George and Gurney.
Axel, my German friend, you forget one main point that you might not see across the pond. Here in the United States, politics are like a giant septic tank. Shit floats to the top. So now, in the last 20, 30 years, a lot of these people that work around the president, doesn't matter who it is, they're political appointees. They're people who have puckered up and kissed the tuchus well enough to get their positions, right? Either they've made contributions, they've helped elect him or her or whoever they're working for, senators, congressmen, and things of that. And, you know, they have their little degrees from their watered-down college, and they think they know what's best. And there's a lot of people that actually do know what's going on. And unfortunately, the last 15, 20 years, I don't know how it is in Germany, but those people get pushed to the side until the proverbial shit hits the fan. And it takes a while for these people that think they know what they're doing to make enough mistakes where the people actually in charge realize that they've been getting shitty advice from them. Look, the Afghanistan debacle, I mean, for Christ's sake, there should have been heads rolling after that, you know, until like recently, but nothing really happened. There was people clamoring, telling them that, hey, when we pull out, that thing is going to collapse like a house of cards. Why would you think that some guy in Afghanistan that grew up in a patriarchal society is going to fight against the Taliban for women's rights and for, you know, for him to lose what he thought, what they believed in is I have the right to do with my women as I please. I mean, that was just absolutely stupid, you know, and it was a stupid policy for 10 years and more. But regarding what's going on in the White House now, it's because you've got people in the Pentagon clashing with the National Security Council and all the other little dweebs, you know, walking around that were like, you know, 2-3 years ago, you know, nobodies, but they kissed the right tuchus and now are in positions of power because they were appointed there. And that's what our biggest problem is. And when it comes to Germany, I don't know if it's the same thing, but I would doubt it's not. I mean, Axel, you know your country a lot better than I do, but here in the United States, we see it all the time. And we always say it, shit floats to the top. And it's not only in politics, and it's in all industries. I work in the hospital, it's in the healthcare industry. We get these people that make these decisions based on, I don't know what, you know, completely out of left field. And, you know, the things suffer because of it. And right now, you know, this dragging your feet, it's gotten a little better, but there's still people in the positions that are putting brakes on getting certain things done. And yes, you're right. The gentleman that was speaking before that was German. Yes, the United States, I mean, what the hell? We've got probably like 3,500 tanks in storage just sitting there. For what? I mean, we could have, and the Ukraine doesn't need 1,000 tanks. They need like 400. You know,
but you want to invade Canada tomorrow, right? I heard.
Yes, exactly. What the hell, Axel? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And we're paying money to store the shit anyway. It's not like we're going to lose anything. And like I've said, and I said this about a week, I think earlier this week when I said, everybody's talking about the offensive in Kherson. I'm saying the offensive should be toward Berdyansk, cut the Russians in half. But the Ukrainians need certain things. They need about 400 to 500 infantry fighting vehicles, APCs, whatever you have, something with protection that can move soldiers, and they need about at least a couple of hundred tanks, and then about 1,000, vehicles that can move cargo. And we literally have 10 times what the Ukrainians would need sitting in storage. It's absolutely appalling.
Absolutely agree, George. 100%. It's insane. Gurney.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Axel. I see CJ up here. Is it okay if I asked some catch-up,
of course,
type Twitter questions here? CJ, can you hear me?
Mustard only for CJ.
Sorry, I was looking at Bradley numbers here. No, I'm definitely here, all right.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. I've been out for a few hours here, waking up to some news. I didn't know if anyone out there has seen. Looked like there were some images of some high voltage lines that were tipped sideways. I didn't know if there was a strike out there, or if that's accurate or inaccurate, or what those even supplied.
So it was a high voltage line that connected Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to Crimea. It is not entirely sure what happened. It seems that it is quite likely that it was partisan activity. Also, apparently the Crimea power grid, to the best of my understanding, because some people sent me some really good links that I don't completely understand, which show various power grids in Europe, and especially various trans-border connections. But to the best of my understanding, the Crimean power grid is synchronized with the Russian power grid, not the Ukrainian power grid. So Crimea couldn't actually get energy off of that line anyway, unless Crimea is still on the Ukrainian power grid and does the European power grid, which would make no sense, since it's been occupied by Russia well before Ukraine cut off from the Russian power grid and went onto the European one. CJ, what do you know?
Do you know, was this near Chongdar or to the...
Yeah, close there, just north of there. In maybe it was actually still in Zaporizhzhia Oblast, but somewhere between Chongdar and Melitopol, yeah.
Yeah, there's something being, shaped over there. And that's what, Gurney, what you missed earlier, I brought up, because it's really intriguing to me, is not only this Chongdar strike, but this other one about 7 kilometers away. So 150 kilometers from the Ukrainian front, kind of in this area nestled between Kherson and Crimea. At first it was published by Special Kherson Cat and, other people in the area that it was a massive explosion. And then when the Russians got there, there was a bunch of vehicles definitely destroyed, but no real evidence of a large fire or ammunition. So really left, I think, a lot of people with their head scratching. So I wonder if this is possibly a use of harms, right? Taking out maybe a radar dish or an S-300, and that could explain the large explosion with the S-300 interceptors blowing up. But there's definitely something going on between Melitopol, Zaporizhzhia, and the Kherson in the southeastern portion, whether it be ATACMS strikes, harms strikes, or partisan strikes. There is a lot more activity than normal. And as a Ukrainian official said last night when asked, if the counteroffensive has started with this airbase strike, he said this is it.
And, CJ, on that note, there was a second question in my head here. And since you brought up S-300s and some strikes here, I'm going to move to the second one, too. We've seen, there's some videos out there of some inflatable decoys. Some people are mocking and maligning these. But I wanted to get your impression on two different things here. There's reports, we don't know if they're credible, that Russia is now trying to reposition S-300s and S-400s closer to the front. So that's one. We don't know if that's true or not, and we don't know what the effect is, but I'll throw that out there for you to comment on. And then the second part of that is, to talk about these decoys. I know a lot of people malign them. There are some uses for these, but maybe if we could talk about, the uses of them by the Russians, and then the limitations of them by the Russians in terms of, what systems, like say for an AGM-88, right? It's clearly not going to target a decoy, maybe some optical satellite and stuff. But I throw those two things out there to talk about, S-300s, 400s moving to the front, and then even the Russians, using decoys at this phase could suggest that, the Russians are trying to counter the Ukrainian, suppression of air defense campaign that's ongoing. But if we could speak to that, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of those images pop up, and some people just mock them, and others don't quite have a complete understanding of what the Russians may be trying to do.
So I saw the silly inflatable video, and again, there's no way that's a real video to me. It looks like just some sort of parody out of The Office or some other show. So if someone knows for 100% serious that that's a real video and Russia's really trying to do that, I mean, what doesn't make any sense to me is the S-300, obviously, the inflatable S-300 collapses in the background. So there's no way Russia would publish that unless, Ukraine hacked in and got a first line edit. So I guess that's what I'm sort of confused about, how that could be a real thing. But in any case, let's just go with the assumption it's real. The only thing it's going to fool, if anything, is some low grade satellites, right? Because from the sky, if the turret shapes are right, it's going to maybe suggest that there's something there. However, of course, satellites have a lot of other capabilities like IR, other types of ELINT in terms of collecting on metal. It's almost completely obvious that it's just an inflatable and not an S-300. So I don't really know who they're fooling. Some people said they're trying to fool aircrafts into pulling away. I completely disagree. If you're in an aircraft and you're visual tally with an S-300, you're already dead. That thing has a range of 120 kilometers, roughly. So there's no situation where you see an S-300 from the sky. You're either dead or you're not. And in which case, if you're not, then it's an inflatable. So it doesn't matter if you see it. So really, the last thing might be is like people on the ground maybe reporting up, and maybe this is probably the most likely, in my opinion, is the idea that, basically Russia's lost so many of these S-300s, S-400s ammo depots that if they think that if they can get Ukraine to shoot at inflatables, that they can kind of use up ammo, maybe detect the HIMARS and et cetera. And that might make the most sense, because what we know is in a lot of situations, Ukrainian partisans in combination with drones, in combination with satellites, are passing on targeting info to the Ukrainians, right? They're getting it from a lot of different sources. And they're probably getting it from at least two to kind of confirm it's really a thing. So if Russia can get Ukrainian civilians on the ground from far away to believe that it's an S-300, pass it up, and maybe there's a drone overhead and isn't too good of a drone, and they go forward with the strike, well, then that's a waste of $120,000 with a Gimler. So that's probably my best guess. They're hoping to fool the Ukrainian civilians, but I think they're going to be a lot smarter than that. What do you think, Gurney? What do you think they're actually trying to deceive?
I'm not too sure. If I take the video to be true, separate from that, I know these decoys to exist, and I'm just trying to understand in my head. Are they following a playbook of 1970s type doctrine when the electronic warfare game was significantly different, or are they pulling these things out, for their own troops in sort of a PR move? By the side of a highway, or a civilian sees it, or a non-Russian commander sees it and says, we got our assets working. I'm not 100% sure what's happening, but it's I thought it was newsworthy, so I enjoyed discussing it. But I'm going to move to the second part of that question there. Reportedly, we don't know this to be true, but let's go with the alleged reporting. If Russia is trying to forward place S-300s and S-400s to replace some of these losses from the last 3 to 4 days, let's talk about this. Do we think that's effective? Do we think that's a smart move, or do we think that that's just replacing insanity with insanity here by moving some of their rearward systems forward to replace some of the destroyed ones? Let's maybe talk about that section.
So, if you look at the chain of events, right, the beginning of July, Ukraine announces massive counteroffensive into Kherson. And so what does Russia do in response? Well, they take them at their word, which is, not a dumb thing to do. It's probably pretty smart, generally to maybe reinforce an area that your enemy is going to attack. We saw them move, anywhere between 5 and 15 BTGs. There's, documented evidence of tanks and artillery pieces and engineering gear and pontoons and all this sort of line of material from the Russians moving up to the front. And, the thing about that is, at least from my point of view, Gurney, they didn't really have to bring up more S-300s and 400s, right? Because these are, mostly, yes, they're mobile, but they're defending a static area. They have a lot of them and a lot of interceptors, and they cover, their own specific sector. And it doesn't matter if you have, 5,000 Russians you're protecting or 15,000, it's still that 1 or 2 S-300 battery. And so I think that thinking was fine for the first part until HARMS showed up, right? Because not only were HIMARS able to kind of target these things because they didn't move them quickly enough, but with HARMS in play in terms of these anti-radar, radiation-seeking missiles that hunt for these S-300s, S-400s, counterfire radars, etc., there is no real recourse for that. So if you have, one S-300 protecting every couple thousand Russians, and it goes out of use, it gets demilitarized, as we say. There's no quick alternative to fix that, right? Because you could either move another battery to cover down, but you now have people that are maybe not getting as much coverage, or you have to move people from the rear or other fronts. So it really is not a good situation. So when Russia or someone announced that Russia was going to be sending in replacements for these 14 some odd batteries that have been destroyed, they're going to be taken from somewhere else. They're either going to be taken from the reserves, in which case they could be extremely old, maybe not working 100%, or they'll be taken from other parts of the front. We can't forget that most of the troops in Kherson right now were just in Izium and the rest of the Donbass, about a month ago. So these are people that haven't had necessarily a break and were not doing too well at that point in time, only to get put in Kherson, have their bridges cut, have their air defense blown up, and now have their air coverage gone. Because again, this Saki Air Base was the only air base for the Russian naval aviation. Because, they only got one aircraft carrier. So it's the aircraft carrier and this base. And now that the base is, also demilitarized temporarily, this is a gigantic blow, not only to the psyche, but also the capability of, the Russians to defend themselves. So I think, they can bring more things up, but they kind of are starting to see the writing on the wall that, each of these batteries costs $200 million, and each attack them is only 750,000. So do the math,
And CJ, when we talk about shaping the battlefield here, and we talk about Ukrainian decisions, right? If the Ukrainians were methodically peeling back sort of the layers here, the furthest forward layers of the Russian air defense, and then I'm going to hypothesize a little bit here, and so if that occurred a week ago, and whether that paved the way for the Saki airfield, and then the Ukrainians throw in a deep strike. Again, we'll keep the manner of it. We'll keep that out of the discussion. But a deep strike. So the Ukrainians are saying, look, your most forward-facing air defense systems we've picked off. They're within the range of our AGM-88s or our artillery, or our aircraft sorties. And then you force the Russians into another operational decision to say, look, your rear areas, even if we're not going to get some of your very rear air defense itself, but your rearward air defense is not protecting your airfield. We'll hand you an airfield loss here. And now the Russians are sort of hypothetically falling into the bait of saying, okay, great, our systems back here aren't working. Let's throw them back forward. The Ukrainians are sort of, from my understanding of what may be happening, sort of feeding them this sandwich. The Russians are boxing these decisions. And the next question I'm going to ask you here is sort of, so, we've seen Russian air defenses in the Kherson front go down. If you're one of these new incoming S-300, S-400 operators, the rockets are separate from the radar sites. But if you're one of these incoming Russian radar operators, you probably have some understanding of what's been happening, whether it's through Telegram or informal channels. I've got to ask the question, the Ukrainians seem to be baiting the Russians to say, look, you're not going to turn on all of your radars like you used used to. You're going to be forced to pick and choose the timing, or else we're going to pick you off with our HARM missiles. And I can only see that from a targeting perspective. And I'd like to get your input here to say,
Air
is, you know,
siren alert
I
update.
imagine Ukraine
Share
is going
KZ.
to continue to
Full
take
alert.
advantage of that
Hero
by
Vorad.
the sheer
Full
fact
alert.
that even if
This
they
message
move
has been
S-300s
generated
and
with municipal
S-400s
data.
forward, that the Russians are going to be operating differently and probably not running their air defense radars consistently for the fear of, you know, these HARM missiles. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, so what people have to keep in mind is, you know, you could have your radars on 24/7, but then you become a magnet not only for other radars, but of course missiles that seek radars. So in a highly contested environment, you need to have a good cycle of who's radiating when. And you know, in the global war on terror or low intensity conflict, it's not really a concern when the other side doesn't have advanced technology. But in this case, it's really important for that kind of thing to be managed, because every time you shut down your radar and you're safe, presumably from a HARM missile, you also have no idea what's incoming towards you.
Air
So
siren
you
alert
lose
update.
awareness while you gain
Share
safety.
KZ.
So it's a giant
Full
balancing
alert.
act. It's very
Hero
difficult
Vorad.
to do. You need a lot
Full
of
alert.
command and control,
This
a lot
message
of planning.
has been
A lot of
generated
the
with
things that
municipal
Russia
data.
seems to lack. So I think that is an important point. I would honestly say, though, Gurney, I don't even think they know necessarily what's going on when they come and do the RIP or the relief in place, right? Because they have now, and Doman, correct me please, hit Chernobyivka 35 times, right? And I am certain that, oh, Doman, give me the number, sorry.
So yesterday, there's a truck at Chernobyivka that went up, seemingly through partisan action, and I don't know whether to count that as 36 or not.
So, you know, okay, let's just take out maybe half the strikes and say that, you know, the Russian command and control has been present there in a major way at least 10 of those times, right? Sometimes it's ammo, sometimes it's troops, but they've put actual people in charge at the same place time and time again. So that makes me wonder, you know, does basically the top levels of the Russian military have just absolute control of where people go and what people do in terms of there's no way feasibly to say no?
Full alert.
Or is it that they're just so stupid that they're not passing this on, or they're being deliberately misleading? So the combination of those three things are just, none of them are good, right? So I would even imagine that, you know, if you're a new S-300, S-400 commander and you're rolling up,
Odessa,
you probably don't know
alert.
what's happened. Well, either because the whole crew is dead and there's no one there to tell you, or because they're not going to pass it on. They could say maybe it was an accident, or they may give you some bad information like, hey, it was HIMARS. You have nothing to worry about if you keep moving every 6 hours or whatever. And that's not entirely true, and that movement won't actually save you from the harms. And also, Gurney, too, what I want to bring up that I just saw here, and maybe John knows some more, I don't want to take back what I said earlier about Belarus, because the satellite imagery of that area looks very interesting today. It looks
as siren alert update.
Tell me more.
Mykolaiv.
Well, it's
full
not
alert.
clear yet. There was an
Riv.
S-400
Full
battery
alert.
there
Previously,
people are trying to figure out right now when it left, but it looks like at least one radar site was deliberately targeted by something. That's not a live fire gone wrong.
Full alert.
I'll leave it at that until I can find more info.
Full alert.
Maybe that's why John came up.
Full alert. Odessa. Full alert. Zhytomyr. Full alert. Sumy. Full alert. Dnipropetrovsk.
Absolutely love that. Briefly regarding the Zabrovka airfield. So there was an S-400 battery observed on satellite imagery back in June. As you mentioned, we don't know if it's still there or if where it left. But, you know, keep in mind, this airfield, this is where they've been staging a lot of these Iskander-M strikes against targets in Ukraine. The TELs have been, you know, launching the missiles from in the vicinity of this airfield. And I believe this is where a number of Russian long-range bombers
siren alert update.
operated
Chernobyl. Full alert.
And,
Lviv. Full alert. Ternopil. Full alert. Venetia. Full alert. Kharkiv.
And the thing I
full
wanted to
alert.
mention regard to
Kherson.
the air defense thing
Full
that we were
alert.
discussing
This
is,
message has been generated with municipal
data.
data.
Radar separate from their TELs and command centers, but they really don't seem to do that. I mean, in a lot of the footage that we've seen of destroyed S-300s in Kherson, they just have the TELs, you know, parked in line. Command center is, you know, within 100 meters, and so is the radar. I mean, even in their prepared installations in Crimea and, you know, in Donbass and in, you know, Russia proper, you know, essentially what they do is they have, you know, the TELs
Air siren alert update. Chernobyl. Full alert.
on an
Lviv.
elevated platform,
Full alert.
you know, in the center of these
Ternopil.
revetments.
Full alert. Venetia.
Elevated
Full alert.
ground, essentially,
Kharkiv.
you know, in the
Full
center,
alert.
it's kind of
Kherson.
a series of diamond
Full alert.
shaped
This message has been generated with municipal data.
And then they'll have the command center a little bit off to the side of the diamond somewhere. So they just love to cluster their air defense assets for some inexplicable reason, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, John, that's news to me. I guess it just seems idiotic and counter to everything you're trained. I'd love to ask CJ the targeter. What if look? This is not a Western fight here, and the Ukrainians are prosecuting it effectively. But CJ, what input would you have, say, as a fire director here, if you saw a site like this, or would you give input? Would you give prioritization when you see this equipment together, as opposed to distributed like it should be?
Yeah, because, well, if you think about it, right, John and I a couple weeks ago looked at the S-300, S-400 doctrine as, HIMARS came into the field to kind of see what might be targetable or what we might see in the satellite imagery afterwards to kind of determine the effects. But what we found was, pretty quickly the Russians weren't doing anything by doctrine, which is a good sign if they're not placing themselves in the right place in terms of, how far apart they should be. There's probably other things wrong too. And so then it becomes even more potential for a strike. Like we saw with Saki, for example, there was a couple things right with the revetments and the concrete barriers and sort of the normal fortification stuff. But if they had been watching on satellite imagery, they would have noticed there is loose missiles stockpiled around the planes. There's not all the ammunition procedures are being held. There's no evidence of like firefighting gear or water or sandbags. And so you then start to add all these factors up, and a target that otherwise might not be worth it suddenly becomes a lot more worth it, because the potential for it to be more disastrous for the enemy definitely grows. I mean, you could ask me what I would target next, and of course I'd be wrong, because I've been wrong about everything in that regard this far in the war. But I would need access to all the information, or a lot more than I have now, right? If I had known that the United States is willing to give harms, I would have completely advocated for a different course of action. I would have advocated for the destruction of as many radars as possible, and then the Russian Air Force on the ground, which is what is happening now. But if other weapons are being offered, then that would definitely play a huge role into it. I mean, inevitably, in order to take Kherson back, eventually Ukraine will have to move in force. But in the last 2 days, I've seen at least 3 different tank videos of 12 plus tanks idling around the Kherson front. So they definitely have a much larger armored force than they did a couple weeks ago, and it is getting stronger every day. So it's it may be coming next week and maybe coming next month, but I think by mid-September we'll definitely start seeing some real effects, and it should be beneficial, because all of this seems to be going quite well for Ukraine.
Yeah, thanks, CJ. And I'm going to park. I've got a separate question here related to AGM-88s, but not specific to the platform itself. But I know John's hand was up real quick, so I'll park my comment. And I know Nick's been waiting.
Yeah, let's jump to Nick, and then we're going to go to John. Nick.
It's been fascinating. We've had the people in the pub bemoaning the state of the modern world. I just, about 45 minutes ago, just had a 1-minute point, which, for whoever was telling me that I take too long, which is to say that I don't think that there's any great danger of a nuclear leak. I think the Russians are probably firing well away from the reactors. This is all being done for publicity. Apart from anything else, the prevailing winds, as I understand it, in the area are such that most of the radioactive fallout could be expected to land on Russia. So I think people are maybe getting a little bit excited about this. As Axel says, it's kind of, it's a fear porn thing. But I'm not going to worry too much about it. They already have the plant. They have the plant in their hands. So if they actually wanted to provoke a nuclear leak, they wouldn't have to stand off and lob their inaccurate artillery at it. So this is just disinformation.
Yeah, I concur. I think it was to the point, and I concur with the point that it's fear-mongering by the Russians on the basis of something that they're doing, but they're not actually doing. That is to say, they do not have the ability to fundamentally hurt the nuclear power plant with what they're currently doing. However, they are certainly behaving in a manner most irresponsible and clearly ridiculous and frankly insane. John.
Thank you, Doman. I just wanted to briefly circle back around to the Russian air defense question. The thing that's fascinating to me, and CJ and I have been talking about this offline, I think I briefly discussed this with Konstantin as well, their doctrine as to how they place their air defense assets, it's almost in some sense, at least to my eye, seem to have gotten worse in terms of vulnerability to strikes, since the Vietnam War, because obviously the North Vietnamese air defense network was, consisted of Soviet designed, produced, and provided air defense systems that were emplaced according to Soviet doctrine as the various, North Vietnamese air defense operators were trained by Russian air defense operators. And what they would do is, it's very similar to what the Russians do nowadays, is they'll have, essentially at the center of one of their SAM sites, they'll have, a radar on an elevated earthen mound in the center, and then they will dig essentially at the time. This was the SA-2, the S-75 in Russian parlance, the Dvina? I don't remember what its reporting name is. They would essentially have the early warning acquisition radar on top of an elevated earthen mound, and around it they would dig a series of, trenches, ditches, and revetments, and they would place individual launchers and individual revetments. And, essentially kind of in a almost irregularly circular pattern around the center of this radar, and then they would have the, command center, off somewhere else. What's fascinating to me is that they've reverted over time from digging individual revetments for individual launchers to parking multiple launchers in a single revetment. So what they do now is, I swear to you, they will park 4 plus TELs, 4 or 5, plus TELs, literally in a line with 5 meters between them in a single large revetment, and just call it a day.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of things that don't seem to make sense, and that's really the best way to put it. And the thing about these systems is it's so easy to check, right? They're, we may be looking at satellite imagery and we may be seeing a inflatable, but that does happen to even the best of us. But I would say John's absolutely right. It's not only important to recognize that they didn't stick with their tactics and doctrine at the beginning, but they're getting worse, which is not a sign that they were innovating militarily or getting any better. Or there's really any chance of getting better. I would be interested. I know John just dropped down, but I think we're probably getting him back. But in any case, looking at it might be time to start pulling out the numbers of how many S-300s Russia can field, right? Because I know for a fact it was quite a lot to begin with, but you never know. A couple more months of this, and we might actually have to start talking about where the limit is, because I think, at least with the interceptors, those are very difficult to make, very expensive, and the launchers themselves too. It's not something that they can go back 60 years and pull one from like they can with a tank or a BMP. These things need to be somewhat modern. John, will we ever see the end of S-300s or anywhere close to a limit? Have you looked at the numbers at all?
So the numbers are incredibly vague. It's, there's some very rough production numbers, as you mentioned. Like, you found some numbers around 2000. S-300s produced. I couldn't find anything better than that. Those numbers are so nebulous and vague because it doesn't mention, whether or not those are complete systems, individual TELs, because obviously there's multiple components to it. You have your TELs, you have your command centers, you have, your early warning, search, acquisition radars, whatever you want to call them. You have your, actual, fire control radars, etc. And then, there's also specialized naval variants that are designed to be integrally mounted into warships, such as Moskva, or the Kirov class, and then you also have the number that were exported to foreign countries. It's just, I don't think there's any way to make sense of that 2000 number. My understanding, according to some people that I talked to, was that kind of the weak link in the system, in terms of the component of which the least units were produced, is the transloaders. Since every site does not have an organic transloader to it, the transloaders shuttle between different sites, transporting and performing reloads as necessary. And so, in terms of the components of target that you would have to destroy the least number of to seriously degrade their air defense capability, it would be the transloaders. And I believe at least 1 or 2 of the strikes that we'd seen somewhere in Donetsk and Luhansk There's one against a rail yard, I think, that the Ukrainians were targeting some S-300, S-400 transloaders. There was some great satellite imagery that I think was actually the Ukrainians released shortly after carrying out the strike. That imagery that was taken like an hour or two before the strike was carried out that showed like 5 S-400 transloaders fully loaded with ammunition just parked out in the middle of the open in this rail yard. So the Ukrainians are certainly aware of this and are taking advantage of it where possible.
And that's what I want to kind of highlight, what you said about all the different components. There's so many different vulnerabilities in a complex system like this that when it's at its best can do pretty well against, aircraft flying at a medium to high altitude. But there's also a lot of vulnerabilities that can be overtaken by, HIMARS and sort of other systems. Whereas in comparison, if you talk about a short-range ballistic missile, right, if your satellites are working, which is kind of an assumption, and you have good communication with them, the only thing you need is, one guy with a button, the system launched, and good targeting info from any number of sources. So the points of failure are much less, which is why in this sort of, internal struggle between, basically fires and counter fires or air defense versus air, really the ability to mass produce it in a high quality way that's not going to be taken down by, the loss of one component. It's really a system process. And that's why things like HARMS are so important. Things like ATACMS are so important, and really all given together is why, eventually Ukraine will win despite their smaller numbers, right? Because they can do combined and joint operations more successfully than Russia can, which is we just have to keep highlighting because yes, the odds are large, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, and it's definitely trending one way, and it's a good way.
And CJ, you've actually inadvertently gone into the next subject I wanted to ask about, and that's and John, please stay here for this too, and that's talking about the AGM-88, and not the actual platform itself, but just in terms of a trust perspective here, right? And just for anyone out there who doesn't know the news of the last week here, AGM-88s were previously unannounced. It was only after the fact that we saw either evidence of that and then a confirmation from U.S. officials that yes, in fact, they were in country. And the reason I'm bringing this up is twofold here. There's a fabulous, what looks like a fabulously hilarious fake picture here that's now spreading around the Twitter sphere of an AGM-88 allegedly in a perfect posture that looks like it's shot down with some stenciled Photoshop markings, all too clean markings. And it looks like the picture is there basically to sow distrust. Hey, if you're going to use these high-end weapon systems, just be careful because if they don't go off or hit their target, we're gonna intercept them and try to reverse engineer that. The picture clearly looks like a Photoshop
This message has been generated with municipal data.
We've seen that with some other systems. John, I'm trying to think back here. It might have been a Gimler's that the Russians had, again, not Photoshopped, but in the past they had sort of made some PVC tubes and put some stencils on it with Photoshop to try to sort of make the world think, hey, if you're going to use this new weapon system, just watch out because we're going to try to reverse engineer it. But the main question I bring this up for, John and CJ, and we're getting John back here in a second. The main reason I bring this up here is, CJ, let's talk about the trust issue. By demonstrating that Ukraine is in possession of AGM-88s, and let's just use that as an analog, whether it's ATACMS or other platforms. The AGM-88 is ostensibly one of the latest and greatest missile platforms that the West has, especially in regards to suppression of enemy air defense. Can we just talk about
Kiev
some of the implications
all
in that?
clear.
If Ukraine
This
is
message
operating
has
that,
been generated
regardless
with
of how it's
municipal
integrated
data.
in their aircraft, what level of trust does that imply the Ukrainians have attained, and what directions could we sort of foreshadow that if they've achieved that level of trust with an AGM-88, that could we sort of forecast here that seemingly no other rocket system or weapon system is off the table, or is that a stretch too far, CJ? John?
Yeah, I would just start off, and maybe John knows maybe a bit more about these sort of higher end, Air Force and naval weapons than I do. I know my ground fires pretty well, but I do know a little thing or two about seed, or as you said yesterday, Gurney, seed and sour. So in any case, these missiles are, I would say, more indicative of the United States trusting Ukraine than even ATACMS, and I'll tell you why. It's
Air
not a
siren
question of
alert
range,
update.
but these harms have a very
Chernobyl.
large range, right?
All
Over
clear.
150
Kumal
kilometers, so
NYTSKYY.
much further
All
than
clear.
even a Gimler's.
Lviv.
But they
All
really
clear.
have the ability,
Volyn.
and it's very
All
complicated
clear.
what they do. We won't get into
Cherkasy.
it too specifically,
All clear.
but they have basically
Kirovohrad.
could hunt
All
radars
clear.
of any type,
Kiev. All
and
clear.
a couple other things that they can
Zhytomyr.
do,
All clear.
and really could take out
Dnipropetrovsk.
a country's
All
military
clear.
if
Poltava.
given enough
All
quantity.
clear.
And I mean that
Zaporizhzhia.
if
All clear.
Ukraine were to use these in Russia proper, the amount of damage they could do would be so significant. And I mean specifically to the Russian military infrastructure. I don't mean to people or anything like that. But they could pave the way to take out the whole radars in the sector.
Air
They could
siren
take
alert
terrain
update.
using this thing. I mean,
Chernobyl.
it really
All
is.
clear.
The sky's the
Kumal
limit. Yes, the ATACMS are a bigger
All
boom,
clear.
and they
Lviv.
go much
All
further,
clear.
but they don't have the
Volyn.
ability to
All
hunt down
clear.
systems on the move
Cherkasy.
or
All
systems that are
clear.
more
Kirovohrad.
prone to
All
moving,
clear.
like
Kiev.
the harms.
All
And,
clear.
these things, as
Zhytomyr.
we've seen,
All
may
clear.
have been used in the lead up to the
Dnipropetrovsk.
Saki Air
All
Base
clear.
strike. And I would be
Poltava.
surprised
All
if they're
clear.
they're being used actually right
Zaporizhzhia.
now and
All
all
clear.
over the country,
Kherson.
to
All
prepare
clear.
for other future
This message
strikes. So
has
really, the first thing to watch out for is any sort of air base in occupied Ukraine. Not only was it, of course, fair game, and maybe a lot of them were out of range of HIMARS, but they're definitely in range of harms. And that is where I'd be looking next at all these airfields. We've seen Melitopol airfield getting hit daily. We've seen this one in Crimea. I don't even know, maybe John knows as well, how many of these airfields are left in occupied Ukraine. I know Chaplinka has at least attack aviation, but I don't think they are flying any planes out of there still.
Air
Maybe
siren
Axel
alert
knows.
update.
But there's not
Riv.
many places
All
left
clear.
that Russia feels safe
Chernovtsi.
to fly
All
airplanes
clear.
out of. And
Ivano
that's about to go to
Frankivsky.
zero places,
All clear.
once they see these things
Ternopil.
going
All
against them.
clear. Odessa. All
So they
clear.
are very much in
Donetsk.
harm's way.
All clear. Kharkiv. All clear.
Well done.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Nick, whoever came up with that, there's my head has always thought that there's a very specialized office within the American military establishment that comes up with dropping. You drop a letter, you add a word here, to come up with these condensed names. They're always too clever. There's got to be a marketing office somewhere that's thinking, this is a good concept for this, but to really push it further, we've got to add the and symbol and drop this and add an R consonant, find some words that come up with this because the puns are just great.
It is my favorite. It is my favorite missile name, I think, because it's so understated. Because normally they've got names like Hellfire and Brimstone, and it's like, okay, we can guess what those do. And this I think the British should actually have come up with the Harm missile. It's sort of, the that won't buff out missile. Well, that sort of modest, understated approach. So I do quite like Harm. Yeah. What did you say, Axel, about Majorca?
Air siren alert update. Riv.
With a few
All clear.
Chernovtsi.
All clear. Ivano Frankivsky. All clear. Ternopil. All clear.
There is a word, I have to go and look it up, for like a
Donetsk.
really sort of
Kharkiv.
wonderful
All
French word,
clear.
capillotracté,
This
a
message
really
has been generated with municipal
badly
data.
put together acronym where you absolutely had to torture it to do it. I have to go and find that. But Harm, it's is it high something anti-radar missile? It's not very complicated.
Gurney, please take it away and get us in touch with that office.
Listen, sometimes people might not understand my sarcasm, or Axel may understand it well, and Nick may understand it well, but I should just
update.
tell the audience
Mykolaiv.
that office
All clear.
does not exist.
Transcarpathia.
That's just
all
some
clear.
tongue-in-cheek humor.
This message
We're
has
working
been
to get John
generated
back
with
up here.
municipal
I know
data.
John had a comment, and then we'll go to George. I think John was still on the track of S300s, 400s, or the AGMs.
Yeah, we're going to go straight to John to maximize his audio availability before he drops again. John, go straight for it.
Thank you, Domin. Two things. I'll just a brief comment first. I assume that it's a separate office that comes up with the less well-conceived acronyms like METTC, and what was the other one, CJ? The just horrific acronym that goes with it.
Well, John,
for operational variables.
And this is an inside ball game here, but let me enlighten the audience here. John, the reason that those poor acronyms exist, I completely blame TRADOC for this. And TRADOC is a great organization
Transcarpathia,
the U.S.
all
Army.
clear. This
Training and
message has
Doctrine
been
Command.
generated with
But the
municipal
reason that
data.
exists is because, remember, you have to make all the troops suffer with using these. That's for internal consumption. So those acronyms can be piss poor adjectives relative to the externally facing, whether it's a missile system or something offensive. Not TRADOC not being slick enough to need a PR office to make the troops have these poor acronyms. They're just stuck with using it. MET-TC and some others. CJ, would you agree or disagree?
Air siren alert update. Venetia, all clear. Sumi, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, it just makes things a little bit simpler in the grand scheme of things to have it be as short as possible, but you're absolutely right. They can get very confusing and sometimes make things worse. The point should always be to make things simpler, not...
There is, of course, also the office within NATO that names all the Soviet and Russian equipment. And sometimes they come up with, some of the names sound really sufficiently menacing, and sometimes I think they're just trying to sort of mock the Russians.
What do you mean, Frogfoot or Flogger?
Right, precisely, yes. Growler.
Air siren alert update. Venetia,
all clear. Isn't the Growler in America?
All clear.
Growler
this
is a
message
rude
has
word
been generated
in
with
British
municipal data.
You may not be aware of that.
This is along the lines of maybe Nick's British double and triple accounting speak, financial accounting for some of these for contributions here. It's funny you mentioned that. So the double and triple naming, the Russian naming of a Soviet type system, then a NATO designation and or an American designation of the same system leaves you sometimes with three different names describing the same thing here. And when you're studying, if it's the olden days here, you're studying these charts on walls just in your spare time, theoretically, whether it's above your office, above your quarters, or in a team room, of all these silhouettes of Soviet Warsaw Pact era vehicles, black silhouettes along the wall, the outline. At least in my service, that's ostensibly what we were supposed to be doing, 24/7 when we weren't doing other things. So you have all these black silhouette charts on the wall with a bunch of nomenclature beneath them, SA7, et cetera, and sometimes upwards of 1, 2, 3 names you're trying to associate with that. It's sometimes bordered on absurd, trying to communicate and memorize the visual profile of what you're looking at with communicating that to somebody that you're both speaking different words here, but you mean the same thing, and you're probably off because you're just staring at a black silhouette anyway. So anyways, that's my humor for the day. I'll pause.
I remember those silhouettes.
Did you pass some good memorization tests back in the day, Axel?
They just annoyed us with this. I mean, because it was completely irrelevant, because silhouettes against the sky look completely different.
And yet, somewhere in TRADOC or other organizations for Axel or wherever, again, these were great ideas, but as intended, I'm sure they punished and tortured many a soldier with poor acronyms and poor naming and poor ideas, because I probably still have nightmares of looking at flashcards or charts on a wall that really end up not helping a ton. With that, John, I know you've been waiting, and then George has been waiting, and then finance.
Thank you, Gurney. So I just wanted to briefly add in regards to the harm discussion. One thing to keep in mind is that the Russians are arguably, potentially uniquely unprepared for it, because they do not have an equivalent system. They have the KH-31, AS-17 Krypton in NATO parlance, and it is an anti-radiation missile, but it is far less sophisticated than HARM is. As my understanding is, the KH-31 is quite literally just a passive radar receiver, and
John, I think we lost your audio. Just double check if you can hear. Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you, Gurney. It's John that's the problem. We'll drop down John. George, go right ahead.
Oh, just a real quick about those inflatables that the Russians have been rolling out. One question is, they tested them with their drones. I've been watching some of the video from their drone cameras. It looks like so. Is that maybe why they think they're working? Because they tested them against their own drones.
I mean, yeah, probably. That's probably the answer. Combination of that and somebody being told to go do something, and they did something, and therefore they tick the box. That's probably the extent of it. It's something.
My other question is to Axel. Axel, do you remember which one was the fish bed? Which was the fish bed, the silhouette?
Floggers, frogfoots, fulcrums I can give you, and terrible Navy aviation of theirs, but no fish bed. Sorry, not in my days. Gurney, are we on the wrong plane with the wrong silhouettes?
I question the decision of why somebody only gave a side profile view. I mean, maybe some of the charts had a top-down profile view, but I don't remember. It's a long time ago, and I probably try to block that out.
Top-down silhouettes, and bottom-up with missiles.
That's what the cards had. The fish bed was a MiG-21, by the way.
That's a Lancer. We didn't call it fish bed.
I'll double check, but I saw Lancer, and I think Fishbed was the other one, but I'll double check.
Yeah, hence the confusion here, Axel, of why our TRADOC would assign three different standard names here. You know, the NATO name, the Warsaw Pact name, and then the American designation for the asset.
Can somebody just put TRADOC in a room close to 101?
They're a great. Honestly, I'm tongue in cheek here. Yes, they at times deserve to go into Room 101, but they're a great organization. I mean that's part and parcel of what makes a lot of strong organizations. In terms of the United States Army. I mean I'll malign them for their shortcomings, but they don't get enough credibility. And I know that's a tongue in cheek remark from you, but yeah, let's send them to Room 101 for their naming schemes, and then we'll elevate them for their actual doctrine and training.
Did they? Is TRADOC also responsible for the field manual and its publishing?
That's a really good question. I believe ultimately they are, in terms of at least housing the publishing or signing off on the publishing. I think it's interesting how some of those get developed, because I don't know. Some of those are not produced. Some of those came up organically or from different units, and I think they were homologated sort of through TRADOC, and TRADOC sort of stamps it and assigns it that FM number. If CJ's out there listening, he could probably update us on it, but some of those old, they've probably been relegated to Room 101 by now, but some of those that came up through TRADOC were sort of homologated from different units. I think some of them that I remember reading even went back to the 40s and 50s, and they're probably on their way out or updated completely or thrown out of the catalog collection. George, thoughts? Axel?
Yeah, I was going to say go ahead. Sorry, Axel. Go ahead.
No. I was just saying, the longer I listen to Gurney, the more I miss field manuals. This is very strange.
Look, I said this maybe 3 or 4 months ago. I had a weird nostalgic moment, being sad that I threw out all my old FMs. They used to cause so much terror and nightmares for me. But maybe you get to a point in your life where you realize, regardless of how absurd some of them might have been, I'm oddly nostalgic for those nightmares again.
Yeah, the confusion is that you had a NATO reporting name, and then you had the Russian name, and then you had a TRADOC name, and that's where you get like 2-3 names for each plane. But they usually started with an F. Remember flanker, fish bed, flogger, those weird things.
And to put Axel on the spot here, whether we're talking charts, and we'll get off this soon, but whether we're talking charts on a wall or names, I do remember when I was young and green, and I thought, every time someone important comes into the team room, or every time someone important walks down the hallway, I'm going to be reading that FM, even if I've read it front to back 10 times over, and even if some of it is not useful, or CJ's joking Met TC, or every time, Fullbird comes in, I just happen to be glancing at that chart on the wall, just doing my extra due diligence to make sure that every spare waking moment is devoted to enhancing my craft and my skill.
And why would you do that? Because that person could come into the room, say hi to you, and after a very friendly, brief introduction, ask you, and by the way, what's this?
Yeah, Gurney, do you want to feel old?
Oh dear. I'm not that old, but let's hear it.
Well, this might make you feel that way, though. So soldiers nowadays aren't required to carry any sort of doctrine on them, regardless of their job. They are just required to keep a copy on their phones at all times for quick access.
CJ, how many spot checks, how many FM spot checks do you, or standing orders do you come out with daily?
Well, for mine, it's quite extensive because, my people do, we do the math for artillery firing solutions. So if they don't have that doctrine with them, then, a lot of people are SOL, the whole brigade is. So, good for us that we have it. For other people, I've got no idea, but it is an interesting time, and really not a good time if you're in somewhere where you can't use cell reception or everything's being jammed. So knowing the manual backup is still always important,
Man, if you haven't suffered moving footlockers of just team field manuals, then you haven't really lived, CJ. You can't stuff those things into a phone. You need a couple dedicated footlockers for that.
I was going through our lockers today and found actually a slide ruler from 1960 that has not been touched in quite some time. I think that might be before everyone's time here in a military, but nonetheless, it's probably no good with an Excalibur around. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right. Well, thank you guys for the trip down nostalgia lane here. John, you've been waiting patiently, and then finance.
Thank you. I'm not sure where y'all lost me on it when I was speaking.
No, John, you have to tell Gurney how old he is now.
Oh Lord, I'm trying to think of a good reference point for that.
He still had field manual. He still carried field manuals and binders.
Now,
like me.
I should rephrase this. That was because of the high aptitude I displayed and the high characteristics we expected of those around us. I should say we probably were an anachronism, but listen, I'm not that old. There were CAC cards and there were emails issued at the time, and things were electronic. So field manuals weren't irrelevant, but I would say
what you had email.
I'm not that old, but look, we always believed in austere conditions, and look, a field manual wasn't something that you wanted to or needed to export downrange. It really wasn't necessary. But nonetheless, if you were high speed and you had some cargo capacity to get it on a Connex, and you expected folks, or wanted folks in their downtime to improve themselves, and you didn't have high access to cell phones at the time downrange, you exported footlockers of FMs, and you sort of created libraries for the troops around you if they wanted to. Now, can't say anyone took us up on that other than our teams, but hey, they were there.
Can I
You
ask
literally,
Gurney?
John, sorry, no, he made me sound and feel old. He just talked about the fact that he had email whilst he was in service.
I was just going to ask Gurney, was it one of those manuals that's, bound at the top with, the series of bolt or screw looking things?
Interesting. I don't know if there was a standard to it. I think it's just whichever unit or troop had sort of requisitioned it or stolen it, or it had been discarded, because there were different styles. I mean, some of them had the green covers to them, but most of them, I think, were just paper bound. I can't remember now. Sometimes if we had reproduced something, if we put it into a different type of format. I don't remember spiral binders. I thought most of them were clean paper bound. They might have had 3-ring holes punched in them. I don't remember 3-ring holes with them. But CJ, what am I forgetting here? What do all those old field manuals look like nowadays? That are not on the phone.
I still prefer a hard copy I can write in and take notes and put in different, portions to keep it nice and organized. Because the reality is, at the end of the day, if people don't know how to find information, that's the most important thing, regardless of whatever your job is, civilian or military. So I like to try and be as organized as possible. It's definitely not always easy. But what I would say is, just getting the time to train and kind of go back through historical, manuals. This is something I'm personally interested in, because I do think it can influence, even like how the war is going now. Like John and I looking at the S-300 manuals, we might want to look back at other older air defense manuals to see if Russia is doing something odd. Maybe there's a precedent for it. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's a tactical solution that they are, using from World War II. We saw on Russian ocean space, which is a strange place, but basically Russian military analysts broke down how many casualties they thought each side had from open source. And what they came to was probably a pretty accurate assumption of how many Ukrainian casualties there are, which is about 24,000 killed in action. But basically they ended the whole thing by saying, it was not a significant number and Ukraine still has a lot of fight left in them. But all that's to say that the manuals and the doctrine they were using were Soviet artillery books from World War II, and basically used that as a starting point to analyze what kind of casualties they could be seeing today, because they know how much overlap there is in this sort of pseudo-trench, pseudo-tank, full-on artillery battle that's raging across the country. So there's a lot of it's interesting how doctrine turns into history and then back into doctrine again, I guess.
Here comes the Navy. Does the Navy have books?
More than you would care to ever read. For those that are familiar, all you have to do, if you want to talk about manuals, just Google 7110. And you will realize you cannot put that on a phone. I was just actually kind of curious. I wanted to ask CJ while he was here. I find it interesting that we're talking a lot about manuals and proper doctrine use and things like that. But I'm curious as to how much flexibility, obviously without getting too into detail, about how you have to kind of break doctrine, right? How they always teach you to take the initiative and not to follow every single thing to the letter, because that kind of ruins the initiative that you might take. And I know we're talking about very sophisticated systems, so I'm not saying you can like rewire an S-300 or an M777. But doctrinally speaking, there's still a lot of room to operate in, I guess, at the what you might consider to be the local level, to kind of break doctrine when and where necessary. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I would definitely say, if you just read, U.S. Army, I think it's FM 6-0 or ADP 6-0 Mission Command, and then you also read, the 3-hour operations process, and you could probably read those two documents, have no military training, and be, have a large impact on your formation, right? Because that's what we've seen Ukraine do best at. We've seen them do best at being able to command and control and to be able to organize themselves in a way that's effective, that's in a way that's allowed them to get, and use this sort of new weaponry and tactics as they come online. It's this sort of baseline of being able to trust each other and be as competent as possible. So I think a lot of the flexibility you're talking about, Craig, comes from this sort of understanding of first of all, figuring out what's important and what can be put to the side. And you don't necessarily need to do things by the book if your book is just, that one, which is Mission Command, really, and that'll hold it all together, in my opinion, and everything else can work, even if there's a lot of changes.
Thanks, CJ, and just want to welcome Colonel Spencer up here. Perhaps our nostalgia for not clinging to FM's 100%, but we're just tongue-in-cheek speaking. But welcome, Colonel Spencer, to the program.
Thanks, Gurney. I was trying just to be a listener, but like the Godfather, you guys just pulled me in. So the question on Doctrine Act, interesting topic. I wrote an article while I was still teaching it when CJ was there. I think it was about the same time CJ was there. Like, what is doctrine? And really to ask even a military person, what is doctrine? So I wrote it out. It has many forms. There's kind of a big D doctrine, and then there's a small D doctrine. Small D doctrine are the manuals where you guys are talking about, like what's actually in the books. And then there's big D doctrine, which is just the way we do things, right? Because the military is, as an institution, culturally, will just the way they do their training and their leader development model, their rank structures, all that. There is a doctrinal way, or just the way they do things, and this is where people will say, like, the Russian doctrine. Well, that's not what's in their book. Like, look, don't confuse big D versus small D, because small D doctrine is what's in the book, which is, if you understand who writes that stuff. I've always wanted to do a survey-based analysis of who reads what's in the books if they're not forced to in some type of education course. Of course, there are great soldiers like Gurney and CJ and those who will open the books and see what's in there. And Mattis and I don't agree with all his quotes, but I think General Mattis said doctrine is a refuge of the basically the anti-intellectual. Like, if somebody uses what's in a book to be this is the way it says in the book, this is the way we're going to do it. But the people that don't look in the book, and all its both its goodness and its badness, then are basically just adapting from nowhere. They're not actually adapting from doctrine. They're actually just guessing. They're not using the power of what's in the book. So I think that's what he meant, right? So I think there's a big difference. And then there's doctrine under the small D doctrine. It's just the language, right? The language and the graphics that military has used. But like when the Ukrainians are Googling how to fire an in-law, or using YouTube clips on how to fire a new piece of equipment, I think sometimes there is a overarching fallacy on who reads doctrine and how useful is it. There was a concept that was actually put forward by General Dempsey that I was a huge fan of, and it kind of relates to my mini manual. He had a concept called Doctrine 2015. They did away with it, but it actually, like CJ talked about, it was about providing a device in which you could basically look to the manuals for something you were either a mission you had been given, assigned, or something like that. And there's this famous vignette for urban guys about the Battle of Wei, right? An entire military fighting in jungles. They get an urban mission. One of the Marine commanders grabs two manuals that he just happened to have in a box of books, and then takes a few hours, reads through, and then makes decisions based on the mission he is given. So Doctrine 2015 was about putting on your arm, a bunch of manuals, so that if you got a mission, you could pull it up on your digital device and then skim through it to either refresh or give you ideals or reteach doctrines. As I was once a rewriter. I can't say I was a writer of the Ranger Handbook, which is a book in our military that it was infantry people. It's a small unit tactics manual. There's large parts of it that are really not applicable, but like, why is that so popular? Because soldiers look for answers on a starting point on the way to do things. So you guys kind of hit my nerve on the doctrinal piece, but I think it's an important topic. But could you say there's a Ukrainian doctrine right now? And there's been since 2014. a large effort for modernizing, creating a new Ukrainian military. I would find it hard to believe that there is manuals that are they're fighting at this point the big D doctrine. This is the way we're going to fight.
Thank you, Colonel Spencer. And with that, we've gotten some polls up here. I know Craig had his hand up, and I think John had his hand up, and then to Nick.
So I'm actually really glad Colonel Spencer's here. It's good to speak to you again, sir. I had a question in regards when you mentioned doctrine. What's been zeroing in on my attention has been doctrine moving into a friendly space, i.e. Kherson, right? It's one thing to move into, please forgive this terminology, right? So you're speaking to a sailor, but I'm going to say like a permissive versus a non-permissive environment. We understand in Kherson that this is a friendly area. This is Ukrainian territory, right? This is the equivalent of a Pittsburgh or a Baltimore. And so you don't want to go in, I think, ever wanting to level a city, but how would your approach change that you're moving on to a friendly city when it comes to your, whether it be capital D or lowercase d doctrine? How does that change your methodology of thinking when it comes to how you've been trained to fight in urban combat?
So it's a good question, and actually the terminology used is doctrine. That's joint doctrine, right? Not permissive, non-permissive environment. And those definitions are actually pretty straightforward, and I only know that because I had to look it up for an article I was writing. So I wouldn't call Kherson a permissive environment, right? So permissive environment means the host nation supports your operations, and basically the population is completely supportive of your operations, and there's just a small amount of enemy. I think it's more complex than that, sure, right? There are uniformed enemy, and there are non-uniformed enemy within Kherson. Now, I like the wording of your question. It's your doctrine based on your training for urban warfare. So I'd have to argue, like, okay, just like our military, like, was the Ukrainian military trained for urban operations, for large-scale urban operations, right? We're not talking about clearing houses, but actually operations against major urban areas. And then how you task organize and what doctrinal template do you use? And this is only sparking my interest because I just got back from teaching a course for brigade and division planners on how you plan for assaulting or defending or any mission set, really just attack, or we just covered offense and defense because I want to focus on those two as professional development. So I would almost scratch out the way the Ukrainians were trained to liberate a city. So let's take this example. Right? So trained to liberate a city. Even the U.S. military doesn't train to liberate cities. It trains to attack a city, to seize and secure it. Right? There's one operation that we do in the desert, and it's an enemy-held city attack. You could argue that approach, that the deliberate attack is what we call it, that is used against our mock city, wouldn't be applicable here in Kherson, just on the different elements that are going on here, right? The different isolation techniques to cut off the enemy, the insider information to identify enemy locations. But in general, the answer to the question is it's going to be a much more deliberate planning process on the operational or the template that's going to be used. I can't say that here this is the way they're going to do it, but we've clearly seen the template of isolate the enemy within Kherson to make it so they can't be reinforced easily, can't be resupplied. And then as you go to that was step one of this. Usually the steps to a deliberate attack, you move to the objective, you isolate the objective, you attack to secure a foothold. So you if there's an inner perimeter, you would attack a small portion, get a foothold, and then start clearing the objective. I don't even think that's the model you would use for Kherson, because again, like we all know, Ukraine's not going to just start leveling with fires major portions of the city. They want to protect the city and its infrastructure, and they want to protect the population that's still there. Although there has been a call, of things that the Ukrainian military wants the civilians in Kherson to do, either get away from the Russian military, get to evacuate if possible, things like that. But it's just going to be a much more deliberate, systematic approach to achieving the mission, right? This is the question I always ask people, like, what's your mission? Is your mission to liberate the city, regain terrain, or is it to destroy all the enemy forces in the city? Because those are totally two different approaches. So I don't even know the answer to that based on Ukrainian. I can assume the defense, the staff and the commander's guidance will be that this is about retaining or regaining the terrain and the population in as much intact as much, right? So that does put limits on the use of force, but you will strike with extreme prejudice known Russian locations in the city. So each city is different, but I just think that the template will be about terrain-based rather than enemy-based. They want to liberate the city, but you want to. There is a part of killing bad guys in doing that.
What would you choose to do?
I'm 100% terrain. I favor terrain-based strategies versus enemy-based strategy. So this for me would be, you want to seal the enemy that's in this terrain. If you can force them to surrender, there is an argument about leaving them the back door, but the back door that people talk about, we just perverted it to our doctrine called the Golden Bridge, right? Where you surround the city, but leave them a back door. They can leave it because you just want the city back. You want the city, its population, everything back. I'm not against that strategy, but I think in the case of Kherson, it's not so much about trapping, but it's convincing them cognitively that there's no hope for reinforcement, resupply, anything. And then close with, start destroying them with fires in locations that are much more safe for collateral damage than not. And then you'll start to, I think personally, that would be my strategy, is a very deliberate terrain-based strategy, either convincing the Russians to surrender or convincing them that there is no hope because this idea of a Russian Alamo, although even the guidance that had been given by Hire to hold it at all costs, doesn't usually play out in history unless you have the true motivation to do that.
Would that mean, if I may add to this, Gurney, would that mean that essentially what some of us have been discussing here recently, that a cut through from Zaporizhia down Melitopol to Berdyansk, which is terrain-based, and then a potential sweep across whilst putting pressure on Novakhovka, would achieve that? Or is that too big a sweep?
Yeah, I think that's an operational kind of sweep. I mean, this is the thing this is what Jason comes on. We just don't know the true overall arching Ukrainian plan for the South. Would that work? Yes, but you would still be assigning many major units the single operation of task to secure Kherson, right? To seize it, because it is a major political goal to liberate that city while setting conditions in the South. I think that's a bigger sweep. I think you could do it much more localized, like we have seen playing out, right, with the taking out of all the main avenues of approach, the key intersections, the bridges, everything like that. That to me, that's all the isolation phase of a attack to secure the terrain, not necessarily to destroy all enemy forces in Kherson.
Would it surprise you if the Ukrainian armed forces were to decide to do both attack vectors at the same time, or in very close succession?
I mean, you want to present your enemy with multiple dilemmas, so it wouldn't surprise me if they did it. There will be one main effort, though, one decisive operation, and I really feel that is still Kherson. So a supporting element could be done like you're talking about. That would would ease the ability to create that decisive operation in Kherson?
The reason why I'm asking this is, of course, that this additional eastern bridge for the approach to Crimea, Chongar, has now been attacked, which is unique, given the fact that nothing else so far has been done in that regard. And it seems to bode well for the Ukrainian armed forces to try to interdict and disincentivize Russian troops floating, either supporting and supplying into that region or floating back.
Yeah, I'm here to learn. So I wasn't as following that as closely as you guys are. So that's why I come to the space to listen. But you guys just pull me in sometimes.
So we dragged you back in. Dorman, maybe you can highlight what happened in Chongar.
I mean, I don't really know what happened in Chongar. What we know is that there was a bunch of explosions, and from a distance there were the likes of mushroom clouds and similar rising from roughly the area where the bridge connects Crimea with occupied Kherson Oblast, north of that. So that's on the eastern side of the connection between Crimea and Kherson Oblast. Easternmost point of connection. I've not seen any damage reports as yet. Russians, unlike in areas around Kherson and Novakhovka, have been seemingly reticent to give us a video damage report with running commentary. Sadly, somebody there needs to get off of their behinds, and please go ahead and do that. I'm very disappointed with that, and I've not seen any satellite images of it yet either. But I might be a bit out of date, out of hour in it thus far.
But it was interesting to see that this was the first choice for their attacks, as opposed to Amyansk. They attacked the eastern connector exactly to that region in the southeast, close to Melitopol, to cut off the supply lines, evidently, and prevent the Russian troops from interconnecting. So you wouldn't do this if you wouldn't do this without a motive.
I concur. Axel, just tell me this: isn't that a much more vulnerable connection because it is a bridge as opposed to Armyansk, which is on somewhat solid ground, right?
That's true. There is a bridge, and the oval area is a bit more difficult to handle, and it's pretty narrow as a strait. And if previous battles serve us right, it was also the first line of attack in previous wars and contests. But at the same time, it's also very close to Chernyshevsk, which, if you want to actually ever take and sever Crimea, you have to take Chernyshevsk.
I couldn't agree more. Axel, shall we go to Nick and Ben, or do you want to drill down further on this point?
No, it's fine. I think we've flogged this poor horse with a field manual quite to death.
Oh, I was going to mention the field manual, but only for a second. Spencer, you mentioned that the field manual is now available on phones. And so you're now at that interesting stage.
CJ said that. I didn't say that. I like hardback too.
You're now at that interesting stage in communication where you've got the paper document, you've turned it into an electronic paper document, and the next stage, and then at the same time, people are saying, isn't it great that the Ukrainians can go on YouTube and look up how to fire an NLAW, and basically. The reason why doctrine and the field manual is a big paper document is because when it was invented, that was how we communicated. We typed a lot of words on paper. And now that now you've got people say, okay, we're going to have that on the phone. Well, the next thing is to ensure that where it's appropriate to communicate doctrine via some other method, notably video, but, why not have soothing podcasts of the interrogation manual? I don't know. U.S. forces, in fact, should be able to consult, the correct way to operate a weapon on video and not just on YouTube, but perhaps on a more secure site. So I think that ought to be the future. My question was going to be, in the coming initiative, to what extent will the troops, the Russians that Ukraine needs to get out of the way, be dug in trenches versus in other kind of, more mobile environments? Because the impression I have is that shifting an entrenched force, even if, they're low on ammunition or, is just simply hard just because of the physical protection they have from their surroundings. But maybe I'm just going on what I've read about the First World War. So to what extent will the current trench situation be an issue, or will they hope for kind of an armored breakthrough, and then the trenches will be left behind and the rear echelons hopefully will collapse? How do you see that playing out when the Ukrainians finally do roll forward in divisional strength?
So that's a great question. Let me address the doctrine one, because I think it's a really important point. I reviewed a lot of I get asked to review a lot of doctrine for the U.S. Army. I can't read it. It reads like stereo instructions. I hate our FMs, the field manuals, and how they're written. Right? People learn through stories. They learn through different mediums. And I'll give credit where credit's due. They U.S. Army's put some on audiobook, but it's really just somebody now talking in stereo tone, also reading stereo instructions. It's the nature of the beast. It's how people learn. I agree with you, and frankly, how I got into Ukraine was tweeting instructions that you might find that many times as I developed it was stuff I found in field manuals. One, just to give it validity of like, this isn't Spencer making stuff up, or stuff that I had taught in Ranger School or at West Point, and then started tweeting those out in digestible messages with stick figure diagrams, because there is I've addressed this. There's like a mind mapping of doctrine. Like, our doctrine you just can't pick up a book and be at any entry level and then understand it. There are a lot of assumptions on what people already should have to know before reading this manual. It's a huge investment. I could argue in World War II, Hollywood helped us, and my friend Max Brooks is really big on sending me videos of like, a World War II production of how to attack a tank, and it's done wonderfully. I mean, it's common language, good graphics, a little bit of comedy in there. It's fascinating stuff. But then it's almost a hubris to say, okay, I wrote this in this book and I've written it in straight military speak, and everybody's going to read this and just consume the information. So I have issues with that. But I think you're right on, as the world has changed. There is a little bit of this on the surface. Like, I love the U.S. Army's Army University Press video documentaries, where they tell you a story about a battle, but then incorporate doctrinal language. And even though it's like stereo instructions, it's just like 2 minutes, like 1 minute of FM 3-06 says this, and it's incorporated into a story. I'm a huge fan of storytelling to pass messages. But you're right. Could you do a distributed advise and assist? You absolutely could. But the problem is that I sometimes think is other militaries want to advise on that what the highest priority requirements are. Okay, I'm going to teach you this, and that's the rub right now. You almost have to have the user say, I need better instructions on how to dig a trench. So I got that recently. Not too recently, but let's say recently, from somewhere in the world. Give me the instructions on how to dig effective trench lines with the proper overhead burden protection, things like that. And to be honest, I really struggled to find it in a book. Here are the specifications for trench lines, just because there's reasons for that. The second question on defenses, we know that there in many spots, Russians have dug in, have brought in concrete pillboxes and things like that. So there will be elements where the Ukrainian military, and this goes back to doctrine really, and I faced it recently in the U.S. Army where I said, okay, you need to build urban strong points and then make units attack these strong points where you're just not going to do an artillery strike on it, or you're definitely not going to run up and clear it with a 4-man stack. And they had to go back far in our doctrine to say, okay, how to attack a fortified position. Attack a trench line is a battle drill in the U.S. Army. So the Ukrainian military, I'm not saying they need this. They're highly trained, and you have to be very humble when recommending advice on hey, maybe you need a refresher on how to attack a trench line, because there are lessons from World War I, World War II about the use of smoke and achieving an entry point, and then how to start clearing down the trench. There's a video just populated this morning about it wasn't an occupied trench, but you need grenades, you need smoke, you need covering fire. A lot of this stuff has been learned, but you need to repackage it for the problem sets that soldiers are facing today, as in Ukrainian soldiers. So if I was facing a Russian-held city where I know Russians have dug in defenses and maybe even strong pointed, don't give them any tips, and tried to build up a defensive positions that they think that will hold for a certain amount of time, and it gets to a point about time, and I need to move forward, and I need to clear and reduce that obstacle. The obstacle is actually Russian soldiers, and all the considerations that go in there about civilian assessments of civilian proximity and all of this. I'm a huge believer in smoke. You need stuff to get the soldiers to that defensive line, and that's where you echelon fires, which is a skill in itself of actually different types of fires as you get closer and closer and turning them off. But then you still need obscuration, you need protected vehicles, you need covering fire, stuff that can punch through. So it's no easy task, but absolutely I think the Ukrainian military, once they move forward to, even if it's to convince the Russians who just aren't convinced that all hope is lost by killing them, there are tactics that could be refreshed when given an assigned mission. That goes back to that video I'll talk about 2015. Hey, I'm getting ready to and this is the story that I heard, right? So a special forces company given 8 hours to conduct a raid on Hostomel Airport. Hey, you have to have some humility, put out the warning order, and then people need refreshers, right? Okay, you're going to execute the steps of a raid. Okay, here are the things. That stuff's where the books, I think, come into. And I don't mean books, but the knowledge plays into it.
I will make an executive. Thank you so much, Colonel. I'll make an executive decision, skip the finance, because he's dropped 7 times since he last came up to ask something. Finance?
I wouldn't want to interrupt Colonel Spencer. We're hoping the 18th time's a charm. I just wanted to know if I missed in my time sleeping and doing a little work today, if we discussed the fact that Chernobog got hit a 36th or 37th or 40th time.
Yeah, CJ brought it up a little bit. What's that thing about death and taxes? Finance, you would know.
It's that there's nothing in this life as certain as death and taxes. I want, how much do they have to need this airstrip that they keep putting stuff on it that just keeps getting hit by whatever?
So it's not just the airstrip. Only about a dozen of the hits were on the airstrip. Most of the rest were next to the airstrip. Because they put up a bunch of other stuff, command posts, repair shops, whatever else. But yeah, your point's well taken. Gurney?
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Dom. I wanted to go back to Colonel Spencer here. And Colonel Spencer, thanks for being with us. And just to go back to your initial starting point here, little D doctrine and big D doctrine, and referencing some of the work you've done on that. I wanted to ask you maybe just pivoting from that, but keeping that concept in mind. What do you think is causing, even maybe not the reasons in particular, but what do you think is causing the predictability amongst the Russians, whether it's lack of creativity, whether it's political pressure? What reasons are sort of conspiring here that is sort of making the Russians so programmatic, and whether they're following a little d or a big D or political pressures or whatever, would you say that assessment is there, that they're somehow inescapable from whether, finance brings up Chornobyivka here, some of the decisions the Russians are doing are almost, whether it's scripted or not, whether it's lack of creativity. I don't know all the things that are conspiring, but I'd like to get your insight and sort of your assessment on, the big D and the lowercase d, and or whether that is creativity or political pressures or whatever that is there. But what do you think is conspiring here to make the Russians just recommit to certain things or do things, whether it's by their doctrine or not by their doctrine, but to do things so rigidly or scriptedly or so telegraphed? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. So I think number one reason is political pressure on the military apparatus to achieve certain goals and set priorities, right? So that whether they on their sixth or seventh theater commander, Ukrainian commander, things aren't going well when you have to switch out your overall commander so many times. And I'm no expert on the Russian military. I think that rigidity is just based on the Russian force structure, which is really fascinating, that I've had time in my career to look at how force structure and force design play into big D doctrine, the way you fight, right? It is so huge. And even the BTG construct, that force design will drive you to fight in a certain way. But force structure, and this is the hierarchy of the way the officer oversight and the way the military districts fight, because in the beginning this was strictly a military district assignment, and within each Russian military district, they had their own responsibilities for training, manning, and equipping under the force design principle. So I think a lot of that rigidity, in my opinion, and again, I look to my other experts like Michael Kaufman, the system, war is the greatest test of everything. War is the greatest test of your officers, your doctrine, as in big and small d doctrine, your force structure, your force design. But I like the question about rigidity, because I can point to even U.S. military history where a political decision was made, like, you will execute this operation. Think First Battle of Fallujah. It made no, from a military standpoint, made no sense, but that's, military is politics by other means. You follow those missions. So I guarantee there is a rift between theater commander instructions and lower tactical level observations of what they're seeing, and what they would say, like, I don't recommend putting, slamming together 4 different units and then trying to fight them on this, on this operation, this battle. But there is that, based on the structure in the hierarchical, but also the political and higher level military decisions, is like, you move forward and do this way. And then you do have soldiers that do, eventually salute and move forward, even when it's a really bad plan. And like I said, I can point to American history where that has happened, but it is the nature where you get the adaptability, right? So this is the small d, in my mind, what you're adapting from. So you can get bad missions, but that lower level forces, like, you think operation, even major operations in World War II, that lower level initiative adapting and overcomes, and they may eventually adapt to a point where, like, that's what they're doing is in the book, but I guarantee they've never even opened that book in their life. They adapted to military challenges that people have faced in history. But it goes back to your force principles and your force design. So that's the investment in career soldiers, and career enlisted corps that allows you that almost to recover from your rigid mistakes or rigid, doesn't make common sense. That lower level, senior enlisted corps, but also concept of get the mission done if you understand the commander's intent, right? Then you get into this whole idea of mission command, and I have my own issues with it. But it's the quality and structure of the formations who can achieve crazy feats that were like, that should not have been possible. So hopefully that answers the question. I think the rigidity is political decisions on down to senior military leaders who then execute and give out the orders of the day, which to an outside observer may not make any sense. But there's also the unknown, right? Even some of the things I see Ukraine doing, like, I don't understand that, but I don't have the overall, basically the operation plan or I have problems with operational level of war, but or the Southern Front plan or the Eastern plan or the overall plan. Like there are a lot of things we need to know on both sides to really make that doesn't make common sense. But if you had the ability to be the fly on the wall 3 or 4 levels up, it made sense to that staff. But then you get to that kind of cyclical updates from the front line, which we know the Russians aren't doing, right? We have seen a couple of times where a senior leader who let people know he was there, and that's great. He got attacked, but that they're out there on the front line trying to get that front line. We call it battlefield circulation in my terms, but we've seen President Zelensky and the chief of staff and all these individuals circulating to try to get the best understanding possible to inform the decisions that have to be made on telling people what to do.
Thank you, Colonel Spencer. And I see we also we have your Canadian brother here in the audience, Major Giroux. So, Major Giroux, if this piques your interest, please come on up here. Colonel Spencer, I'm going to follow that up here, and I put this out here to you, sir, and to Major Giroux, if he's listening. Taking that a step forward here, political considerations or political decisions. Do we have any historical evidence, or do you, in your mind, do you have an opinion about the political pressures exerted? If the political pressures tend to be exerted by the aggressor forces, or that's not the correct term I want to use here, but the perceived superior force. Do you know if the political pressures exerted tend to be less for the defender or for the smaller force or for the perceived lesser force, or does it apply equally, meaning both the aggressor and the defensive force can both be susceptible to these bad political decisions that get parlayed into military decisions?
I think it's hopefully you just saying the word history causes Jason to come up. I think so. You, in studying, a question about the past, your context to me always matters. Like situations. So here, let's talk like situations of peer-on-peer nation state versus nation state. No, lots of examples where it implies to both attacker and defender that political pressure of what the goal is, and the goals change. Like we've seen in Ukraine, the goal of taking Ukraine was given up, even at the political level, strategic level, and then now Eastern Donbass, but there's also Southern Ukraine. I think it applies to both attacker and defender, absolutely. In Stalingrad is me and Jason's report showing it. It just made no military sense for both sides to invest so much over something that wasn't strategic in value. But there are so many factors that go into political motivations for military operations. And I guarantee that applies to Ukraine as well. There is a political input into the decisions, although there's the great understanding each other and communicating back and forth. And this is and the U.S. military was redesigned after major failures to have that, what we call best military advice at the very senior level, right? So our Joint Chief of Staff is in part of the National Security Council saying, from a military, here's what I recommend. But okay, then there's an economic advisor. There's a whole list of a political advisor that go into that. But I guarantee, even on the Ukrainian side, when they're making those high-level decisions or priorities, there is a strong bond between the political leader and the military leader, and sometimes they will not agree, and you establish a relationship. But one of the things that comes to it is that first-hand front battlefield knowledge. Like some of the greatest captains, what we call great captains, of militaries and nation states, were the ones who insisted on understanding the battle status of the battles firsthand, like getting out there and having those conversations with those commanders. On the Russian side, where I agree it's attacker and defender, it plays. You just don't see that level of awareness of what's going on, and it gets to a weakness in the system. Hopefully that answers it. I don't think you can say like attacker or defender in a peer competition. There's a time element, right? So I'm a big fan of studying that fourth dimension of time. I think in this situation that Russia will be pressured politically at echelon more, is really on the time aspect. They're running out of time on many levels of achieving goals, achieving this or that, while Ukraine gets stronger, gets more support, and you fight the information fight, all this. So I think that fourth dimension of time is a huge issue for me.
Thank you, Colonel Spencer. It's always fantastic to get your insights up here, and I think we've sufficiently stimulated a bunch of conversation here. I know Ben's been waiting patiently, and I know Nina has, and then Leonard. So let me just open the floor up here. Go ahead, Ben.
Thanks, Gurney. Who tells you I was patient? Good day, sir. I had a question for you following your latest podcast about this class you taught. It was really an eye-opener for me because you were talking, whenever you talk about urban warfare, I always picture the private in the street who has to be careful about the windows and the doors and what's not. And there it was completely different. You were talking about the colonel, the general, whatever. And I thought that was brilliant, and I was wondering if you could give us a very, very small primer of what is the difficulty that is facing a general having to plan an urban battle.
Sure, and I will say we taught that course as Jason's down there. Hope he's listening, and he was such a huge part of the curriculum that we built. Ben, just go back and listen to the podcast on why urban. So I'm just going to reiterate to you the things that I put into that podcast, why urban warfare is hard, that I did a couple podcasts back for a general staff, right? So, staffs plan the missions. The commander, is a part of the planning process, but it's the staffs that do, right? So every element of the staff, when planning an operation, offense or defense, this is what the course is focused on. The considerations when dealing with urban terrains are much more complex. So the how to gather the intelligence that the enemy can, if you're attacking or defending, in the urban terrain, it's harder to see things, right? Just because of the three-dimensional terrain. Even for the staffs who make decisions in shaping the battles, even before the close fight happens, the staffs at that higher level it's their duties to shape the battles before close fights the close fight happens, right? Now we start calling those things kill contracts and things like that, but it's setting the conditions for the close fight to achieve the mission you've given your subordinates. And that means everything from killing things like the fires, and which is more difficult in urban terrain because of the restrictions on the use of force, both from the law of war and just on the actual physical considerations of concrete's hard to penetrate. It's hard to see in there. It's hard to distinguish between enemy and civilian. There are things you just don't shoot at because they're protected under international law. But it also means the staffs are logistically planning and shaping for those subordinates, right? If Jason was up, Jason's up. But water, ammo. That's the stuff that at the staff for urban. We know that urban terrain is the hardest for a list of reasons. And the staffs and what we teach in the course is like, okay, we all agree that it's harder in urban terrain for all these reasons, especially protecting civilians. There are plenty of best practices, tactics, techniques, and procedures for every staff element, right? So intelligence staff, the logistics staff, the operations, who's planning the overall construct, civil affairs, all these for staffs, all these people with parts of the plan. They contribute their expertise, the engineering plan. There's lots of stuff when planning urban operations that is historically known to either be a challenge or things that can be resourced. Like if you're attacking, the ability, depending on the type of urban terrain and why we fly over Los Angeles, different urban terrain have different features that allow it to either be controlled or cut off. These elements that are all about setting the conditions. So staffs at the general, as you said, general level, at the division and brigades, set the conditions for the subordinates to achieve the mission they've been given, which does vary. But so many things that can be done in the plan. And just to put a bow on this, I am adamant that the Battle of Kyiv was lost in planning, not in fighting, the soldiers fighting in close proximity. It was lost in the plan of attack of a major city.
Thank you, Colonel Spencer. And just to make a quick public service announcement, the band has been reunited. Colonel Spencer, we did successfully draw up Major Giroux. Welcome, Major Giroux. Hopefully the history word got it, and if not, it's hopefully the wonderful conversation from Colonel Spencer. I've got to drop out to a 2 p.m. meeting, but Axel's going to take over here in a bit. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure and an honor, and please welcome Major Giroux.
Yes, good day, everybody. As soon as I saw my urban operations brother, Colonel John Spencer, up, I knew I had to come up and, if he needed it, provided him some supporting fires. But I think he answered Ben's question so brilliantly. I don't need to add anything else.
An example, maybe?
Yeah, Ben, I would suggest the Second Battle of Fallujah in November, December 2004 is a fantastic example of a very high-level urban operation that was planned for months and months in advance. Of course, the Americans had learned from the First Battle of Fallujah from the 5th to the 9th of April 2004, and they had learned some hard lessons there. So that gave them from April to November 2004 to conduct the months and months of planning and everything that Colonel Spencer touched on there. So that it's an Army, Navy, Air Force thing, and a Marines if your country has them. Sustainment, the need to have proactive plans for civilians and non-government organizations and media, the intensive intelligence preparation of the battlefield, which takes months. The necessity of combined arms, of making sure that the troops are all trained in combined arms. This isn't just an infantry fight. This is an all arms fight. Maybe to add, the need for a certain level of patience, as Colonel Spencer mentioned, that time as the fourth dimension. Time is always a critical factor, and that you need a lot of it when it comes to urban warfare. So I would suggest second Battle of Fallujah is a good example of the Americans in particular employing all of these things that Colonel Spencer mentioned in order to make it a successful fight.
What lessons can be learned for what the Ukrainian army is facing now?
both in overwhelming the Guard regiment at the dam, Novakahorka, and turning away from there. There's a number of villages and 2 larger embankments which they have to take. Whether they cross the river below the dam or not, nobody knows. Looks a little bit like SOF action on the one hand, to make the terrain, which Colonel Spencer highlighted beforehand, on the one hand, and then the approach to Kherson city. What can they actually employ from everything which you and your colleagues have seen in recent history when they're lacking the IFVs?
John, do you want to take that one, or do you want me to lunge ahead with that?
I already answered it there, Jason. Go ahead.
Oh, what was your answer, John? Just so I don't repeat myself.
METTC.
Oh, of course.
I know. I talked about what I think would be a reasonable plan about the approach, the isolation phase, the elimination of known defensive positions, things like that. But go ahead. I don't want to pry on you. I'm just here to learn.
You and me both, my friend. Well, my apologies for my squawky parrot in the background. If anybody wants to buy a parrot, by the way, he's up for sale. I would love to get rid of him. So would my beautiful wife. Well, when it comes to Kherson, are you asking specifically about Kherson there, Axel?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, I think the Ukrainians are, if they decide to attack Kherson, I think the Ukrainians are well on their way on the first essential stage, which, as John already mentioned, is the isolation of the objective. I mean, we've been talking about this for the past few days now, where they've been rocketing the bridge just to the southeast of the city, and because of the Dnieper River, that adds to the isolation of Russian forces. So that's such a critical factor. And in Colonel Spencer's and my research in urban warfare history, we found that the more times the attacker is able to isolate the objective and cutting off the ability of the defender to resupply and reinforce, it just ends the battle that much quicker because the defender eventually just runs out of bullets and manpower. And so I think if I know, like Mariupol and Severodonetsk are actually good examples of that happening and not happening. The Russians are able to isolate Mariupol because of the Sea of Azov just to the south, and but they weren't able to. But yet the defenders of Mariupol, because they were smart enough to move to the Azovstal steel facility, were able to do the urban defense of all defenses there in order to suck and force the Russians to use a vast amount of resources to eventually win that battle. But wow, the amount of resources and ammunition the Russians wasted in doing that is mind-boggling. But then Severodonetsk, the Russians didn't isolate the city, and as a result, the Ukrainians very smartly were able to conduct the urban defense, and then at a time and place of their choosing, withdraw across the river to Lysychansk, and then eventually out of the pocket, which I thought was brilliant on their part. So with that in mind, if the Ukrainians see that they can isolate Kherson, then that's a critical stage to the eventual taking of the city if they decide to attack it. And then the next step will be, the great thing about isolating the city is that you can attack it from any direction. In this case, you can't attack it from the south because of the river, but they'll be able to come in from the east, the north, or the west. The Americans in Aachen in October 1944 completely surrounded the city, and they were able to come in from the east with the German defenses largely on the west side of the city, because the Germans made the assumption the Americans would come in from the west side of the city itself. But if the Ukrainians, if they decide to attack Kherson, the great thing is that once they've isolated the city, they can come in from east, south, east, north, or west, and to be able to gain lodgment and start fighting through the city. And so we'll see if that's what they eventually do. And then at that point, it's just whatever key objectives they have to seize, they have to start clearing block by block. And because the Russians will have been cut off from the Dnieper River, and no access to the bridge, and hopefully the pontoon bridges will be destroyed, that'll just be a matter of time. that the Ukrainians will eventually win that fight if they decide to attack the city. So I think those are the major lessons learned they've so far, Axel. I don't know if I've sparked another idea from John or not, but and he wishes to add something or not, but that's what I think the lesson learned so far.
I'm good.
Yeah, I would have just added one more question. I'm still inquisitive about the fact that how to approach the line. We had this discussion before. They seem to lack the IFVs. What can they do to bridge that gap, the last 5 miles?
Say again, Axel, bridge the gap, last 5 miles.
Yeah, the last 5 miles of the front line, where they get, I mean, the Russian troops supposedly are entrenched. They're in reasonably decent defensive positions outside of Kherson city. They have 2 or 3 lines where they can retreat to. They have poured a lot of concrete, as we understand. So that means that the approaching Ukrainian armed forces will need to have some kind of vehicles getting their troops closer to the line of contact. What can they do? What is their means of operation if and when they lack the IFVs?
Fires. Just straight, good old-fashioned combined arms maneuver. You use fires to cover moving forces, especially that great distance. Even when you get closer, then this is the, and I think CJ dropped the echelon of fires, right? You start with, you really draw circles around the position you're attacking. As your forces get closer, you are raining down fires onto that force. And if it destroys the force and they run away like we've seen them do, that's great. But if they don't, and it's continued, you just echelon the fires. So you start with the longer range rockets, artillery, the mortars, the 40 millimeter. All those cover your ability to maneuver closer, so that you can then do that last, 100, 200 meters and close with and destroy. But that's why it's the most effective fighting tactic in the world is joint combined arms maneuver. Maneuver is defined by fires and moving forces. It's not combined arms movement. It's you have to have a lot of fire. So if you're Ukrainians, this is the amount of planning that was done or being done before you move forward with your plan of liberating a city, is an immense fires plan, a staging of fires assets, a staging of ammo, hiding it, protecting it, redundancies, all that. That fires, that's why fires are such a huge aspect even in urban operations, where the use of force is usually reduced. Doesn't mean you can't bring fires, it just means you do it in a deliberate way.
Thank you for highlighting this, because we've had this question. I think Dorman and I have been battling with this now for 6 or 7 days, because people have constantly been asking us. And essentially what this drives down to is that, ends up with, is that the Ukrainians will have to have significant capacity to shell this area, a lot of indirect fire. And therefore the West has to supply them with a lot of 155s, because there's not enough 152 ammunition left, is there?
Right, and that's why this last $1 million package, if you see in it, it's got a lot of fire stuff in it, a lot of ammo, a lot of artillery ammo, things like that. Absolutely. And this is the other aspect of, they won't shell it. It's their city, they want to protect it. Like, well, that's just not an accurate statement when conducting any type of warfare, let alone urban warfare. And even artillery, this is the precision-guided munition fallacy. Artillery is very precise. It's just not precision-guided. If especially in this situation where Russian positions will be known, I'm sure there's resistance forces and special forces that have 10-digit grids of where some of the key locations or the defensive lines are. You absolutely would use fires, even in the urban terrain, to eliminate that enemy threat.
They need a lot more ammunition. All right, we have a couple of questions, if you don't mind, both of you. Finance, then Shaggy. That is, there's a fellow named Shaggy. So we'll ask finance first, then we'll go to Shaggy, then Nina, then Leonard. Finance.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Major Giroux and Colonel Spencer, for being here. Given that the Daily Mail posted an article about Kherson sounding like World War II, Warsaw Ghetto, or even Auschwitz level hellhole, but that the Russian side is also having issues with supplies, but they also seem to be reinforcing with troops into that mess. So what does that look like for them defending, or their ability to defend in a low supply, low ammunition environment with the Ukrainians continually closing in? And how does that affect, the space, especially with the continued hostile Ukrainian partisan activity around them?
That's a great question. I will let Jason answer that because you guys are probably tired of hearing my voice. But those supplies are everything. So if the Russians haven't provisioned, or if their supply where they have provisions is vulnerable to, it can considerably change the factors of how long it is prudent to stay in a defensive position or do the other. There's only three forms of defense. There's the area defense, there's the mobile defense, and then there's the withdrawal, the get the hell out of there. You want to force that withdrawal, or even a semblance of you could no longer hold that. And supplies, historically, it comes down to how much good supply planning have you done.
Yeah, John, I have to respectfully disagree with you on your first point. Nobody ever gets tired of hearing that sultry voice of yours, my friend. But I'll agree with John, because Colonel Spencer is a big proponent of the urban defense, and for justifiable reasons. And
sorry, you can say Godfather. It's okay.
Oh, yeah. You had to go there, did you, John? You had to go there, my brother. All right. So the Godfather there is a big proponent of, that's the only time I'm going to give you that one, my brother.
This is recorded. I'm going to demand,
oh, shit. I forgot about that.
I'm going to demand the recording for this. I'm just going to put it on repeat. I'm going to, Axel, I need this recording, Axel. I need it.
On it.
Oh, and thanks very much, ladies and gents, for having me today, but I suddenly have to leave. John, of course, is a big proponent of the urban defense.
I get a case of beer, right? John, I get a case of beer.
Yes.
This has gone a whole other way that I didn't expect it to. Sorry, Finance, I apologize for the way this has gone.
Major Giroux, we volunteer. We do this for free. We do this out of pleasure and the privilege to serve Ukraine.
Yes, indeed.
This is 10 times more entertaining than I expected, Major Giroux. Please keep going.
So, as I was saying, Colonel Spencer is a big proponent of the urban defense for justifiable reasons. So I'll suggest that, I think the Russians are in a predicament right now because the Ukrainians have shelled the bridge to the southeast, and because they're now cut off with the Dnieper River, and as John mentioned, that they're trying to get supplies across the pontoon, or Finance, you may have mentioned that. My apologies. So they're using the pontoons to get the supplies across. But, throughout urban warfare history, the weaker side, and I will suggest that's the Russians in this case, given their complete ineptness when it comes to operational planning and tactical acumen, the weaker side has always found that the urban environment helps them in their defense because the urban environment allows for them to negate a lot of the attackers' abilities and their technology, et cetera, et cetera. So even a poorly led, poorly operationally focused military like the Russians may find that the fighting Kherson will initially give them some advantages because of how the urban environment does favor the defender initially, and that's something that Colonel Spencer and I always discuss and always argue and always teach to our students. So, even though they've been cut off and they've got the pontoon bridges as their only way of resupplying and reinforcing, and we have to remember that, as I said the other night, the Russians have been in Kherson now for more than a few days, if not weeks. And so they've been able to establish at least a basic defense within the city. So they've